Chapter 28. 15 years ago. The last time Tiernan had seen the sun was 96 days, 3 hours and 14 minutes ago. Just as well as he'd always preferred the moon. The moon was a constant. It appeared every night, be it winter or summer, providing him with the kind of stability the pesky sun never could. And it was beautiful, pale and glowing in the ocean of darkness. The moon was his friend, his assurance that no matter what, something bright waited in the gloominess. He was lying in his cot next to his sister. Tyranny was fast asleep, wrapped in both their blankets. He always gave her his. "Does it ever get any warmer?" a heavily accented voice asked to his right. Tiernan slowly turned his head to detect its source. A man in his late 60s, pale and malnourished, shivering under his quilt. He wasn't going to make it to the end of the month. Tiernan had seen people like him come and go. He was usually the one tasked with scraping them onto a gurney and dumping them in an unmarked grave. "Niet," Tiernan said simply. And then, because he was curious, because he'd always been curious about the outsiders who came there, he asked, "How did you get here?" "Prisoner of war, you could say." The stranger sat straighter in his cot, his back flat against the wall. "I'm an American. I was dumb enough to steal Igor's shipment. Name's Michael." "Tiernan. Doesn't sound too Russian." Michael crumpled his rather ugly face. "It's not." "Do you speak English?" "Niet." Silence. Somebody moaned at them to shut up. Tiernan ignored the plea. Alex was away for Novigod, probably eating caviar in front of a crackling fire. "Do you want to?" Michael asked. Tiernan considered his question. It would be good to know English so he could communicate with his family when he and Tierney escaped. He had every intention of doing that. But English would be useless short-term. "Igor speaks English," Tiernan said after a while. "I wouldn't be able to communicate under his nose." "If it's communicating under the radar you're after, you should learn the American Sign Language. I can teach you. My wife is deaf, she taught me to speak it. Always drove my friends nuts when they came over and couldn't understand what we were saying." Tiernan liked that idea. He liked it a lot. "You don't have more than 2 weeks in you," Tiernan said tonelessly, nonetheless. "I know. But 2 weeks are enough if you make the most of them." Tiernan was a fast learner. So was Tierney. "All right. What do you want in return?" They bartered everything in the camp: food, drink, clothes, medicine. The older kids bartered sex too, but Tiernan refused to let Tierney do anything stupid for a bowl of porridge. "Your clothes, blankets, coats, anything to fight this cold." The man shivered, coughing into his fist. Splatters of blood flaked his blue skin. Tiernan ran his finger over the burn marks on his knees. Igor had tortured him with fire before he went to Moscow for the holidays. The abuse he had taken was becoming too dangerous. He didn't have time to waste. He needed to get out of here. "That's too much for a few language lessons." "If you give me your food and clothes until I die, I will help you escape here." Tiernan cocked his head. "It's too late for me, but you still can. If you ever find your way out of these gates, you take the road of Bone to Yakutsk. That's a 20-hour drive, so you better have a car. Once you're there, go to Lenin Square. Every day at exactly noon, a man named Demo will wait beneath the statue. He is my ride out of Russia. My wife pays him well. He'll take you out of here. Tell him Michael sent you." "What if he doesn't come there anymore?" "Impossible. My wife said she'll pay him to do it until the day she dies." That sounded like a risky plan and a load of bullshit. Then again, Tiernan had no other choice. He'd never set foot beyond these gates. Hadn't known a place other than this work camp. He could drive well enough. He transported logs back and forth using vehicles, but he and Tierney would need a car and some food. A map of the Saka. And of course, the code to the main gates. You need to escape or die trying, Tiernan. This is no way to live. His lips were so chapped they hardly moved. Tiernan shed his jacket and handed it to him. Not because he cared, but because he needed Michael alive to teach him sign language and everything there was to know about the outside world before he expired. Michael burrowed into the fox's fur. Thank you. Least I could do. Chapter 29. Tiernan. 228 days to self-destruction. Callahan, you dumb fuck. Tate Blackthorne rubbed at his eyes tiredly, hooked the lie detector wires in the Ferrante's dungeon. Sam was sitting on the other end of the screen, monitoring his answers. He arched a smart-ass eyebrow. No lies detected. Ouch. Enzo smiled ruefully, playing with his knife in the seat next to Brennan. Blackthorne decided to club Tiernan with a truth stick. Someone get the first aid kit. You're just here to answer questions. Luca informed Tate laconically, lining up a cigarette. Nothing more. For now. Tate turned to face him, somehow looking both calm as fuck and angry as hell. This is bullshit. Your brother-in-law just gave me 2 black eyes and a split lip. Guilty as charged. As soon as I saw his sorry face, I was reminded of Leela's sketch, and something compelled me to make his features just a little less symmetrical. It wasn't like he was shopping for a wife. He already had one. We pulled him from you in time, Luca reasoned. He didn't break your nose. Knight's still young, I pointed out. If Tate was Leela's rapist, his nose was going to be the least of his problems. I was going to hang his balls on a meat hook from the ceiling and kill him over weeks, if not months. I didn't usually indulge in long, torturous killings. I lacked the time and patience. But something made me especially rabid for the rapist's blood. It was that stupid kiss at the shooting range last week. It undid my goddamn existence. My whole life derailed from that moment forward. My entire days were currently planned and arranged around kissing and dry-humping my wife like a bleeding teenager. We spent every night practicing in bed. She didn't realize it, but she was making loud, porn-worthy sounds. I didn't want to alert her, because she was self-conscious as it was about her lack of hearing. But it made for a very awkward breakfast with Emma. My new maid thought I was screwing the little girl she had raised. Only Leela was no longer a little girl. She was shaping up to be a woman, one that no longer found it scary or distressing when her panties got soaked. We were working our way up to second base, slowly. Not only did I not want to scare her off, but I had my own hang-ups to sort through. Giving up the way I sought pleasure meant giving up my armor. I didn't rape your sister, Tate snarled at Luca, pulling me out of my own thoughts. Sam readjusted his tall frame in his seat, keystroking some commands on the polygraph. How about you shut the fuck up and wait for me to ask you questions? He suggested pleasantly. You're messing with my baseline diagram. Tate shot him a death glare. Don't be so butthurt, Enzo tutted. If you did it, you deserve to die. You knew it could happen, men in our line of work. We die while we're still alive, young and strong. He's not that young, Sam said, staring at the screen. And not that strong, I added. Tate snarled. Swear to God, I was having an allergic reaction to him. What did she even see in this bastard? What's the accuracy rate on this shit anyway? Enzo flipped his knife shut, dismounting his feet from the desk and leaning to peer at the screen behind Sam's shoulder. About 87% in the correct environment, Sam grumbled. What constitutes a correct environment? No chatty assholes bickering around me, messing with my interviewee. Luca and Enzo quieted down. I was glad Achilles was on Crimson Key. I didn't need a full audience for what was about to unfold. Leela's privacy mattered to me. Sam rechecked that all the sensors were correctly applied on Tate and sat back. Ready? Tate gave him another murderous glare. Take a guess. Is this about Tiernan hijacking your private plane and changing its course mid-flight to New York? Enzo tapered his eyes. Because I think we can all agree you'd have done the same for Gia. Doubtful, since I'd had the fucking foresight to assign her security after I married her. Much good it did you, I smirked. A little over a year ago I kidnapped his wife while she was under Camorra protection. But this wasn't what interested me about the conversation. Tate was under the assumption Leela was raped after we got married. Alternatively, he was setting up the starting point for his elaborate lie. Tate shook his head, staring at the ceiling. How did you even find your way to my private plane? Easily. Almost everyone in every private airport around New York was in my pocket. If I tell you, I'd have to kill you. And I need some answers before I do that. Shall we? Sam began by asking him simple enough questions. His full name, address, childhood pet names, and so on. It turned out that Tate had an unholy number of pets growing up. None of them made it to maturity, though. Sick little fuck. Sam proceeded by asking him if he attended Luca's wedding. Yes. Who he came with? His wife. And where he stayed. At La Casa del Rose, the Ferrante's 6-star resort. From there he moved on to yes or no questions. Did you see Raffaella Ferrante at the wedding? Sam watched the screen intently. Yes. Did you speak to her? No. Did you interact with her in a non-verbal way? No. Did you follow her out of the ballroom at approximately 10:30 at night? No. Did you touch her during the entire duration of the night? No. Tate's tone was clipped, his posture and expression bored. I caught Sam's gaze. Well, I asked. He's not bluffing. Sam tilted the screen so I could see it. The needle didn't budge. Psychopaths lie and pass polygraphs all the time. They will themselves to believe whatever comes out of their mouths. I wanted Tate to be the rapist. Angela was a can of worms I wasn't sure I wanted to open. And killing Luca's brother-in-law was essentially starting a war with the outfit. That's generally true if the heart and respiratory rate are already jerky and inconsistent. Tate's as calm as a cucumber. There are no discrepancies. Sam shrugged. I think he is telling the truth. I dragged my teeth along my lower lip, mulling this over. Leela said she forgot the face of her attacker. But did it really make sense that she'd draw Tate and his features wouldn't bring back the memory if it were him? Plus, as much as I hated him, he didn't give me the rapist vibes. Now Angelo, on the other hand, was the kind of prick to take what's not been offered. A Mafia brat who had the entire world handed to him. I jerked my head in a nod, and Sam stood up, unhooking Tate from the lie detector. Tate remained completely still, his eyes flicking among the three of us. So, it happened during Luca's wedding. He crossed one leg over the other, grabbing Enzo's soft cigarette pack from the table and helping himself to one. Yeah. Luca reached to light his cigarette. How is she? He blew a stream of smoke. She's brave, smart, resourceful, talented, witty, so nauseatingly beautiful I cannot wrench my goddamn eye from her face whenever we're together. None of your fucking concern. Tate shrugged. Luca stood up to pour him a drink. Forever the diplomat. If Ella wanted half a chance to save his sinking empire, appointing Luca as the Don was a no-brainer. Enzo was too nice, and Achilles too evil. So, where were you between 10:33 and 11:04 that night, Tate? I rotated my head toward the billionaire. Because it sure as fuck wasn't in the ballroom. Gia didn't feel well. She was nauseous and needed some medicine. I went to the nearest convenience store and got her ginger candy, a Sprite Zero, and an herbal inhaler. They didn't have Sprite Zero at the party. Tate returned my glare bluntly. I can probably pull up the receipt through my online banking account, if you'd be so kind as to fucking give me my phone back. Lucas shot me a look. I nodded. Luca pulled Tate's phone out of his pocket and handed it over. Tate's thumb flew over a screen while I traced my inner cheek with my tongue. I could still taste my wife in my mouth. She seemed to be resilient and tough as nails. Most girls in her position would shy away from men, spiral farther down the dark hole they'd been sucked into, but not her. Sure, she slept like shit, but she still got out of bed every morning, made coffee for us and Emma, tidied up her room, cooked with Tyranny, hung out with Emma, sketched, filled my apartment with random shit as she caught up on 18 years' worth of online shopping. Here. Tate stopped scrolling, placing his phone on the table and sliding it toward me. I caught it. The transaction showed Luca's wedding date at exactly 10:45 at night. Sam ran the distance between the manor to the convenience store and back on his laptop. How did you get there? I walked. Sam turned to me. Everything checks, Callahan. Do with it what you will. I sat back in my chair blowing air. A part of me was glad it wasn't Blackthorn. Killing someone so high profile came with a shit ton of paperwork, plus a demented, completely fucked up part of me. Didn't want Leela to be betrayed by one of the few men she actually liked. Even if the fact that she liked him in the first place made me want to feed him his own fucking cock. This meant my suspect list had shrunk to the measly count of one person. Angelo Bandini. We let Tate go, but not before he spent 10 minutes showering us with a scathing rant about how we couldn't hijack planes like we were in a B-rank video game. He then finished it off by saying, You know, Callahan, I still can't fucking stand your ass. But at least you've proven to be a better husband than you are a human. He offered me his hand. I stared at it. Aww, Enzo cooed. Mommy and Daddy aren't breaking up after all. Hug it out, bitches. I love feel-good moments. You're so fucking camp, Sam grumbled. Enzo's cheeks flushed. Oh yeah? And you're such a fucking homophobe. Sam tilted his head. Is that an admission, pretty boy? Luca ribbed Sam. Enough. Congrats on the baby, Tate. Boy or girl? Boy, he said, hands still outstretched to me. He has a name, I asked. A Steele. Of course, he and his wife were too fucking special to sire a Jake or a Peter. With a sigh, I took Blackthorn's hand and shook it. Tate Blackthorn would never be my friend. But I guess he was no longer an enemy. An enemy. An enemy. An enemy. Chapter 30. Tiernan. After the polygraph, I stopped at Fermanagh to drink a pint of Guinness with Finton to take the edge off. I didn't want to face Leela before I sorted myself out. A lot of shit ran through my head. Relief. Fury. Unfathomable bloodthirst. Tate not being the rapist was both good and bad. I needed to finish that prick, whoever he was. But if it was Angelo, shit just got a whole lot more complicated. Finally, I dragged my ass upstairs and opened the door. Leela sat with Emma on the couch. They were both holding and stroking Leela's belly. It was still mostly flat, but her tits certainly got the memo. They were heavier and more swollen than before, tender to the briefest touch.
Hi!
Leela squeaked when I walked inside, hurrying to greet me at the door. She pressed her sweet lips to mine, throwing her arms over my shoulders. I kissed her back, annoyed with how fucking natural it felt.
Good news.
She signed.
We felt the baby today for the first time. It is doing a fluttery thing. It's like tiny fish are swimming in my belly. You have to feel it.
She grabbed my hand and pressed it against her bare stomach below her pink crop top. Anger seared through my veins. I didn't want anything to do with this bleeding baby. At first I was indifferent toward it. But that was before Leela became more than just business. Before I found out the baby was probably pure outfit and Camorra bloodline. It was possible, likely even, that Leela was pregnant with Angelo's child. And if that were the case, and Angelo's identity was exposed, I doubted he would end up with a bullet in his face. More likely than not, Bella would seize the opportunity to marry her off to him. Not that I cared. It was what it was. There were no real alliances in our world. But I needed the Kimura for my plans with the Rasputins. That was all. Nothing more. Nothing less. Fine. Fine. I did care. It was going to hurt. Not a fatal wound by any means, but let's just say I wasn't eager to get rid of her anymore. And there was Leela, delighted and busting at the seams because she could feel the Egypt's baby inside her. Fucking fantastic. I feel nothing. I wrenched my hand away, snarling in her face. Leela's mouth hung open, those cerulean eyes sparkling with hurt and sadness. I sidestepped her, making my way to the kitchen. What's for dinner? I knew she couldn't answer me with my back to her. I was being a cunt, and there was nothing she could do about it. I held all the power. Then why did I feel so restless? If the baby belonged to Angelo, I had a huge fucking problem to solve in order to keep this woman. And I promised her family I'd find her attacker and bring him to justice. Leela's heels clacked across the floor behind me, and for the first time in days, she didn't prepare me a plate of whatever Ema had made, but folded her arms and gave me a pointed look. Ignoring her, I uncovered the saucepan on the stovetop, grabbed a fork, and ate the pasta inside while standing. She signed something. I kept my gaze on the pasta. She stepped into my line of vision, snatching the fork from my hand.
What's your problem?
I had a bevy of them, and the shit she stirred in me was at the top of the list. No problem. I'm fine with playing house, Leela. But make no mistake. I don't care about the bastard in your stomach. You decided to keep it. I didn't stop you. But don't expect me to pretend it's anything more than an inconvenience to me. My words made her flinch, and the only thing stopping me from pulling my gun out and putting a bullet in my own head was my ironclad resolution to kill Angelo before I left this earth. It was the first time I truly hurt Leela. Not scared or intimidated her. Hurt her. And it didn't sit right with me. Luckily, I was trained to push through any pain or discomfort.
I see.
Her chin wobbled and her nose pinked, but she didn't let the tears fall. She pressed a hand to her stomach protectively.
I guess this means you don't want to know the sex of the baby. I got my NIPT results back today.
I stared at her coldly, leaning against the kitchen counter. I wanted to say yes. Not because I cared. Fuck knows I truly didn't. But because she did. And because making her feel better was worth making myself feel like shit. Normally, anyway. But this wasn't about feelings. It was about drawing a line in the sand. I couldn't afford to care. She could be gone tomorrow. If they found out it was Angelo's baby, and I'd have no one to blame but myself for being an agent. Because beautiful Italian Mafia princesses of respectable pedigree weren't meant to breed with poor Irish scum who made their buck running warhouses. Empty. I felt so fucking empty I was surprised I was still up on my feet.
I'll take that as a no.
She tilted her chin up regally. I watched her turn around and walk away, spine straight and head held up high. And for the first time in my life, I felt the kind of pain I didn't like. That night, I dissolved into the person I was before she stitched me up. I removed the eye patch before I went to bed. I used to do it all the time before she moved into my bedroom. The patch was a bitch to sleep with, needed constant readjustment, and besides, it felt good not to have the string digging into my skull. I refrained from removing it thus far, committed to not scaring my delicate bride. Now it didn't matter anymore. She wasn't staying. Angelo was a father. That was why he told Chiara he'd agreed to marry her. Flicking the bathroom lights off, I moseyed into the lit bedroom. Leela was standing by her side of the bed, wearing a pale pink baby doll dress that showed off her magnificent tits. Her hair was loosely French braided, falling over one shoulder. She turned to look at me, her throat bobbing at the sight of my ghastly eye, or lack thereof. There was a milky white ball where the eye should be. Leela gasped, the back of her knees hitting the bed frame. I sauntered into the room, What's the matter, darling? See something you don't like? She pressed her lips together. I wanted this to destroy what we had. Snuff that hope out of my system. Another step toward her. She didn't cower, didn't move. Do I disgust you? Repulse you? I stopped when I was toe-to-toe with her, snatching her chin, tilting her head up to make her look at her brother's handiwork. Do you regret letting me kiss those lips? I dipped my head down to brush my mouth against hers. Suck this neck. My lips fluttered along the side of her throat, and I gave her a nice, visible hickey. Bite this flesh. I sank my teeth to her collarbone. She stood there, completely still, letting me take out my anger at Achilles, at Velo and at Tate, and Angelo, and the fucking world. On her. For a moment, I thought we'd both finally snap, rip each other's clothes off, and find out what this sex thing was all about. That in the heat of this anger, confusion, and revulsion, I would finally suck those beautiful tits, taste that cunt that smelled like the most delicious of meals. But then Leela pushed me off her, a storm dancing in her pretty blues.
If you're trying to make me hate you, don't bother.
She signed.
This high school bully stuff doesn't impress me. I know who you are, how you've taken care of me. I don't know what happened to you today, but I'm going to take some space from you and hope you return to your senses tomorrow.
I wanted to smash the walls down because Leela was more mature, more level-headed than my own grown ass, because she refused to give up on us, when I knew the only way to keep her was to kill her entire family.
I'm going to sleep in the recliner tonight. If Emma sees me on the couch, she'll ask questions.
She shook her head.
Oh, and by the way, it's a boy. We, dear husband, are having a boy. 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 Chapter 31. Leela. A boy? Bummer. I'd been hoping for a girl. Tierney pouted. Less chance Tiernan would gift her a Kalishnikov for her second birthday. Mafia men are super chauvinistic. My cheeks still stung from Tiernan's rejection yesterday. I'd spent the entire night curled on the recliner across from our bed, refusing to share a bed with him. He slept through the entire thing, his chest rising and falling evenly in the dark. He doesn't care. I signed to my sister-in-law, flipping through racks laden with pastel blue baby onesies in a Manhattan children's boutique. Doesn't surprise me. Tierney seized 5 hangers with expensive baby clothes, tossing them into an embellished straw shopping bag. The store was all white and pastel colors, floating hangers and white rustic furniture. It was adorable. And still, I couldn't muster any kind of excitement. Tiernan is truly fucked up in the head. Calling him damaged wouldn't even scratch the surface. She picked up a fluffy white bunny, adding it to her basket. I pulled a face. I thought we were in a better place. The only good place a man could be in is the doghouse. She patted my shoulder. All men are disappointments, Leela, but Mafia men are especially rotten. Hold your head high and don't let him have power over you. I gnawed at my lower lip, wondering how much of our conversations she shared with him. You're out of it today, aren't you? She looped her arm in mine, strutting toward the cashier. Don't worry. This is just fun shopping. I prepared a full list of baby essentials on my phone. I'll send it over to you. It includes links, so just follow them and order everything. I put my head on her shoulder. Tierney had been good to me, better than Mama. The latter still hadn't spoken to me since I came out, and if I were being honest, I didn't exactly miss her companionship anymore. She seemed unhappy to see me thrive. Whereas Tiernan's answer to me shooting him was giving me classes so that next time I could do it better. Oh, Tiernan. You'll be okay. Tierney squeezed my shoulder. Thank you, I mumbled. Tierney ran up the bill and I handed the cashier my husband's black Centurion. The 2 Irish soldiers and Camorra chaperone assigned to Tierney grabbed the bags and carried them back to my sister-in-law's Range Rover. We drove back to Hunts Point and decided to stop at the Italian deli for a snack. The sun hung high above the buildings, and though it wasn't particularly warm, it was no longer Arctic, so we settled at a round table outside. I ordered a latte and a plum tart, and Tierney made do with unsweetened black coffee. She looked like a supermodel, wafer-thin and feline in features. Even in black leather pants, a nondescript jacket, and oversized sunglasses, she turned every head on the street. The nice guy, who usually manned the register, was our waiter. He came over to set up our utensils, his eyes on me the entire time. Tierney watched the scene in amusement as I flushed pink. He wasn't necessarily my type. I didn't even have a type. But I'd never had an admirer. And yes, the fact that his existence pissed Tiernan off wasn't exactly unwelcome right now. "This is good, thank you," Tierney told him after he finished setting up our table. When he left, she shook her head with a smile. "He's got it bad for you, sis." "He's just being nice." "Sure, and Tiernan is just being supportive of the U.S. arms, sales, and defense trade." She snorted. "A true patriot." "I'm going to the restroom," I announced, standing up. "All right, holler if you need anything." I walked into the shop and took the narrow aisle toward the restroom, slipping inside and doing my business. After washing and drying my hands, I cracked open the door and stepped outside. Nice Guy was standing on the other end, in a small darkened corridor that led to the shop's stockroom. I smiled politely, trying to sidestep him. He blocked my way, shoving his body between me and the path.
"I can't stop thinking about you,"
he admitted, putting a hand on his chest. I stared up at him. Unease prickled the back of my neck, and I became short of breath. I shook my head, pointing at my ring finger, and tried to sneak away from him again. He moved quicker, this time placing his big hands on my shoulders. Panic flared inside me.
"Come on now, I see the way you look at me. The attraction is definitely two-sided.
He winked.
And that prick can't satisfy you, I can tell."
I had no idea what he was talking about. I only had eyes for my husband. Even if I did look at him before, which I didn't, I now clearly wanted to run for the hills and beyond. I stared at him angrily, my fists clenching next to my body.
"Word on the street is you can't speak."
He grinned, putting his hand on my cheek, crowding me so my back slammed against the restroom's door.
"That's why he married you, because you can't fight back. Well, how about we make this our little secret?"
He leaned down, grabbing a handful of my ass. My gun was in my bag outside. I cursed myself for not taking it with me. I pushed at him with a roar, but before I could put my hands on his chest, he was yanked back with force. Tierney was holding him by the hair, the edges of his scalp burning pink, murder in her eyes. She looked so much like her twin brother in that moment, I whimpered. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Tierney barked. "Assaulting a pregnant woman?" She slapped him hard. He snarled, rubbing at his cheek.
"She was asking for it, walking around with her tiny little pink baby doll dresses 3 times a week, prancing around without buying shit."
"Oh, God." Tierney shook her head, looking aghast. "You're insane."
"I didn't even touch her."
"He touched my ass," I tattled. Tierney screwed her fingers into her eye sockets. "Shit. Tiernan is going to have a field day. Enjoy your last few hours on Earth, scumbag." She shooed the guy, who scrambled, ran to the register, grabbed his messenger bag, and fled. Jesus Christ. She put a hand on my shoulder. "You all right?" I nodded, even though I had no idea if that was true. Tiernan was right. I was never to move around without my gun again. Next time, I was taking my bag with me. "Let me take you back outside. I'm so sorry." Tierney ushered me back to our table. "Do you want to talk about it?" "No," I said honestly. "This guy is going to get fired, and I'm never going to see him again. Besides, he barely touched me." When we sat down, the baby fluttered in my lower stomach again. I instinctively pressed a hand to let him know that I noticed and that I was here, waiting for him. "This is starting to feel real, isn't it?" Tierney smiled. I nodded. "How do you feel about it?" "Frightened, excited, worried. Oddly enough, I'm not mad anymore. I am mad at my rapist, of course. I want him to die a painful death. But not the baby. Once I decided to keep him, I promised to love him without prejudice." easiest decision I'd ever made. My papa never loved me because of who he thought I was, even though none of it was my fault. I'll love him for you too. Tierney leaned in to put her hand on my stomach, her expression sobering all at once. I could never have a baby, you know? Of course you will. My eyes softened. I will speak to Achilles myself. He will... She pulled away, shaking her head. Save your breath. It has nothing to do with your brother. When I was 12, I had a hysterectomy. I blinked, unsure what she meant. They removed my uterus, Leela. She licked her lips, staring at her hands in her lap. Well, they didn't plan on it, but... Something bad happened to me, and there were complications. She pursed her lips. We experienced a lot of dark shit, me and my brother. I'm not asking you to forgive Tiernan for his bad behavior, but maybe you can find a way to understand him. My heart felt like it was melting into mush. I wanted to hug him, hug her, but I knew Tierney would misread it as a sign of pity and wouldn't appreciate it. I am so sorry. Tierney shrugged, throwing me a casual smile. It's fine. Who are they? The people who did this to you? She shook her head. It's not just my story to tell. You are your own person, Tierney. I signed stubbornly. Independent from your brother, you are smart, beautiful, kind, and worthy. Remember that. And you? She directed those verdant eyes, a shade lighter than my husband's, at me. Do you remember how strong you are? How resilient? How kind-hearted? I never thought anyone could penetrate the walls my brother erected between him and humanity. They were, still are, impassable. Even I can't get through them sometimes. But you did. Somehow. You're doing his head in, Leela. She smiled. Don't be mad at him when he gets angry that those walls are tumbling down. The debris must be a bitch. Chapter 32. Leela. When I got back home, there was a gift box waiting on the kitchen table. It was wrapped in lush pink satin. I shrugged off my jacket, hanging it by the door. Emma wasn't in. Her son was visiting from Italy, so she took a few days off. Was it from her? I made my way to the present, examining it without opening it. When I turned around, Tiernan was standing before me, hands stuffed into his front pockets. Through the fog of exhaustion, I noticed the dark circle under his eye. You haven't slept well. I took his silence as confirmation. He ambled toward me, bracketing my face in his rough palms, sorrow gleaming from his eye. I exhaled in relief when I saw his eye patch was back. It hadn't disgusted me, seeing his eye socket the other night, but it did remind me of the pain my own kin subjected him to, and I felt shame and anger. It looked like you slept fine last night.
I look like a lot of fucking things I'm not.
Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Like what?
Gaelic.
He brushed his nose against mine, breathing me in, fingers curling around my waist.
I'm sorry I was a cunt.
I palmed his face and pulled him away so I could read his lips better. I'm not your punching bag, Tiernan.
I know.
I waited for him to acknowledge the gender of our baby, to pick up the conversation from last night, but when he finally spoke again, he gestured to the gift on the table.
Got you a present.
Swiveling to reach for it, he caught my waist, anchoring me back in his arms.
You can't open it, though.
I frowned. What is it?
Jelly Boy's cock.
My eyes flared in horror, and I pushed him away. Oh my God! Why would you do that? His face bricked over.
Tierney told me what happened. No one's allowed to touch you without permission. That includes me.
You could have simply gotten him fired.
He disrespected you. Disrespected me. After I warned him.
You can't sever a man's genitals just because he tried to touch me.
Why not?
I stared at him, dumbfounded. The punishment doesn't fit the crime.
I know.
He bowed his head humbly.
But chopping off his hand seemed like overkill. I couldn't fit all the organs into the one small box.
I clutched my head, probably to stop it from exploding. What could I say to that? My family was far from the realm of normal, but my brothers had never done something so violent because of me. So far, my conscience was clean as a whistle. Until now. This is not romantic. It's deranged.
Let's settle for both.
Folding my arms, I shook my head.
No? Fine. I'll ask next time before I chop off people's parts for you.
Is he alive?
Depends on your definition of the word.
He toyed with the edges of his phone.
I stopped the bleeding so he didn't die, but he won't be able to fuck or piss normally. And of course, it's not ideal that he lost his job now that the medical bills are going to pile up.
This is sick.
We do terrible things for family.
You consider me family? A warm tremor passed through my chest. He jerked his head in a nod.
Now what do you consider romantic?
I was out of ideas. I never had a boyfriend, and the little curated romance my mother allowed me to consume in the form of books and old films was set either in a fantasy world or a war. I don't know. What do you usually do to woo a woman?
Tip her handsomely.
Good point. I rubbed the space between my eyebrows.
We can go on a date.
He dropped his gaze to his wingtips. No, thank you. He lifted an eyebrow questioningly. You acted like a jackass yesterday, and then gifted me a human penis.
Make you a deal. If you go out with me, I'll buy you whatever you want.
What kind of woman would exchange her favors for money? I stared at him, scandalized.
Most of them.
That's very misogynistic.
I happen to share the same sentiment about men. Humans are easily corruptible. That's how I stay in business. So, date?
No.
If you come, I'll answer any of your questions, nothing off limits. You'll get an hour.
This did the trick. I was thirsty for his words, for his story. He watched my face intently, knowing his offer was too good to pass up. Bastard! He grinned.
Get your jacket.
We went downstairs to Fermana's. The place was hot, humid, and stank of sweat, stale alcohol, and fried food. As soon as the patrons spotted us, they stood from their seats, clapping and whistling, like we were some kind of royalty. Tiernan slung his arm over my shoulder, yanking me to his side. A mixture of pride and embarrassment fizzed in my stomach. I'd spent my entire life trying to avoid attention, just to land in the center of it now. My husband's eye landed on a table at the far corner of the pub, and the two men occupying it immediately grabbed their pints and shuffled to the bar. Tiernan pulled out a chair for me, but I chose to slide into the long red vinyl couch opposite his seat. Before we managed to settle, Finton materialized with 2 sticky menus and a broad smile.
Hello there, brother. Sister-in-law.
He bowed exaggeratedly.
What can I get you? I'll have a pint and vinegar crisps. All right, Leela.
Finton turned to me. Lemonade with some ice, please. I smiled.
Lemonade with ice.
Tiernan repeated verbally.
And crisps for her as well.
Finton not speaking ASL made sense. It seemed whatever the twins went through, Finton wasn't with them during that time.
You still haven't spoken to your ma.
I shook my head, about to elaborate, when I noticed something from the corner of my eye. A vase with red roses sat on the pub's bar. My blood curdled into ice. They reminded me of the tarnished rose tiara. Pull yourself together. It's just flowers. But I couldn't look away. They were uncanny. Tiernan waved a hand in front of my face, frowning.
Have you seen a ghost?
I saw much worse. I gulped hard. Flowers. There was no point in lying to him. Not that I was at risk of receiving flowers from my husband at any point in our marriage.
Flowers,
he repeated dryly, turning his head to follow my vision before whipping his head back.
I concur. Hate them. Puppies too.
He was being sarcastic. They remind me of that night. I squirmed. I had a white rose tiara, but it became red after the attack. I still remember it, half buried in the sand. He was quiet for a moment. Suddenly he stood up, ambled to the bar, and knocked the vase inward. Everyone's heads whipped, and the chatter stopped to see what had caused the clash. Tiernan returned back to our table and assumed his seat like nothing happened.
Where were we?
Finton reappeared with our drinks before I could produce an answer.
Did you just knock down the vase?
He frowned.
I did. Why? No more flowers in or around this establishment.
Finton's eyebrows jumped to his hairline.
Because I said so.
Tiernan took the first sip of his Guinness, darting his tongue to lick the residue foam from his upper lip.
Now go deal with the flower pots hanging from the windows.
Finton left. I shook my head. Thank you, but I can't avoid roses forever.
Challenge accepted.
I'll need to get over it at some point.
That point won't be tonight. Probably not tomorrow either.
I took a sip of my lemonade. It was very sweet and made the baby cartwheel in my belly, which reminded me of another elephant-sized hurdle between us.
Ask your questions.
Can you stop calling me wise-ass now that we're friends?
Wise ass.
He tilted his head. I typed on my phone, turning the screen so he could see it. Gialach.
First of all, I'm not your friend. Second, Gaelic means moon in Irish.
A joyless smirk found his lips. Moon?
The first time I saw you, you were drowning in the night. I was in pain and in a terrible fucking mood. And you glowed. You shone so bright I couldn't look away.
His chest expanded with an inhale, and he frowned to himself.
You were my first dream, I think.
My heart shattered, scattering into tiny shards in the pit of my stomach. Gialach didn't mean wise-ass. All this time he was calling me his moon, even at the fountain, when I was nothing more than his enemy's sister? You were wide awake.
Technically, yes. But when I stopped and tipped my head up, I asked the moon for a reason to live. We have a history of bargaining, me and him.
He paused.
I think it gave me you.
The words settled beneath my skin. I felt the same. Existing was no longer enough. I wanted to live, and I wanted to live by his side. Why did you tell me it means wise-ass?
Because you're a wise ass.
That's rude.
You still like me.
What makes you say that?
The way you look at me.
He shook his head.
Like I hung the Gaelic in the sky to light the way for you.
It was true, because in a way he did. He gave me freedom, agency, normalcy, and his last name. I also have a confession to make. I swallowed, looking down at the sticky wooden table between us. I kept it.
Kept what?
Your eye. I came back for it. I don't know why. His mouth broke into a devious smirk. I forgot how much he liked those dark parts of me.
Where?
A jar, full of isopropyl. Emma helped me. I pressed my lips together. I buried it in our garden. You can have it back if you want.
It's yours.
He kicked back, eyeing me humorously.
You can have all my organs.
Not all of them. I can't have your heart, I thought. Why did you call your pup Fermanagh? I signed. Your last name is Callahan.
Mom was from Fermanagh County.
He took a pull of his drink.
I spent my entire childhood frightened I'd forget her existence. Fermanagh was my first business. I bought the nicest building on the block, an old church, and converted it.
When did she die?
Before I was born.
How is that possible?
Tyranny and I were carved out of her body while she was still alive when she was 38 weeks pregnant. They kidnapped us and left her to bleed out. They left Fenton behind too.
My stomach lurched and rolled, twisting around my lunch, threatening to purge it. Who were they? Why did they do that?
The Bratva, Igor, more specifically. My father's business rival back in the day. They competed over large swaths of Europe's ports. Spain, Greece, Croatia. Da thought he was being ambushed at a port one day. Drew his pistol and aimed straight to the head. He thought it was a Bratva soldier. Turned out to be Igor's late wife, Luba. She came to speak to him personally, tried to reason with him to strike a deal with her husband. She died. So Igor decided to take the most precious thing to him, his unborn children, killing my mom in the process.
Why didn't he take Finton?
Finn hid in the closet and didn't come out until he was sure the house was empty. Afterward, he sat there, in her blood, waiting for my father to show up. It fucked him up. They flew Tyranny and me to Siberia, where we grew up until we managed to escape when we were 14.
Now it all made sense. The twins grew up in a work camp. They learned ASL because their supervisors wouldn't let them speak freely, and because they didn't want to be understood. They'd been tortured, sexually abused, shaped into killing machines. Funny how I always thought I held the deepest, darkest secret, that my journey was the toughest, longest, most twisted. My childhood, in comparison to Tiernan's, was a walk in the park. Tears rimmed my eyes. I didn't let them loose. How did you run away?
I formed a close relationship with Igor's son, Alex. We were about the same age.
He smiled morbidly.
Igor raised his children in the camp to toughen them up, so we did everything together. Trained, ate from the same plate, went through the same physical and psychological terror. I'd gained Alex's trust, and little by little, found out everything I needed to escape. The codes to the gates, where they kept the keys to the doors, maps of the area, escape routes. It took us years to collect all this data and form it into a plan.
So how did you end up in North Africa? I remembered Tierney's mention of it.
We had to erase our footprints and travel in a convoluted way. Besides, we weren't sure where Da and Fenton were. We were told they never bothered looking for us. That wasn't true. My father fought tooth and nail trying to get us back. Igor told him we never made it past infancy, but we found him anyway.
Does this mean you were raised Russian? I blinked in confusion. You speak the language, know the customs?
Yes, and yes. Russian is my first language. English is my second.
He used his index finger to sweep the stout's foam from the pint, popping it into his mouth.
Once we found our way to Da and Finn, we caught up on everything Irish. There was a language barrier at first. We decided to move to New York after a few weeks. Fresh start. By the time I set foot in Hunts Point, everyone mistook me for a born and bred Irishman.
It took you a few weeks to learn English and sound like an Irishman?
I'm a fast learner.
More like a genius.
Your words, not mine.
I could hardly breathe. I was so choked up on my emotions. Now it all made sense. Why he killed Igor. Why he kept his skull, hollowed out on his office desk, serving as a pen holder. Why Alex was next on his list. The Bratva, the Rasputins, robbed him of his mother, his childhood, his future, his happiness.
Our names were the only things Igor allowed us to keep. It was Christmas time when he came for us, and long ornaments with our names on the tree. Igor kept the ornaments to taunt us with him.
I reached across the table, clutching his hand. I was so sick to my stomach, I was afraid I'd vomit my own heart.
Don't feel sorry for me, Leela.
He pulled away, his words an order, not a request.
I'm not that boy anymore. I shed my former self like a snake's skin, leaving it in the dust of my own tragedy. It's Tyranny I worry about.
He worked his jaw back and forth.
A part of her stayed in Siberia.
How do you mean?
She self-destructs.
And you don't?
I will, eventually.
A morbid smirk touched the corners of his mouth.
My self-control is far superior, though.
What did he mean by that? I lifted my hands to ask, but he shook his head and tilted his wrist to show me his watch.
Your hour's up, Cinderella.
I peered at the time on my phone. He was right. 75 minutes had passed.
Now that I've fulfilled my end of the bargain, would you be so kind as to let me take you out for grub?
Though I couldn't hear his tone, I knew he delivered everything he said acerbically, with enough venom to kill a snake. our ankles tangled under the table. It was the briefest touch, and yet it held so much meaning for me. I stared at the man across the table and realized that I was falling in love with him. As with every fall, once you lost your balance, crashing was a matter of when, not if. Yes.
Chapter 33. Tyranny. I always thought a bullet would finish me off, but in the end it was my wife that turned out to be my demise. She didn't even do anything special, nibbled on a slice of pizza while sitting in my lap, dangling her feet in the air, reminding me of our diabolical height difference. The pizza place was packed with late-night clubbers. All my blood was concentrated in my cock, and all my cock wanted was to be buried inside my wife's pussy. Not her ass, not her mouth. Pussy. I wanted my old life back, where sex was something I approached on my terms, recreationally, sparsely, and as a form of punishment to others as well as myself. All this Jane Austen yearning, frayed desperation bullshit made my skin crawl.
I need to pee.
My wife hopped off my lap on the stool I was occupying. I stood up and followed as she wove through the crowd. No way was I letting her out of my sight. It was jarring to care about a stranger. I spent the majority of my adult life either killing people or screwing escorts. No part of me found humans a sacred species, something worth preserving, let alone protecting. But somewhere along the way, I stopped seeing Leela as a human. She was just Leela. And the thought of some dipshite's filthy hands touching those dozen shades of golden hair, sunlight, sand, flax, and daffodil, made me. What, arsehole? You gonna try being a good husband now? Write her poems? Fuck her next to candles and roses? Of course not. I wouldn't let roses anywhere near her. She hated them. What was this, amateur hour? Leela stumbled over her own feet, walking the straight line from our seat to the jacks. The sleep deprivation was taking its toll.
Are you going to stand on guard?
Leela gave me an incredulous look. I'm coming in with you. Leela rose on her toes, putting her hand on my cheek.
Thank you for taking care of me.
She reached up and kissed my eye patch, and I hoped what I was feeling was a fatal heart attack, and not fucking flutters.
From now on, I promise to take care of you as well.
She walked inside, locking the door behind her. I fished my phone out and texted Tyranny. Tyranny, do you still have those sleeping pills? I need to crush them into Leela's drink. Tyranny.
Aw, are we getting rid of her? I kinda got attached. Frowning emoji.
Tyranny. I'm not offing her, you idiot. She needs to sleep. Tyranny.
She's pregnant, Tiernan. You can't just give her shit.
Tyranny. She'll drop dead at this rate. Tyranny.
Is this concern I read between the lines, brother?
Tyranny. She is my Kimura warranty. Tyranny.
Admit that you like her, and I'll give you a solution to her sleeping problem.
Tyranny. I don't negotiate with terrorists. Tyranny.
To negotiate, I'd have to budge from my demands. I'll do no such thing.
I heard the toilet flush on the other side of the door. I didn't have time. Tyranny. Fine, I don't want her dead. Happy? Tyranny.
Elated. GIF of Jonah Hill screaming excitedly.
The faucet was running. Tyranny was typing. Tyranny.
Whenever sleep escapes me, I find a willing victim and orgasm. Hard. A good orgasm always knocks me out.
Tyranny. This is your advice. Tyranny.
Yep. It's a good one, broski.
Tyranny. Hate you, sis. Tyranny.
Heart emojis.
When we got home, I filled Leela a warm bath and threw a pink bath bomb into it. The entire bleeding bathroom reeked of essential oils and strawberries. I made a note to torch down the apartment to get rid of the smell. Not that it needed to be set on fire. The temperature was already at a record fucking high. Leela must have been a lizard in a previous life because she liked the thermostat on 76. I preferred it at 49. We settled for 76. Whoever said marriage was all about compromise had never wedded an Italian princess. Don't fall asleep in the bath. She nodded sleepily, shutting the door in my face. While Leela took a bath, I took my sister's demented advice. It was shit terrible, but I had zero alternatives. Apparently, giving Leela pills could fuck up the baby. And while that sounded like a win-win situation to me, she seemed fond of the devil's spawn. Ambling to the kitchen, I grabbed a whiskey bottle and poured 3 fingers into a tumbler, tossing it back and wiping my mouth. I fished out my phone and texted Ryland Coultridge. Coultridge was a newly minted tech billionaire. He was also a former escort who used to screw half of New York socialites for a living. I had it on good authority he knew what he was doing in the sack. I needed expert advice, someone who wouldn't run their mouth. For all his faults, and fuck knew I could write a dissertation about them, he was discreet. I knew because my sister had hired him to overcome her own hang-ups back in the day. Tiernan, I need advice. Ryland, is this Tiernan Callahan? Tiernan, ... Ryland, don't reproduce. Tiernan, sex advice, you low-grade gigolo. Ryland, first of all, very endearing. Second, I'm retired. Tiernan, $20K an hour. Ryland, sorry, should have specified I'm retired and a billionaire. Tiernan, I'll sell you my shares of AppDate. My having shares in his wholesome fake dating app had been a thorn in his side. Anyone associated with me was as good as dead in polite society. Ryland, JK, giving back is my passion. Ryland, talk to me, buddy. Tiernan, virgin, skittish, needs to come hard, no full-blown sex. Ryland, IDK if I'd call you skittish. Tiernan, not me, you Egypt. Her. Ryland, oh, well, only 1 in 5 women orgasm from vaginal intercourse, so I wasn't going to suggest penetration anyway. Your best bet is eating her out. The clit has over 10,000 nerve fibers. Not much room for error unless your tongue is made out of sandpaper. Groaning, I refilled my glass. A headache formed behind my eyeballs. Tiernan, I've never engaged in such activity. Ryland, eating pussy? My condolences, highly recommend, 12 out of 10. Ryland, I'll send a video with a demonstration on an adult doll. Tiernan, and you have that kind of thing handy because... Ryland, I taught a Harvard course last year, as a world-renowned expert in pussy. Ryland, we all leave our footprint on this planet. You fight over population. I promote great orgasms. Tiernan, let's promote bringing this conversation to an end. Ryland, forwarding you the reel. Make sure you sell your stock first thing tomorrow morning. Tiernan, one thing, Coultridge. Ryland, yes. Tiernan, this conversation never happened. 5 minutes later, I was watching Ryland pleasuring a plastic doll with far too much enthusiasm. 10 minutes later, I entered her bedroom. Leela was already in bed, running a towel over a damp hair. I stopped at the foot of the bed.
What's wrong?
Her bloodshot eyes clouded. Christ, how long it had been since she had a decent night of sleep. I'm going to help you fall asleep. I rolled the tip of my tongue over my teeth, tasting the residue alcohol. If you let me. I never asked for permission. What I wanted, I took. I did ask for permission now. She sat up straight, her expression wary.
How will you do that?
I can touch you in a way that would make you very happy. Very sleepy, too. She bit down on her lower lip, considering my proposal. I stood there like a schoolboy waiting for her words, waiting to hear if she'd let me serve her, kneel at her altar and eat her out. Pathetic.
What if you hurt me by accident?
She rubbed her button nose.
That monster did. I can still feel it sometimes, between my legs. his rough fingers, his thing inside me.
I closed my eye, drawing in a breath. My bloodthirst for this faceless tool was infinite. I wanted his life more than I did Alex's. I would never hurt you like that. I found my voice opening my eye. Even if I wanted to. Even if you begged me to. Even if you cheated on me. Even if you killed me. And then, because it felt too raw to reel, I added, protecting you is a compulsion at this point. I stopped the night from falling if darkness scares you, Leela. Where the fuck did this come from? I had no idea, but it wasn't a lie. I felt exposed in that moment, like she had a loaded gun and a clear shot to finish me off. I hated it, and her, and this, but the thing about compulsion was you didn't have a choice. Leela nodded.
I trust you. My body is yours.
She leaned back, popping the first 2 buttons of her silky white nightgown. Her breasts spilled out, full and round and perfect. Her pale nipples were diamond-like studs. She didn't ask what I planned on doing to her. If I were going to fuck her, eat her out, toss her on her belly, and ride her ass. Leela gave me full autonomy. Joke's on her, because I hadn't the freshest clue what to do with it. If it ever gets too much, tug my hair, and I'll stop immediately. She smiled in gratitude. Now what? There was no build-up, no foreplay. I couldn't just rip her panties off and start feasting. I obviously didn't plan this sufficiently. Christ, the look on her face, the hope gleaming from her eyes. It was too late to back out now. I'd been postponing this moment since our first kiss, not wanting to fuck this up, and now I was standing here, and she was sitting there, and we were both still, breathing heavily and very, very quiet.
Can I see your penis?
Leela licked her lips, breaking the tension. I nodded solemnly. I used one hand to undo my belt and pop my slacks button, then rolled down my zipper. I pushed my Armani briefs down, my cock sprang out, purple and fully erect, an angry vein rippled across it, root to crown. She fell forward on her palms, crawling across the mattress to get a better look. A spike of arousal and horror shot through me. Her face was now inches from my cock, and I had never been this turned on in my entire bleeding existence. God, look at her. Something was very wrong with society that it was illegal for this scene to happen. Virginal, innocent, sweet to the point of a toothache. Me. Murderer. Psychopath. Pervert. Leela tilted her head, studying my cock like it was a medieval painting.
Are they all the same size?
Her head snapped up, her pale blues meeting my eye. No. I was glad she couldn't hear the strain in my voice. Size, length, and width vary. She frowned, tapping her lips pensively.
Makes sense.
Why?
Because if he had one like yours, I don't think I'd have survived.
Something primal kicked me into high gear at her words. I took down and caught her lips in mine to shut her up. She gasped into my mouth but opened up for more. Our tongues found one another. I sank to the mattress, laying her down. I braced my arms on either side of her head without mounting her. I didn't want her to think about that arsehole. Our kiss deepened and Leela reached for my cock between us. At the touch of her silky hand, it spasmed and pulsed leaking into her palm. She moaned into my mouth and patted it like it was a dog's head. I didn't even care. It was perfect. She was perfect. She was playful and confident and fearless. I no longer set the pace of what was happening. The conqueror became the conquered, and I knew, with amusing dark finality, that I was completely, tragically, wretchedly hers. She used her free hand to hold the side of my face, stroking her fingers along my cheekbone. Her mouth moved over mine, looking for different angles to deepen our kiss. Meanwhile, the hand that worked my cock discovered that if she stroked it up and down, it instinctively thrust into her. She did that while I went through Ryland's idiotic video in my head, trying to remember all the right moves and coming up blank. Leela let go of my cock to tug her nightgown down all the way. She fumbled with the material. I pushed myself backward on my knees, watching her. You bleeding idiot. You should be doing that to her. Should I? I cleared my throat. I mean, should I? Did you just mumble, motherfucker? She bit her lower lip, nodding. I unbuttoned her gown, searching her face intently for signs of discomfort. My wife looked alarmed and a little overwhelmed, but not like she wanted to stab and shoot me simultaneously, like our so-called honeymoon.
I want you to put your penis in my mouth. See why you like it so much.
No, I growled, a little too quickly, a little too harshly. This is not about me. It's about you.
Shouldn't it be about both of us?
She reached for my face again and slowly removed my eye patch. I held my breath, forcing myself not to look away, and eyed.
I think you are beautiful.
She voiced out loud to bring the point home.
And if I had to choose a husband all over again, I'd still choose you.
I leaned down, taking her right nipple in my mouth, giving it a good suck. It was sweet and warm and smelled of her coconut body lotion. Leela arched, asking for more, and I used my left hand to tease her other nipple, tracing it with my finger, gently stroking and tugging, testing different pressures to see what made her toes curl. Her tits were... fuck. Was there even a word for this? I couldn't get enough. My tongue lapped against every inch of her right breast, then moved to the left. All the while she was squirming, thrusting her pelvis upward, begging for something she didn't understand, and I didn't know how to give. I kissed my way down her torso. Not because I remembered Ryland did that in the video. I couldn't recall my own bleeding name, let alone the tutorial, but because I wanted to know what every corner of her body tasted like. I ran my tongue along the curve of her waist, hands gripping her ass as she squirmed breathlessly. Ticklish, duly noted. Kissed her hip bones, nuzzled my nose into her pussy through her panties, inhaling deeply. I realized her scent was an aphrodisiac. It made my cock leak pre-cum all over the sheets. I wanted to rip her panties to shreds and gorge on her pussy without even knowing what it tasted like, but I had to be careful with her. No, wanted to be careful with her. I'd won the most precious thing she had to give, her trust, and I wasn't going to fuck it up. I moved my hands across her legs, massaging them, working my way up. I sat back on my knees, snatching her right leg by the ankle, pulling her panties off. Her pussy was a work of art, and I had visited most museums in the Western world. An achingly tiny triangle, protected by golden curls a shade darker than her hair. No one taught her to wax, trim, shave, seduce, and yet she was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. I kissed each of her toes, maintaining eye contact. She purred and stretched across the mattress like a lazy cat. I kissed the inside of her ankle, moving south to the back of her knee, kissing and lapping at her in her thigh, slowly, giving her the chance to stop me, to change her mind. She didn't. My mouth watered the closer I got to her pussy. My cock twitched uncontrollably. I stopped at her center, giving her a slow, earnest lick from arse crack to clit. She moaned so hard I thought she was going to wake people in Nebraska. Stroking her inner thighs, I started licking, using my free hand to feel for her elusive little clit. I wasn't completely hopeless. I knew its general whereabouts. When I found it, I started massaging it. My wife tasted incredible, of clean skin and sugar water and an addiction I never thought I'd pick. My tongue dug deeper, penetrating her, my thumb spreading her wider. She arched tautly like a drawn bow.
Tiernan.
She choked out my name, speaking it in her sweet, soft voice.
What are you doing?
Playing with my food, I murmured into her core, knowing she couldn't read my lips. She reached for my hair, gave it a good, earnest tug. I froze, lifting my head up to watch her. Shit, was that too much? I felt myself, honest to God, bleeding, blushing. The fuck was wrong with me? Leela snapped her head up from the pillow, face pink, eyes unfocused. She wrenched her fingers from my hair, yanking out a good portion of it.
Why did you stop?
It was amusing. Oh, I could hear her tone based on her sharp movements. He pulled my hair. That was her safe word. Her eyebrows slammed together.
I was close.
You were?
Yes, and I wanted to see what it feels like. Go back to it.
She pushed my head between her legs hurriedly, and I laughed. I went back to work, picking up the pace. Every time I thrust my tongue into her, her muscles squeezed, trying to trap it inside, and every time my finger pad flicked just below the clit, she writhed and whimpered. She was close again. So was I. Without realizing it, I was rubbing my cock against the mattress, seeking friction. Leela yanked at my hair again. This time I glanced upward before stopping. She thrashed and moaned with abandon. I continued. Her hips jerked, trying to escape my tongue, my lips, my fingers, and I clamped a hand around her waist, penning her to the bed. She came hard against my tongue with a rush of liquid heat. I knew because I could barely pry it out of her cunt, a cunt that was now dripping. My desire for her was violent. I slurped it, rubbing myself faster against the bed. She whined in pleasure, stretching her leg. My orgasm hit different this time. It built like a castle, brick upon brick, curling skyward, looming over everything else, until there was nothing but pleasure and her scent and her flesh. I came inside my hand so hard my vision blurred. Every muscle in my body was rigid, every inch of it slicked with sweat. I buried my face in the crook of her knee, breathing her in. Oh, fuck. I kissed her kneecap, chuckling, my lips skimming along her smooth bronze flesh. Jesus Christ, that was perfect. I wasn't an empath, but I did feel pity for the rest of the male population for living their wretched lives without knowing what my wife felt like. I stood up and proceeded to the bathroom to wash my hands. Returning 2 minutes later, I found my wife asleep, her head resting on the silk pillow, mouth slightly agape. I pulled the duvet over her, kissed her forehead, and turned off the light. I paused in front of the bathroom again, only for a nanosecond, before deciding there was no way I was washing that woman off my skin. Instead, I took her pissed-off spot in the recliner in the corner of the room and sat back watching her sleep. All 8 hours of the night. The night. The night. The night. The night. The night. Chapter 34. 14 years ago. They were ready. The past 12 months, the twins diligently planned their escape, communicating via ASL in the dead of the night, so no one could see or hear them. They had maps, the spare keys to Olga's car, a stash of food they kept under their portion of the wooden plank, clean bottled water. They had their father and brother's full names, an address in Ireland they stole from Igor's desk. Most importantly, they had a plan. That plan was missing one thing, the code to the main gate standing between them and freedom. They were 14 now and old beyond their years, old enough to know what their escape would do to Alex. There had been arguments about the latter. Tierney said they should confide in Leosha. Tiernan maintained no one could be trusted, including God himself. Now Tiernan stared at his own reflection through a puddle of scarlet blood outside Igor's office, smoothing his hair back with his fingers. Igor was in America, which meant Alex had access to his office. Tiernan pushed the door open without knocking. Alex was sitting on his father's throne-like chair, a 16-year-old prisoner girl in his lap. They were kissing ardently. Anger singed Tiernan's blood. He'd never kissed a girl before. He fucked Minnie in the ass. Boys, too. Whatever Igor told him to do for his own depraved, twisted entertainment. He had to watch his sister being stripped by other prisoners, being used by them. He had to watch her bleed and bleed and bleed until Olga had no choice but to call a local vet to remove her uterus. Alex wasn't subjected to all those horrors. He was allowed to grow at his own pace. "Don't just stand there," Alex murmured into the pretty girl's lips. "Sit down, watch, and take notes." Tiernan didn't budge. There was blood outside. This chick's boyfriend wasn't happy about our hookup. Alex laughed. "We need to talk." That got Alex's attention. "Leave." He pushed the girl off him. She fell on her ass comically, pouting before strutting her way out of the office. Well? Alex wiped his lips with the back of his hand, looking very much like a 14-year-old kid. He fished a cigarette out of his father's pack, then struck a match. What's up? It amazed Tiernan that Alex did not see anything amiss about their friendship, that he was able to buy into this unlikely bond, considering his father killed Tiernan's mother and snatched him from his home. Then again, Tyrone did the same to Alex's mother when he was but a newborn. I need the code to the entrance gate, Tiernan said dryly. Alex brought the match to the cigarette's tip, lighting it before shaking out the flame. Do you now? Yes. You guys are leaving me? He took a drag, releasing the smoke out of the corner of his mouth. We want to take dips in the water. When? Whenever we want. Tyranny's depressed. Not a lie. She needs an outlet after what happened with her surgery. Alex considered this. Can I come? Sure. Then what do you need the code for? We want to come and go as we please, not depend on you. Besides, you're not always here. Leosha mulled this over. And you promise you won't leave me here? I promise. It wasn't the first or last lie he would tell, but it was by far the most justifiable. I won't forgive you if you betray me. Alex snuffed out the cigarette in an ashtray. His hand shook. I wouldn't either. I love you. His eyes met Tiernan's. Like a brother. More than a brother, maybe, because you are a choice. Slava and Jeremy aren't. I won't leave you, Leosha. Not ever. You can trust me. Alex gave him the code. The next morning, the twins were gone. 4 days later, they were in Yakutsk. The journey was a blur of frostbite and darkness. He and Tierney took turns driving Olga's old Lada Niva. Tierney spiked a fever the night they escaped, but deliriously kept on going, unwilling to stop for more than getting gas. They peed into empty bottles of water, ate and slept in turns. When they rolled into the city, they sold the car to the first salesman they found. They held the rubles in their hands with shaky, uncertain fingers. They'd never seen money before. It was 9 a.m, and too soon to wait for Dima, so they entered an eatery. There they ordered eggs and ham and roasted tomatoes and mushrooms and kasha and butter brats, coffee and tea and sugared cranberries too. After paying, they rushed outside to vomit everything they'd eaten. Their stomachs were too small for a hearty breakfast. They walked to Lenin Square and arrived at 11. Sat under the statue and checked their surroundings, anxious not to get caught. Dima arrived at noon, just when they had started talking about their plan B. He was the only person in the square other than them. Tiernan pushed to his feet. Michael sent me, he said. He asked you to get us out of here. They had no passports, no birth certificates. Only the names their mothers put on those Christmas ornaments 14 years ago and the clothes on their backs. Mongolia, Dima said with conviction. We'll travel there first, then move west. Maybe North Africa. We'll track your father as we move. For now, let's get on the train. The train was marvelous. Tierney cried tears of joy when they entered the coach. Dima, who was in his mid-50s, a graying fox of a man, talked very little. Dinner was piroshki from the concession kiosk. 1 hour ate away the next until it was nighttime, and Dima and Tierney fell asleep. Tiernan slipped into the back of the cart, wedged open a window and stuck his head out. Then, and only then, he had let himself believe he truly escaped the claws of Igor Rasputin. He tipped his head up and looked at the moon. The moon stared back. They smiled at one another, sharing a secret. Finally, he was free. Chapter 35. Tiernan. Yalach.
I have something for you.
I looked up from the text message on my phone, turning my attention to the woman lying in bed beside me. She still looked impossibly tiny, and I wondered how she was planning on birthing an entire bleeding human. Seemed ambitious even for a stubborn girl like her. I elevated an eyebrow. Yes.
Tierney told me you two never celebrate your birthday.
Tierney talks too much.
She said neither of you find anything worthy in celebrating the day your mother was murdered.
Since this wasn't a question, I didn't offer an answer.
We should change that.
Leela wore a determined expression.
I won't make you celebrate in December, but now is a good time. There's a few months buffer from the actual date.
I put my phone down beside me, waiting for her to spell it out.
I got you a birthday gift.
I wasn't born in July.
Yes, but you were born, and that's worthy of celebration. I got Tierney something too.
I understood why my sister liked her. Leela made people around her feel seen, probably because she'd been overlooked her entire life. She turned to her nightstand and produced a small jewelry box from the drawer, handing it to me. I popped it open, staring at its content dispassionately. It was a cross pendant, the type her flashy brothers would wear with their fucking $10,000 dress shirts and diamond earrings. I closed it, handing it back to her. I'm an atheist.
I'm not.
Her brows creased.
And I want you to wear it and remember there is someone in this world who prays for you.
I didn't wear jewelry and didn't consider myself a Catholic any more than a bleeding coffee cup. However, I didn't know the etiquette to refusing a birthday present since I'd never been offered one before. I'm not going to wear it.
Never say never.
I'm saying it right now.
So grumpy.
She pouted. So pushy. She tried to produce an airy smile, but I could tell she was disappointed.
Fine. Don't wear it. But keep it.
I shoved it into my nightstand drawer and stood up, getting ready for the day.
Chapter 36. Leela. For a few short weeks, life was almost blissful. Emma and I did some nesting, went to doctor's appointments, and cooked. Tierney visited me twice a week with tea, both herbal blends from exotic places, and Mafia gossip about key players in the underworld. Mama still hadn't answered my message from weeks ago, but I no longer sat and stared at it like a kicked puppy. Sleep and I finally got reacquainted, all thanks to my husband. He spent every night worshipping my body, sucking my nipples, kissing and licking between my legs, sometimes putting his fingers there too, and bringing me to soul-destroying orgasms, after which I slept like a baby. Something about the way he exhausted my body awarded me with a peaceful slumber no brisk walk or a workout ever managed. Tiernan still showed no interest in the baby, in his kicking, ultrasound pictures, or well-being. The pregnancy was a black cloud hanging over our heads. It seemed to serve as the thickest, most indestructible wall between us. But it always boiled down to the same thing. If Tiernan truly cared about me, he'd accept my child too. Because me, I'd welcome everything and anyone he brought with him. My brothers visited me often enough. I took lunches with Enzo and Luca, who practiced their ASL with me. Even Achilles dropped by whenever he checked in on his so-called investment next door. Every time he popped up at Tierney's apartment to look for signs of a lover, he made sure to bring me something from the deli, calzone or gelato. His visit surprised me the most, because I knew Achilles didn't try to impress anyone, myself included, so if he chose to spend any amount of time with me, it was because he truly wanted to get to know me. As for Mama, she sent things with Enzo, books she thought I'd like, cookies she'd baked, and maternity clothes she'd bought for me. What is she trying to achieve by not speaking to me? My secret's already out. I vented to Enzo one day when we were both watching Parks and Recreation on my couch.
You were the only thing she could control.
Enzo shrugged, looking 50 shades of the golden boy that he was. The prettiest of the brothers. The kindest. The most secretive.
You know she loves you. She just doesn't know what to do with herself now that you have a life of your own.
Is this because I didn't want to marry Angelo?
Doubt it. She dropped the subject like a hot potato after her talk with Tiernan.
How's the search for my attacker going? I knew Tiernan was working on it, but I didn't ask about it. I didn't want to poke my own raw wound, but I also wanted to know when they found him. I needed that closure.
There's a few roadblocks in Tiernan's way.
Enzo said vaguely, rubbing the back of his neck.
But he's working on it. He needs some hard evidence before he calls in more people for interrogation. Anyway, back to Mama.
He changed the subject.
Just remember she loves you to death, yeah?
She should be happy for me.
She thinks it'll blow up in your face. Tiernan doesn't have the best reputation.
And what do you think? Enzo ran his knuckles along his jawline.
I think if anyone could melt the iceberg also known as Tiernan Callahan's heart, it's you, sis.
My blissful lucky streak came to an abrupt end one morning when Tiernan was pouring me a cup of coffee and Emma was huffing and puffing, scrubbing the same spot on the already pristine kitchen island with a frown. "You have to visit your mama today," she declared in Neapolitan, her stern glower warning me off arguing. "It's her birthday, and she misses you dearly." I grabbed my phone and texted Emma since she didn't know ASL. If she misses me so, she is welcome to visit me. Write a letter, maybe even an email. I have an address now. Emma read the text, her scowl deepening, and shook her head. She blew away the silver flyaways framing her tanned face. "She is a prideful woman, and she spent her entire life protecting you. You're being a brat." She took away my chance to go to school, to gain an education, to have friends. "She did what she thought was right at the time." Tiernan slid my coffee across the island, leveling me with a questioning look. "There's a formal dinner at the house. Tonight at 7. You should go." With that, she turned around and left the kitchen, leaving her phone behind so I wouldn't be able to answer her. I watched her back disappear behind a door. She was completely unreasonable. Mama was the one who cut me off for wanting to live a normal life. I felt like I was living in an upside-down world. Tiernan slid onto the stool next to me. His smirk was as menacing as nightshade. "What's funny?" I scowled at him.
Your attitude.
He grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl, taking a juicy bite. Even the way his white teeth sank into the flesh of the apple made my insides clench with desire.
You act like a rebellious teenager. You sass back. You're growing the fuck up.
I didn't like his patronizing words, though I privately admitted he was much older than me, beyond the 10 years that stood between us. He was forged in a work camp, grew up orphaned and haunted. He built businesses, destroyed lives, orchestrated entire operations. Meanwhile, I was still figuring out how to get a high school diploma so I could pursue a higher education. I took a sip of my coffee, shrugging off his comments.
What's going on?
I put my cup down. Emma is making me go to Mama's birthday dinner today.
As she know.
He gave me a wry once-over.
Maybe you should stop taking orders from the help.
I think we should go.
I'm going either way.
He surprised me by saying. He didn't ask me how I felt about it or invite me to come. And it was yet again a reminder that he may worship my body, but he didn't care one iota about the rest of me. That's news to me.
Brennan's gonna be there. We have some bratwurst shit to discuss. Tyranny is also bringing the Keatons.
He intended to go without me. That infuriated me. It was my family, and he knew how I felt about my mother. How dare you make plans with my own family behind my back?
Careful now, Leela.
He put his coffee cup down.
That was never a part of our agreement.
I don't recall ever agreeing to anything other than sitting on your face. Anger tinted my cheeks pink. Everything beyond this scope is open for negotiation. He ran his tongue over his teeth to suppress a smile. That includes being your wife, by the way. We make the rules as we go. One of them is you share your social calendar with me always. He sat back, looking almost like a proud father.
Excellent spine, Gyalok. I suggest you use it on your mother tonight. I, however, don't take orders from anyone, least of all a teeny bopper.
So you won't do it?
No.
His answer scorched a hole in my chest. Guess you'll have to see my next move, then. I forced out a smile. We should take her a gift. I couldn't shake off the sting of his rejection, though. I loathed when he made plans without me. Even more worrying was that there was Bratva news. Did that mean Alex was back on American soil? That soon a Mafia war would follow?
I'll handle it.
Tiernan stood up swiftly, grabbed his coffee, knocked it back like it was a shot, and shrugged into his light jacket. He stopped briefly on his way out, assessing me with that precious gem eye of his. He tipped his head down, fusing his mouth with mine. I immediately groaned and surrendered to the kiss, feeling his hand cupping my bare knee under my summer dress, climbing up, brushing the seam of my opening ever so softly through my panties. Another yelp escaped me. I opened my thighs for him automatically, craving more. His mouth disconnected from mine, trailing down the side of my throat, nibbling and biting as he tugged my underwear sideways, his rough fingers teasing and stroking my entrance. I shuddered all over, knowing Emma was in the other room and that she could walk in on us any minute now. See me with my legs spread for him, fully dressed, letting him toy with me like I was his own personal plaything. His middle finger grazed my slit, penetrating me halfway, while he pushed his thumb against my clit. I loved how he touched me, how he read me, how he took my cues and followed through. He was an assassin in every fiber of his body, attentive to the shallowest breath of his target. I arched my back, offering him my strained, taut nipples through the dress. Tiernan used his free hand to tug at the top half of my dress. My breasts bounced out, so heavy and full, I barely recognized them as my own. My nipples were also 2 shades darker. My husband leaned down to pluck one of my nipples, sucking it into his mouth, trailing the tip of his tongue over the outline of it, picking up speed between my legs, shoving 2 fingers in and out of me. I moaned harder, louder, squirming, knowing I was being shameless and improper, and that Emma could no doubt hear us. And I didn't care. I could excuse myself by arguing he was my husband, but the truth was, even if he were nothing but an acquaintance, I would still let him have his way with me. The first tingles of an orgasm spread like wildfire through my body, heating it to a dangerous temperature. I'm close, I panted, placing my hands on his face, moving his mouth to my other nipple that felt exposed and bare and cold. A thick, tight knot of pleasure uncurled beneath my belly button, threatening to tear my body apart. My orgasms were always so violent. Yes. I tugged at his hair roughly. Yes, yes, yes. I was now riding his 2 fingers. He was knuckles deep in me, and I knew I was ready for more. I wanted his entire cock, and I knew he wanted that too. He always stared at my center a little too hungrily, even after he went down on me, like he was leaving a place that was dear to his heart. Suddenly, Tiernan ripped his mouth and fingers away all at once. A squeal of protest tore from the back of my throat.
Never threaten me again, darling.
He dipped his head down to my mouth. The kiss he gave me was dirty, hard, and punishing. Tongueless, he smeared my wetness on his fingers over the side of my cheek with a mocking smirk.
I'll pick you up at 5:30. Chapter 37. Tiernan. My wife was fucking with me. She wore a sheer lavender mini dress to her mother's birthday. It hugged her breasts and waist, snugly flaring just above the navel to cover a growing tummy. Her supermodel-worthy legs were on full display, endless despite her short stature, shimmering with whatever cream she put on after her 3-hour baths. Leela looked both divine and royally pissed off. She didn't speak one word to me the entire length of the drive to Long Island. Didn't greet me like she usually did either, in her bedroom with her legs spread, waiting for the first of at least 3 orgasms I awarded her each day. Was it healthy for me to spend a few hours each night dedicated to the sole purpose of making my wife scream with pleasure? Doubt it. But it was fun. And fun was a concept foreign to me before Leela brought her sweet little cunt into my life. You gonna sulk much longer? I momentarily tore my eyes from the road so she could read my lips. Her gaze was fixed on her window, and I knew she saw me in her periphery and decided to give me the silent treatment. Was it nice that I denied her an orgasm this morning? No. Was it the end of the fucking world? Also, no. Leela started making demands I never agreed to fulfill, like giving her a full report of where I was, when, and for how long. Not only was it not in my nature to accommodate this kind of fuckery, but it wasn't safe for her to know the details most of the time. Granted, there were nicer ways to get my point across than leaving her high and dry. Too bad I wasn't feeling very nice at all, especially when I was reminded of the baby in her belly. Her pregnant stomach stood between us at all times, reminding me someone else touched what was mine, spilled his seed inside her. We drove through mundane traffic and arrived at the Ferrante's gated community. By the heavy patrols and snipers, I gathered the Keatons were already here. I parked at the fountain, surrounded by bulletproof vehicles the size of a house. I rounded the vehicle to open the door for my wife, who ignored my outstretched hand and strutted out on 3-inch pink-bottom heels. Her bum was magnificent, her hair so soft I wanted to be buried inside it. And I resisted biting my fist as I followed her, swelling inside my slacks. Servants opened the doors for us, and we were led to the candlelit drawing room where champagne glasses were clanking. Antique furniture bathed in soft golden hues. Classical music floated from the surround system. Yet another luxury Leela couldn't enjoy. I detected President Keaton sitting with Velo and Lucas in the far corner of the room, engaged in conversation. Francesca, his wife, was draped across his lap. It was a tacky look for a president and a first lady, and yet it was clear the Keatons didn't spare one bleeding fuck what the world thought about them. Chiara stood with Enzo. Achilles, Tyranny, Sam, and Sophia were on the opposite side of the room. I assessed Aisling Brennan. She had long black hair and sharp elfin features. She was by no means a great beauty, but I suppose with her being a doctor and one of the richest heiresses in the States, Sam could swallow the disappointment. If he felt such disappointment at all. He stared at her as though she was the most beautiful woman in the room, which of course couldn't be true because my wife walked in a few moments ago. Speaking of, where was my little silvery moon? I turned my head to watch her make her way to her mother with confidence I knew she didn't possess. That never stopped Leela from facing her problems, though. She signed to her mother.
Happy birthday.
And handed her the gift I'd purchased earlier in the day. A hand-painted Majolica ewer dating back to 1870 Naples. It was beautiful and rare and obscenely expensive, just like my wife. Much like her, it was obtained in a less than kosher way. I could have gotten my mother-in-law a piece of expensive tacky jewelry, but if her relationship with my wife was salvageable, I wanted to try fixing it. Chiara thanked her coolly and turned back to Enzo. Luckily, the latter had the good sense to gather his sister in a warm hug. I watched as his hand rested on the small of her back, a burning sensation slithering up my spine. I knew he was her brother. I didn't care. I did not like people touching my things, and I especially didn't like it when said thing was my wife. I contemplated saving Leela from the awkward conversation with her mother, or at least redirecting any hostile fire my way, but then remembered I had my own pressing matters to attend to, and sauntered over to Brennan instead, plucking champagne from a server with a silver tray on my way there. Callahan. Brennan. Meet my wife, Aisling. Pleasure, I lied. I didn't shake her hand. I was fond of my wrist and had an inkling Sam, like me, wasn't a fan of others touching his woman.
Your wife is stunning.
Aisling gasped in disbelief, ping-ponging her gaze between us. Yes, I wasn't much to look at these days thanks to Achilles, but Leela never seemed bothered by that. She always made sure I removed my eye patch when I came to bed, rubbing a soothing thumb along the indents it left on my skin.
You're very lucky.
Aisling added. Luck has nothing to do with it. I took a swig of my drink. I'd have claimed her as mine if I had to burn down the whole country. I frowned, considering my ridiculous statement. Canada, too. Eventually, I'd have seen her in broad daylight, noticed her. Once I had, I'd have made her mine. Even if I had to slaughter every single Ferrante in my way with my bare hands. Even if she had to watch it. She was an obsession, a compulsion. Martyrs had died for lesser causes. I didn't love her, but there was no denying we changed each other in ways that benefited both of us. I needed some of her tenderness, and she, in turn, received a blank check to be who she truly was. A little fucked up, a tad violent. Entirely a sexual woman who deserved to be satisfied often and hard. With me, she could be a teenager, messy, emotional, confused. She could make small mistakes without worrying about the consequences. Are you going to stop staring at your wife at some point? Sam shot me a concerned look. Logic dictates that, yes. I tucked a hand into my front pocket. But I wouldn't put money on it, Brennan. We fell into boring small talk for a few minutes, most of it carried by Sam, who insisted on being civilized in front of his wife before Achilles announced, "Enough of this bullshit, let's talk shop."
That's my cue, to leave you to it.
Aisling smiled, kissing her husband's lips and moving toward the Keatons. Sam watched her go, his eyes dimming like he just said goodbye to his last ever sunset. I turned to him. Well, Alex is back. He cut straight to the chase, switching to an entirely new persona. Landed in Vegas 11 hours ago with reinforcements. What's the head count? I asked. 5 at least. Couldn't confirm their identities, though. Probably from his gulag. Fresh warriors he had trained, then planned to unleash here in the States. Is he making a move east? Sam shook his head. That's the good news. I think we have 4, maybe 5 weeks before he'll attempt retaliation. He needs to recoup, get his ducks in a row. He just had an entire drug shipment stolen from the dock, so he'll deal with that first. Next, he has a few turncoats he needs to off in his own ranks. He'll probably strike after he's checked those boxes, though. He'd want your head on a platter when he assumes his place as pecan. It'd be a nice touch if he has your skull when he makes the announcement. No doubt. I casually knocked down a vase full of roses on the fireplace mantel. A harem of maids hurried in his direction, sweeping the flowers and chucking them into the bin along with the broken glass. I wasn't in any hurry to die anymore, especially not before I sank my cock into my beautiful wife's cunt, which I planned on doing very soon. This means we have a couple weeks to start moving soldiers into his territory discreetly. Weapons, too. I'm used. And we know his life better than he does, Achilles pointed out. The blueprints to his estates and warehouses, the names and addresses to all of his first-rank soldiers. We can take them out simultaneously while we go after Alex and his brothers. Are you killing the baby sister too? Sam asked. Katya was 18, maybe 19, and apparently armless. I nodded. No Rasputin left behind. Tiernan, how many soldiers do you think we're going to need? Achilles turned to me. 20, excluding you and me. We were going to lose some Camaristi. He knew it, so did I. It was a sacrifice Velo agreed to make when I married his daughter. It's not just going to be us, Achilles said. My father said either Enzo or Luca is coming. I'm leaning toward Enzo. He hasn't participated in many combats yet. This will be a good exercise for him. I flicked one look at the youngest Ferrante brother. He was talking to Leela using sign language. He was as illiterate in ASL as he was in English, but he was the only brother who seriously attempted it in the first place, and she seemed to be the fondest of him. No, I turned to look at Achilles. We'll take Luca. Luca's wife is pregnant. So is mine. Enzo stays here. I trusted him the most to take care of Leela if something happened to me. Luca was reliable but too caught up in his own affairs, and I thought Luca and Sophia were having troubles. Not in bed, apparently. Achilles lit himself a cigarette. We'll take the private plane. I have some weapons I've been meaning to try out. It was a shame Achilles wasn't born in another century. It makes such a prolific tyrant. They have a good amount of weapons, too, Sam warned. But we have the element of surprise. Alex is under the impression his enemies think he's still in Russia. He flew in an intricate route, first to Germany, then to Peru, before landing in Vegas. He'll only deal with you after he sorts out the failed shipment and find out which one of his men messed it up. Running a hand over my jawline, I asked, "How much does he know about Leela?" "He knows you have a new wife, that she is pregnant, and that you spend all your nights in your apartment, meaning you aren't visiting your whores anymore. I'm sure he deduced you're fond of her," Sam said flatly. "He's evil, not dumb." Achilles shot me a dirty look. "Are you fucking my sister Callahan?" "She is my wife, you moron." "That's not a good enough excuse. I'm paying you not to touch her." "Been wiring you this on back for 2 whole months now." His sister's pussy was priceless. He couldn't pry me out of it using an entire Navy SEALs unit. Now I have no choice but to do the same to you. It casts an evil eye my way.
"Your only way of fucking me is if I'm a corpse."
Tierney deadpanned, swaggering past us in perfect timing, hips swinging, holding a glass of pink champagne.
"Because there's no way in hell I'm letting you screw me while I still have breath in me."
I never said you needed to be alive for the occasion, cum cake. You'd probably be tight or dead with the number of assholes who went through you. Tierney laughed, knowing she had the upper hand when Achilles' ears turned red. Then a crew of servants appeared at the door and announced dinner was ready. Cara Ferrante sat to the right of her husband, wearing a necklace that cost over $2 million and a dissatisfied frown. The frown was directed at her daughter. Said daughter happened to take a seat in my lap, ignoring the chair next to me, digging her sweet little ass into my already painful erection to make a point. The point she was making: never leave her dissatisfied and start something I had no intention of finishing. The chit-chat had ceased as soon as Leela assumed her position in my lap. All heads turned to us, all but President Keaton's. "The caprese is divine," he announced, spearing a tomato with his fork. "Who made it?" "We hire Chef Ambrose Casablancas for special events," Bella boasted. The diminished man resembled an ugly baby bird, pink and plucked with plumes of white hair sticking randomly from his bald head. Keaton raised an eyebrow. "I tried hiring him for an event at the White House. He said he doesn't associate himself with politicians, as he doesn't extend the same disdain to criminals. He says criminals at least have the decency to own up to their sins," Bella explained. "I don't disagree." "He's a cook, not the fucking Pope," President Keaton grumbled. "Call him a cook to his face." Enzo grinned into his drink. "See how that works out for you." Meanwhile, Leela pretended to readjust herself directly on my cock, leaning forward to reach for a glass of water and spreading her thighs just enough to nestle the length of me between them, then squeezed hard. I suppressed a groan, my jaw tightening. A second round of appetizers was ushered to the table. Tierney and Achilles were locked in some kind of who blinks first game. The air was thick with violent tension. I thrust my hips forward, teasing Leela's opening through our clothes as I reached for a piece of calamari and popped it into my mouth.
"It's unbecoming for a woman to sit in a man's lap at the dinner table,"
Kira finally signed to her daughter. Leela flashed her a slow, provocative smile.
"He's not just any man, Mama. He is my husband. I'm sure everyone at the table already knows he fucks me senseless every night."
"What a terrible day to have eyes," Enzo gagged on a piece of bread, coughing it into his fist. "Why did I go straight to the naughty parts when I started learning ASL?" "Because you're a pervert," Luca offered indifferently. "Because you're mentally 11, Achilles gasped in unison. "Wait, what did she sign?" Luca frowned. Enzo rolled his eyes. "Put more time and effort into your ASL studies and find out, Stronzi." Bello looked like he was about to expire on his lasagna.
"How dare you speak to me that way, and under my own roof?"
Kara's dark eyes singed like 2 burning coals.
"Did I do you a disservice?"
Leela cocked her head, blinking innocently.
"Doesn't feel very nice, does it? Imagine what the last 18 years have been like for me."
"Burn!" Enzo coughed into his fist. "Sign slower. I'm trying to translate all of this into English." Luca scrolled on his phone, glowering.
"Maybe it's best if we switch to another topic,"
Francesca Keaton suggested cordially. "Agreed." Enzo shoveled food down his throat, turning to the president. Dude, isn't your wife like 15 years your junior? Jesus, the Ferrantes were a right mess, and here I thought my family was fucked up. Keaton pinned Enzo with a look that could decimate armies. Didn't your big brother fuck your ex-girlfriend? Achilles grinned behind his glass of wine. She called him mid-act to dump him, my dicked her so good.
You did have an unfair advantage, Achilles.
Tyranny raised her champagne and a toast.
Dick is your entire personality.
At this point, Velo decided the best course of action was to start a new conversation, one in a language everybody spoke and not about his children's sex lives. President Keaton, it appears we have an insect problem in this house. The Don cleared his throat emphatically, his way of informing him that the place was bugged. That's quite unfortunate. Keaton sat back, one arm flung over the back of his wife's chair. Francesca Rossi was a mother of 3, charitable, beautiful, and the most popular first lady in the last 20 years. She was also the subject of many hit pieces in the media, partly because she married her husband when she was a teen and he was in his 30s, but mostly because she was a Mafia princess. The Keatons never denied their affiliation with the Chicago outfit. Oftentimes, Keaton would strike deals with less than reputable fellas to get his way. We had one together, in which I cleaned Hunts Point streets of sex workers, instead opening off-the-grid brothels where employees were tested for drugs and STIs and got steady, fair pay under the table. Overall, the American people were happy. The economy was strong, crime rate was relatively low, and the world wasn't on fucking fire. What can be done about that? Bella asked, while Leela artfully dropped her own fork. She bent to get it, grinding her pussy along my dick through our clothes. My pulse drummed across the side of my neck. I was very close to losing our little game. Too bad I never lost, and an 18-year-old girl, no matter how pretty, how enticing, how good with a needle, a pistol, a cock, couldn't change that. Not much. Wolf sat back, not an ounce of apology in his voice. He was playing with a lock of his wife's brunette hair. And it sickened me how other men pretended other women were attractive when my wife was in the room. Have you tried pest control? He meant, of course, people like Brennan, former fixers, sometimes dirty fads, whose sole job now was working for the likes of Velo and myself to ensure our places weren't bugged. I did, they're all useless. Velo picked up his wine glass, staring into the crimson liquid. I rather hoped you could. Wolf tilted an eyebrow. Exterminate the type of insect plaguing my house. Wolf's mouth pinched and barely contained amusement. While history rewards high-risk presidents, I'm not dumb enough to test that theory by telling the head of the FBI how to conduct his business, Keaton said outright. Luca gave the president a flat stare. Throw us a bone here. You're asking for an entire damn skeleton. Wolf's lilt sharpened like a knife's edge. His wife put her hand on his expression softened immediately. I will, however, suggest you look into a different couch in the drawing room. Wolf's voice dropped an octave. The current one doesn't complement the curtains. And maybe freshen up all those chess pieces in your office. A satisfied smile pulled at the Don's lips. What excellent suggestions. Our place could use a little facelift. You'd need to burn the entire motherfucking house and it'd still be distasteful, I muttered into my drink. Brennan choked on a bite of his rare steak. Wolf caught my eye, smirking. And you, Tiernan? The president splayed his fingers over the pristine white tablecloth. How's married life treating you? I've had worse ventures. What a glowing endorsement. Keaton grinned. You know, it's not all bad once one yields to their emotions. Leela had her back to me when I smiled, moving a hand over her magnificent hair. Oh, I'm not one for pesky feelings. My wife is, at the best of times, a harmless hobby. Kiara's fork clanked across her plate noisily. Her chair scraped across the floor. Bella reached for her shoulder, signaling her to stay put. She sat back, sending him a death glare. I wondered when she'd pull the trigger and finally poison him. I hoped it was tonight. The birthday dinner could use some entertainment. More food rushed the dining table. Everyone was in a festive mood. Not me, though. I was laser-focused on Leela, who was still dry-humping me to oblivion. Determined not to let her have the last laugh, I pretended not to care, eating, drinking, and carrying on a dull conversation with Sam, Achilles, and Keaton. The issue started when Leela found a rhythm that teased my length and crown just enough to mimic fucking, to put me on the fast lane to a climax. It was the way she rubbed her hips together over my cock that made it impossible not to come in my pants. My jaw flexed as I painfully bit down on a groan. Pre-cum gathered at my tip, and each shot through my cock. Fuck. Excuse me? I lifted my wife gently, placing her in my seat. I strolled to the bathroom, the image of an unruffled prick. I bypassed the cabana near the dining room, choosing the bathroom on the other end of the first floor. I was about to slam the door behind me and tear my Mickey off into the toilet when a small hand flattened against it. My wife. She smiled cheerfully.
Enjoying dinner?
I yanked her inside and locked the door behind us, then descended upon her mouth like it was water in a desert. She pulled away, looking me square in the eye.
I'm afraid I can't allow that until you promise me 2 things.
I would promise her the president's balls for dessert to get a kiss at this point. Still, I didn't blink, didn't flinch, only stepped back serenely, showing her that I could, and indeed would, resist her. It's cute when you do that.
Do what?
Act like you have power in this marriage. Any other woman would hurl sharp objects at me at this point. Not Leela. She learned the game. And, although she was dealt a modest hand, she still made the most out of it.
Don't let your ego stand in the way of a good orgasm, Tiernan.
I was going to indulge this nonsense because she was the one who gave me shit. What are your terms?
1, never use sex as a weapon against me.
She signed.
You don't have to always touch me, but if you do, don't leave me hanging intentionally. It's disgusting and immature.
I was getting schooled by an 18-year-old, one who handed me my own ass tonight and taught me a lesson. Worst part was, I wanted to be my teacher's pet. Acceptable. What's your other demand?
Always tell me your plans, where you're going, who you're with.
This posed more of an issue since I sometimes visited high-risk places. I didn't want her anywhere near them. But I wasn't ready for this thing between us to end, whatever it was. Fine. She nodded, satisfied, and then like a rabid badger flung herself on me, planting wild kisses all over my face until she realized I was perfectly still. I waited. She stepped back, glared at me, with the prideful hurt only a gorgeous woman experiencing her first rejection could feel. Poor Leela.
What's wrong?
I've some demands of my own.
Okay.
People probably speculated what we were doing away from the table, and it wasn't playing chess with Velo's bug pieces. Never blue ball me again. She nodded. And never, ever, go anywhere I'm at unless it's a place you know is safe for you. For Manas, your parents, your brothers, etc.
So you could cheat on me?
She frowned at me furiously. I almost laughed. Unfortunately, I had no spare energy to muster since all my blood was in my cock right now. I ate the distance between us in half a step, lifting her face up to mine. Tell me you're jealous, and I promise I'll never touch another woman again. It would be the first time I keep my word, but for you, I'll do it. My gaze dropped to her pouty pink lips. I hadn't touched anyone, not since that night with Becky. But I needed her to admit that I wasn't the only one going crazy here. She tipped her chin up, examining me through hooded eyes.
You make me jealous.
Her throat worked around a swallow.
You make me so sick with jealousy, I can barely even stand it when you speak to other people. I'm jealous of the clothes you wear, of the soap you use, of the air you breathe. I hate so much that I like you. But the truth is, I do.
True to herself, there was nothing cautious and measured about the way she said things. She was intrepid and direct, and much, much braver than I was. at least in that regard. And I was done fucking talking anyway. My mouth came down hard against hers, my fist instinctively tightening around her hair from behind. Her arms locked around my neck. The kiss was carnal and desperate, greedy and wet and sloppy, and my heart picked up, and my entire bleeding existence enhanced. I'd been reduced to nothing but desire because of this woman, and now I was sneaking in other people's toilets for stolen kisses like a teenage fool. I grabbed her ass and hoisted her up, wrapping her legs around me. She weighed next to nothing, even pregnant, and again the thought of her assault drifted into my mind. It was always there, in the back of my head, an obsession I couldn't get rid of, a hunger that replaced my need to kill Alex and his siblings, and yet I'd been stalling getting that hard evidence against Angelo, instead jerking around, exploring other less likely options because Angelo could take her from me. More accurately, he could try. And then I'd have to go to war with the outfit, the Camorra, and the Bratva to keep her. It wasn't an ideal scenario, but one I was 100% prepared for. She was mine, no replacements, no refunds.
I want to have sex with you.
She spoke out the words into my mouth, her ragged, rough breaths meeting in the middle.
Now.
God, I loved her voice. It felt like sun rays dancing on water. It fucking sparkled. I couldn't deny her, much less wanted to. But I wasn't going to allow both of our first times to be in the bathroom where the help took their shits. Your bedroom. Upstairs, now. I bit down on her lower lip. I released her momentarily. She grabbed my hand, unlocked the door, and pulled me up the stairs into her room. My first time in her childhood shrine. Uncoincidentally, it was a replica of what her mother had prepared in my apartment. Childish, unassuming, infantile. Flamingo feathered lamps, a mountain of throws, and a ceiling glittered with stars. And everything was so goddamn pink. The setting was irrelevant, though. I locked the door behind us, seized the back of her head, and kissed her slow and tender this time. Walking her back to her bed while she clawed at my clothes, yanking my dress shirt from my slacks, unbuckling my belt, sinking her fingernails into my skin. I broke the kiss and tilted her jawline with my thumb so she could look at me. We need to keep it quiet.
Why?
Why indeed? Was there better revenge for brothers taking my eye out than having the entire Ferrante household, guests and servants included, listening as I defiled their precious baby girl? But somewhere down the line, tormenting the Ferrante men became marginally less satisfying than, well, Leela herself. And fine, maybe I respected her, enough to protect her privacy. Because you're mine, your moans, your pleasure, your words. No one else is allowed to hear them. Leela nodded eagerly, fusing her lips together again, falling to the bed and taking me down with her. Her legs open for me. She didn't wear any leggings. Slipping a hand under her dress, I found a tiny pair of underwear completely soaked. Lace. I growled into her mouth approvingly. I don't remember you owning fine lingerie.
Your sister took me shopping. I told her I wanted to seduce you.
Like she needed to seduce me. She could roll in pig shit and I'd lick her clean from head to toe. Reaching between her legs, I used the tip of my pinky to drag her dress up, sensually slow. Leela's breathing ceased, and we both watched as a tiny, lacy white thong appeared, covering a pale triangle. The part that covered her pussy lips was cotton, and it was drenched with her juices. I slowly removed her underwear to reveal a trimmed little cunt. I looked up. Blush crept onto my wife's cheeks.
She told me to groom down there, too.
I made a mental note to treat Tyranny to her favorite funnel cake, and maybe an entire Miu Miu shop. Sure you want this? I asked, glad she couldn't hear my voice cracking mid-sentence.
I'm sure.
She trusted me with her body, with her secrets, with her heart. The first person who ever did. I wanted to earn it, to deserve it. I removed her dress but kept her heels on, struggling to maintain a detached air. Once I was done, I took off all of my clothes, even the goddamn socks. I wanted this to be right. Then I stood before her and gave her a few seconds to take it all in. Her icy blues roamed my body and she gulped. Then she pushed forward onto her knees and crawled across the bed, fisting my cock and giving it a stroke. The first time she had touched it since the first night I ate her out. I hissed in pain and looked away. Still, I let her explore it. She touched the tip first, her lower lip trapped under her teeth, then ran her slender fingers over the length of it, cupping my balls. I closed my eye and sighed. I had my dick hoovered by countless women whose damn job was to suck cock, and never was it this erotic, this satisfying, this thrilling. Leela kissed the tip of my cock and I couldn't take it anymore. I gently shoved her down and nestled between her legs. Hot, wet, welcoming, and I wasn't even in yet. I drank her in, wishing for the first time I had 2 eyes again so I could see more of her. There wasn't enough, not nearly enough of this woman. I ducked down to kiss her, and she met me halfway, sighing into my mouth, her fingers caressing my shoulders, my ribcage, my back, soothingly, like she knew this was new and terrifying to me as much as it was for her. I covered her entire body with mine, introducing her to the full weight of me before I was inside her, giving her another chance to change her mind. My cock latched hotly against her hard, round stomach, and I quickly averted my mind from the baby inside it. I didn't want to fuck this up. Do not fuck this up, Tiernan. I froze, remembering my first time back in the gulag, knowing I was only capable of taking a woman punishingly, like a gun was pinned to my temple. My breath hitched, and I slammed my teeth together, loathing myself for not being able to do this. The most natural thing in human nature.
Look at me.
She took my face in her hands, anchoring me to this moment. I was glad she could hear the thumping of both our hearts beating out of whack, and I was glad she chose to use her voice. It soothed me.
You can do this. You escaped hell. You're here now. And I will never let you go through it again.
Before I could overthink it, Leela took matters into her own hands, rolled her hips, and scooped my cock into her, sliding it inside in one slick motion. A grunt escaped me. She felt heavenly, blissfully tight, hot and wet and right. We both stared at each other in surprise, getting used to the sensation. The more I let myself feel it, the more divine it felt. But I wasn't all the way inside her, and she already looked uncomfortable. Very carefully, I pressed deeper. 1 inch, and then another. Her throat worked around a swallow. I leaned down to kiss it. Shh, sweetheart. Almost there. Take it all in for me, okay? She nodded, eyes glistening. Another inch. Finally, I was buried inside her to the hilt, my balls flushed against her tight rectum. Heaven. I started moving inside her. It felt like coming home. I watched her alertly looking for signs of pain or distress, which all I found was a flushed, deliriously happy water nymph in an erotic vortex of passion, one who couldn't hear herself and moaned with abandon. Sorry, darling, I have to. I grabbed a pink teddy bear from between her satin pillows and pressed it against her mouth to stifle her moans. She bit hard on it, her eyes rolling inside their sockets. I picked up my pace, my balls tightening, my forehead slicked with sweat. She was close, so was I. Each time I plunged into her, the entire bed shook, the headboard banging against the wall. She clenched around me, milking the orgasm out of me, and I lost the remainder of my self-control, of whatever chivalry I managed to scrape from the bottom of my godforsaken soul, and went wild. I all but nailed her into the mattress, sinking into her again and again, deeper, faster, harder. Our gazes locked, the stupid teddy bear between us. I tossed it aside, kissed her ardently. I felt the walls of her cunt shuddering around my cock like an earthquake, pulled my face back to watch her. She was moaning loudly again. I pressed my palm to her lips, keeping her quiet. She grinned, licking my salty flesh. Fuck. I grinned back, feeling. Shy. Almost. Boyish. All those emotions I never got to feel when I was actually at the correct age to explore them. We stared at each other, grinning like two fools who just conquered the world, because we both managed to do something we didn't think would ever be possible. Fuck the fear and trauma out of one another. We won. Not the rapists, and the abusers, and Igor, and that faceless asshole who took her that night. We won. We stayed like this, thrusting, bucking, arcing, licking, laughing, until Leela turned serious. Her smile fell. She threw her head back and gave one sharp moan. She spasmed in my arms, her muscles clenching, ripples of goosebumps cascading down her perfect silken skin. It was my cue to finally let go. "I'm coming, sweetheart," she nodded, caressing my temples with a loving smile. I came inside her, the satisfaction of doing so brutal. I rolled over beside her as soon as I was finished, tossing an arm over my face. We were quiet for a few minutes, just panting and staring at the horrid pink-starred ceiling. She was the first to turn to me.
When can we do it again?
I suppressed a laugh. "As soon as we get back home. I'm cancelling my shed for the next 48 hours so we can practice." Her face lit up.
Good. It was fun.
I wanted to agree, but was too fucking stunned to do so. She licked her lips, suddenly unsure.
You liked it, right?
Oh God, Gala. If only you knew. That I did, was all I could manage. I put my hand over my mouth so she couldn't see it, but spoke the words audibly. "You Egypt bastard. You're so fucking screwed." When we returned to the table, the chatter quieted down and all eyes swung to us. I had smoothed out my hair and suit to stoic perfection before we left her room, but Leela looked exactly like a woman who just got railed hard and fast while biting her childhood teddy bear's bum to stifle the moans. Her hair was in complete disarray, her dress unevenly flung over her legs, lips swollen and makeup smeared. We sat down in undignified silence in our seats and grabbed our cutlery. The food was cold, curling at the edges as it began to lose its freshness. "Well, this is..." Enzo blew out a breath, chuckling good-naturedly. "Definitely putting the nickname Deathless to the test. The fuck you doing, Callahan?" "Your sister," I drawled, taking a sip of my wine. "Thought we were clear on that?" Cara looked ready to faint. Good, one less person to gawk at my wife. Enzo downed his wine like a shot. "I miss the person I was 20 minutes ago." "This really couldn't have waited a couple hours till you got home?" Lucas scowled. Leela twirled spaghetti around her fork and slurped it, ignoring the chatter by setting her attention on her plate. "What my wife wants, my wife gets. Even if that thing is a dead husband at the dinner table," Achilles mused. I pinned him with a look. "I don't remember," stuttering. Leela giggled, reaching for a glass of sparkling water, and my chest filled with stupid, disgusting pride. Because I made her laugh. I made her orgasm and laugh. She better fucking like me or else.
Mother Mary, I truly lost her.
Chiara clutched her giant diamond necklace.
Nothing in this hussy in front of me resembles the sweet child I put in this man's hands only a few months ago.
"Call my wife a hussy one more time," I challenged, continuing to eat my meal calmly. "And her pretty little pink dress will turn red." "Kira, zip it," Philip barked. "Callahan, no more disappearing acts while you're on my property, you understand?" Loud and clear. I flashed him a soulless smirk. "Next time I'll stay here and do it right in front of you." Chapter 38. 13 years ago. 3 months after their great escape, the twins reunited with their family in London. Chiron was tall and regal and broken, older than they'd imagined. He was handsome, but haggard in a way a man who had lost everything was. And Tiernan knew on first sight that his father had never gotten over his mother and never would. It was on his scrawny 14-year-old shoulders to steer what was left of the family from troubled waters, to put it back together and take over the family's business. One of Tiernan's many disappointments in his father was that he looked nothing like them. He had dark hair and hazel eyes. It was also why he took an immediate liking to Fenton. His older brother looked like a slightly older, fuller version of him, with the same crimson hair and green hooded eyes. They flew straight to America, where Chiron's secondary school friend helped him set up a business in Hunts Point. The twins spoke ASL to each other, hoping to leave Russia and the memories it held behind. They didn't know much English, and Fenton was the one to patiently teach it to them. Fenton talked relentlessly, making sure they heard his voice, accent, pronunciation, and slang. He taught them how to pour Guinness correctly, with the pint slanted just so, and how to curse in Irish and Aran na Fian. He read them books, Ulysses and the Picture of Dorian Gray and Gulliver's Travels, made them watch then recite every Father Ted episode. He taught them how to play cards, how to cheat, and how to win, how to cook, do the laundry, whistle, and even how to have fun, how to steal a car, how to smile disarmingly at police officers when caught. He taught Tiernan how to flirt, and how to steal a heart, and how to break it. In lieu of a fully functioning father, Tiernan leaned into his relationship with his brother, adopted his Irishness, and carved himself into something so eerily similar no one could have guessed the brothers grew up in different countries. He loved Fenton something fierce, a love that was different than the one he had for Tierney. With Tierney, it was all laced with worry and anxiety and a cloying desperation to protect her. His love for Fenton was more free. He took, not just gave. Unlike Tiernan, his twin sister couldn't find it in herself to forgive her surviving relatives for what happened. She reinvented herself as a New York siren. Her accent was American, all nasal vowels and laid-back intonation. Her clothes were Italian and French. She was cordial with Fenton and Chiron, but kept her loyalty to Tiernan only. She blossomed like a rare flower tangled in ferns, a completely different breed from the men in her family. Flirtatious, careless, and extravagant. Disarming in a way only a woman who tasted the wrath of a lethal weapon could be. They all worried about her, but decided not to poke the wounds she concealed so expertly with makeup and designer clothes. They let her pretend everything was okay, hoping one day she, herself, would believe it. Over the next 3 years, Tiernan has slowly discovered the extent of his own trauma. It was like unmooring a festering, infectious wound after a long journey. Getting the first good look at the pus and the clotted blood, the gore and the slithering maggots. He didn't like girls. No, scratch that. He detested the entire human race, could only enjoy women the way Igor had taught him to. From behind, in the arse, when they were hurting. He had no interest in what wasn't offered for a wad of cash. And he never formed any relationships deep enough to allow intimate questions. He was an excellent soldier, sniper, negotiator, and executor. Everything Fenton lacked in discipline and character he made up for in spades, but he was cold and growing colder by the day. And he couldn't, for the life of him, find a good reason to stay alive. The only thing he felt was pain. It was everywhere, reminding him he was still breathing. Breathing was becoming a chore, and he had quite enough of those already. He was an 18-year-old who never smiled, never laughed, never took joy in alcohol, music, food, a passionate fuck. He kept waiting for happiness and relief that never came, until one day he stopped waiting. The decision to take his own life was a pragmatic one, devoid of depression or big, morbid feelings. Tiernan didn't like pointless things, and he found his own life lacking in meaning. Save for Tierney, no one truly wanted or needed him. And recently, Tierney didn't look like she needed anyone much. As with everything else, he considered different forms of suicide and landed on a bullet to the head. Drowning was unnecessarily cruel, and flinging oneself off a cliff was too unreliable. He wasn't in the mood to drool in a hospital for the next 50 years in a vegetative state. He just wanted out. He chose a .45 caliber and drove to Fermanagh, considerate enough not to make a mess at Dawes' new mansion. Went up to the steep rooftop of the converted church with a bottle of whiskey. Drank himself into a deeper state of numbness. It was dark, raining, and sufficiently miserable. A good night to take your own life. Wrenching the gun from his holster, he pressed it to his temple. His index began to push the trigger when he heard a familiar voice. "Don't you fucking dare, lad." Fenton. His older brother staggered across the steep roof, looking 50 shades of ossified. Fenton yanked the gun from Tiernan's temple, slapping it away. It skidded across the roof, tumbling into the gutter. "What do you think you're doing?" "Relieving myself of my oxygen duty, until you came along." Fenton tugged him up by the collar of his shirt. He wasn't much of a fighter or a mobster, but he was built like a Callahan. Tall, broad, muscular, inherently strong. Tiernan whirled around to glare at him. "You really that unhappy?" Fenton's face crinkled softly. "I'm really that unbothered. Nothing means anything." "Bullshit." Fenton snatched the back of his baby brother's neck, plastering their foreheads together. He was panting hard. So was Tiernan, he now realized. "You have everything to live for, brother." "Yeah, like what?" "Revenge, for one thing. You cannot let Igor win." Oh, but he'd already won. He shaped Tiernan into the monster he himself couldn't stand. Tiernan said nothing. Fenton clasped his cheeks, growling into his face. "You can't die before you kill him, because it's your duty not only to avenge your own pain, but Tierney's and Mam's too, Da's honor. You're the only one who can take him." Fenton was right. A vendetta was a good enough reason to live as any, and Igor did deserve to die. If you still feel like you want to die, you can do it after you kill Igor. Your death isn't going anywhere, so to speak. Tiernan gave him a rueful smile. "And who knows? Maybe by the time you kill him, you'll find something else to live for." Fenton shrugged. Unlikely, Tiernan thought. Nothing could reignite his lust for life, if indeed he was ever born with it. And still, Tiernan decided to take Fenton's advice and change his plan. Kill Igor first, die after. After that pep talk, Fenton didn't leave his brother alone for a few good months. Tiernan was lucky if he could take a piss in peace. His brother was overbearing, but his plan worked. Tiernan waded through the trenches, coming out of them in one piece. Fenton stopped following him like a puppy when Tiernan killed his first Bratva soldier. The twinkle in his eye said it all. He had found something to live for, and that something was Igor's death. Tiernan made a deal with himself. He'd kill Igor first, and then give himself 1 year exactly to find something worth living for. 365 days to wait for something spectacular to come along. And on the last day, he'd kill himself. He knew nothing quite so lovely could ever be found, though. No magic was strong enough to save him.
Chapter 39. Leela. 2 weeks later, Tiernan and I went to check on one of his gambling joints on our way to a restaurant. He took me on a date 3 times a week, explaining that I needed to feel like a teenager and let loose. As soon as we walked inside, he led me downstairs to his office.
"Wait here."
He kissed my lips and headed upstairs to the card room. I shook the rain off my coat and hair, watching the miserable weather through the window. The clouds were gray, dense, and pouring rain. I settled into his plush recliner and rummaged in my coat's pockets, realizing to my annoyance that I forgot my phone in the car. Pregnancy brain was a real thing. I was beginning to forget all kinds of stuff. With a sigh, I took the stairs up to the card room in search of my husband. I found him leaning over a blackjack table, monitoring a heated game of cards. To his right were a few Irish soldiers filling him in on something, and to his left was none other than Becky. My heart exploded at the sight of her, Heat spreading across my body, down my arms, making my fists curl. It was the first hit of real, potent, red-hot jealousy I'd ever experienced, and I was so consumed with it, it robbed me of my breath. She rubbed her fake tits against his arm, whispering into the shell of his ear. I watched their lips hawkishly. Was it something I did? I could practically see her whining. She wore a black leather miniskirt and a red strapless heart-shaped corset. Tall boots and puffy hair with so much spray I hoped she'd die of gas emission.
Becky, you're a prostitute. Were you expecting a ring and a honeymoon in Paris?
Tiernan's eye never wavered from the green fuzzy table. I thought I was your favorite.
This is why you're paid to fuck, not think.
You never come here anymore. Her bottom lip rolled sulkily.
Fenton's running the place just fine.
The girls don't like him. For one thing, he never uses their services, and his nosy girlfriend loiters around, always in everyone's shit to make sure he doesn't drink or gamble.
I'm off the market.
Tiernan parked his elbows on the table. Till when?
Death and beyond.
His words didn't pacify me. The fact that he was talking to her at all made me want to bash his head against that table. I took a step forward and cleared my throat. Tiernan's eyes snapped to me in a flash. His pupil dilated as he took notice of me.
Darling.
Darling, my ass. His exchange with Becky reminded me of her existence, and the fact that he brought her to our home, had put her in my dress, and screwed her in my kitchen. I turned around and briskly made my way to the exit. He was beside me immediately, his stride quicker than mine. He was talking to me, but I didn't look to see what he was saying. The door was manned by 2 Irish soldiers, and when they saw us approaching, their boss at my heel, they blocked my way outside. One of them put his hand on my shoulder to push me back into the club. Tiernan responded by twisting his wrist and breaking it in one smooth, frighteningly practiced move.
Fatal mistake.
I saw his lips move.
Nobody touches my wife.
Rolling my eyes, I pushed through the door and headed to the car. A puddle lay at my feet between the Mercedes passenger door and the curb. I took one look at it, then at my velvet Jimmy Choos, and sighed. I hate you, but not enough to ruin these perfectly good shoes. It wasn't anyone's fault the weather decided to act up this week, not even Becky's. Tiernan shouldered off his peacoat and splayed it on the ground beneath me, so I didn't tarnish my pink pumps. Finally, I speared him a pissed-off glare, stepping onto his jacket. The wool of your stupid coat got stuck in my heel. My husband's cold, flat mask melted momentarily. He somehow understood exactly what I was doing and why I was doing it. We had an audience. Becky, his soldiers, his clientele. He needed to sacrifice his pride to restore mine.
My bad, sweetheart.
He slung my arm over his shoulder and took a knee, literally on his knees for me, as he lifted my leg. He rested my knee on his muscular thigh, rubbing the fuzzy wool from my heel with his thumb.
Next time I'll wear cashmere.
You make sure you do that. I could feel the stares of the entire club burning a hole in the backs of our heads as they watched on in bewilderment. Why did you speak to her?
She's an employee.
She wanted to fuck you.
So, people want shit they can't have all the time.
You fucked her in our home.
I'm sorry.
He looked sincere. In my dress.
I wanted her to be you. I knew I couldn't touch you, but the thought of having anyone else was rather unexciting.
And then there was that stupid receptionist. I narrowed my eyes.
She was just bait. I never touched her.
You're a horrible person.
Yes, but I'll make a damn good husband if you let me.
I don't know if I could ever forgive someone who's been this cruel to me.
That's fine. I'm not that person anymore.
He shrugged.
You turned me into someone else completely.
Beyond his shoulder, I spotted Becky, puzzled at the sight of me standing on my husband's designer peacoat, giving him shit.
You want me to fire her?
He asked, his eyes searching mine.
Say the word and I will. I'll fire all of them. Every single woman under my employment. There's no one else, Leela. There never really was.
Pacified, I licked my lips. No, I'll never take away someone's job for no good reason, and my ego is not a good enough reason.
I'll make sure Fenton deals with this club. I won't ever see her again.
Just promise me you and Fenton treat these girls well. He looked surprised and a little annoyed.
Of course, they get paid in cash, crazy tips.
And the clientele?
Adhere to the club's rules.
I studied him with a pout, watching as the weight turned him inside out. You can take me to the restaurant now. When we drove off, and I saw Becky loitering at the entrance, shooting me a furious scowl, I made sure to flip her the bird. Chapter 40. Leela. Summer slinked away, giving room to chilly fall days. The leaves turned yellow, then orange, then finally brown. My belly swelled and stretched, the baby kicking and somersaulting playfully inside it. We had our own games now. I poked him, he punched or kicked back. I sang. He stirred. He was my companion when I ate, slept, sketched, and read. I loved him extra hard, to make up for the fact his father didn't. Tiernan took me to the shooting range twice a week now. I didn't know whether it was because he was determined to help me protect myself, or that I was so absolutely terrible at it. Maybe both. One day, when Tiernan drove us to our bi-weekly practice, he veered out of the city and onto the highway. Where are we going?
Outdoor range. You've graduated to moving targets. In real life, the person you need dead isn't going to sit around and wait for you to pull the trigger. You need to be prepared.
Was this his silent way of telling me he was worried I was a target? I wasn't stupid. I knew his showdown with the Bratva was fast approaching. The journey consisted of long, winding roads curling up hills and mountains into woodlands just beyond Scarborough. At some point, the houses, streets, and electricity poles gave way to wilderness. Until, beyond the clear, cloudless sky and hills, I finally spotted a lone house. Once we arrived, I realized the place was a cabin of sorts. It didn't seem like a formal shooting range, more like someone's home. I flashed my husband a curious glance as our boots chomped gravel on our way toward empty stables on acres of foliage.
Safe house.
Tiernan explained, taking my hand in his and lacing our fingers together. My heart exploded into a trillion fluttering butterflies. He'd been inside me, kissed me, licked me everywhere, and yet this had me blushing down to my toes. This simple touch that didn't scream lust, but whispered intimacy. What for? I asked verbally, unprepared to let go of his hand to sign.
Sometimes we need to lay low. Other times we smuggle people in and out of the country. Always good to have a place off the grid. Even better to have one away from cellular connection, so you can't be tracked.
I gnawed on my lower lip, taking this in.
If ever things get fucked, and I mean your parents are dead, your brothers Tyranny, Fenton, me, you come here. There's a loose brick at the back of the house, smeared in tar. There's a phone number on a note under it. You call it 3 times and hang up. They'll take you out of the country, understand?
Why was he telling me this now? What was he preparing for? And why did I have a feeling today wasn't just about the shooting range, but also about familiarizing me with this place, in case things went south?
Tell me you understand, Leela.
He squeezed my hand after a moment. Yes. We stopped at the backyard of the house, which was outlined by a split-rail fence. Tiernan stalked into a nearby shed and took out a clay shooting machine. We got to work. Unsurprisingly, I was just as bad at hitting moving targets as I was at still ones. Worse, actually. When we were done practicing for the day, he put his hand on my shoulder, peering into my eyes.
We'll practice some more, but in the meantime, I want you to remember a very important rule, Galach. When the target is moving, you wait for a clear shot. Promise me you won't lose your only chance at survival by panic shooting.
I won't panic shoot. I promise.
That's my girl.
He ducked his head down to kiss me, his hand on my waist, the other cradling the back of my neck.
Now let's christen this field. It's been 4 hours since I've been inside you.
His fingers were in my hair, and my mouth was on his, and my nails sank into his skin, and his touch was everywhere all at once, everywhere but my belly, of course, never my belly. We went tumbling down the damp, overgrown weeds. Angrily, I bit down on his lower lip, drawing blood, sucking it, and groaning my frustration into his mouth. All he did was laugh, kissing me harder.
My little demoness,
he murmured, licking his own blood from the outline of my lips. As he unbuttoned my clothes quickly, like the world was ending, I realized he unleashed something carnal in me, something nothing and no one could ever cage and lock back up. And even though I was in an arranged marriage, I felt free. When Tiernan stopped in front of Fermanagh, he didn't park the car.
I'm meeting your brothers and Sam in Harlem.
He kept his shades on. Is this about the Russians? The answer was in his silence. My heart sank. I didn't want him to go to Vegas. I didn't want him to risk his life for this stupid nothing. Why? Igor did terrible things to you, but Alex was nothing but a true friend.
Alex must retaliate. He's an Upacan, plus I betrayed him. I'd rather kill him than die.
When will you go to Vegas?
This week.
This week? My heart dropped to the pit of my stomach. When were you going to tell me?
As soon as I had a concrete date.
He turned his attention to his phone in the central console, flipped its screen up to check his messages. I don't want you to die. I was afraid. It was okay to be afraid. It was not okay to be a coward, and a coward wouldn't have admitted her feelings. This seemed to grab my husband's attention. He put his phone down and placed his thumb on my jaw, his fingers wrapped around the nape of my neck.
They call me Deathless for a reason.
Cochet, right? I remembered. Of course I remembered. I remembered everything about him. That's the name Igor gave you.
Yes.
I read the tale. I signed dejectedly. The god of death gets impaled through the chest in the end. Tears clung to my lower lashes. He dies an agonizing, violent death, and he dies a villain.
I am a villain,
Tiernan said, not an ounce of regret in him.
I'm selfish, soulless, perverse. A few soft kisses and hard fucks did not change that. Nothing can, sweetheart.
The words were a bucket of ice thrown over the past few weeks. How foolish I'd been to think he developed feelings for me, just because I developed feelings for him. Mama was right. I opened my legs and lost my mind to this man, just like she'd expected. I swallowed hard. I can't change your mind. Can I? He shook his head gravely. Well then. I opened the door, hopping out. Have fun planning your own funeral, Tiernan. Chapter 41. Leela. I couldn't see straight as I walked the distance from the car to our building, Irish soldiers engulfing me from all sides. I wasn't ready to face Emma in the apartment, so I slipped into Fermanagh's instead. The place was packed, as always, drunken old men and sex workers aplenty. It could be argued that a man of Tiernan's means who truly cared about his pregnant wife wouldn't want her to live in a place like this. Now that he'd ripped the rose-colored glasses from my eyes, I could finally admit this to myself. Weaving into the back of the bar, I grabbed curry chips and a Coke and dragged my way up the stairs, contemplating knocking on Tierney's door. I loved Emma, but she'd never relate to me. In her view, Tiernan was a splendid husband. He gave me a credit card and no blue marks on my body. The rest, to her, was just white noise. Mafia wars, seedy neighborhood, unspoken feelings, all pesky female delicacies I shouldn't worry myself with, as long as he kept me lavishly clothed and safe. My phone vibrated in my pocket with a message. I pulled it out. Tiernan.
Found a great audiologist. He specializes in cochlear implants. We are seeing him Tuesday.
Tuesday was 3 days from now. It was his way of pacifying me. And it didn't work at all. I had a belly full of baby he refused to acknowledge and a husband who was going to fly off to Vegas in a few days to engage in semi-automatic weapon carnage. Not to mention he was taking 2 of my brothers, my own flesh and blood, with him. My lack of hearing was the least of my problems right now. Tangled in a web of my own thoughts, I pushed the door open, my boots landing on something smooth and slippery. I raised my foot and frowned down at it. An envelope. An envelope addressed to me. To Raffaella Ferrante. My name was handwritten in cursive. My pulse quickened, and I bent down to retrieve it, my swollen belly making it almost impossible to do so. I put the curry chips on the table, examining the simple white letter between my fingers. I'd never received any mail here. All my medical and occupational therapy correspondence arrived at my parents' house, and I never received personal mail, period. This didn't look like a bill. And there was another thing that made the back of my throat burn with bile. Ferrante. I wasn't a Ferrante anymore. I was a Callahan. It seemed deliberate and wicked, a way to remind me my marriage was one of convenience, not love. I broke the seal, retrieving the letter inside it. Raffaella, I know your dirty secret, the one you and your husband are trying to hide from the world. I know about your bastard child. If you want your marriage to survive and your secret to remain this way, meet me at a place of my choosing next week. Bring $150K in cash. Come alone. Wait for further instructions for location and don't tell your husband. If you don't do as I say, you and the baby will die. My back hit the wall, and I sucked in a breath, my lungs burning with panic. Whoever wrote this had intimate knowledge of our lives. Very few people knew about what happened to me the night of Luca's wedding, and up until a second ago, I thought all of them were allies. Who could know this? Who could be privy to this kind of information? Tiernan had spies monitoring his enemy's every move. What made me think his rivals didn't do the same? There was no address from the sender, which seemed to confirm it was slipped under the door, not sent via post. This made me even more nervous. Who could have access to this place? It was swarming with Irish soldiers 24/7. Whoever wrote this had skills and technique, access to the depths of the Irish and Italian operation. And they were right. If word got out that the baby in my stomach wasn't Tiernan's, he would leave me. He'd have to. But why risk death and deliver this letter? More importantly, why now? Why not when we first got married? The pregnancy would soon come to fruition. The baby was almost here. And it was clear Tiernan and I had become more than just an arrangement. We both had something to lose now. Each other. I pressed my hand to my belly. The baby kicked hard, riding against the quick thrashing of my heart, the panic coursing through my system. Tiernan wasn't going to like this letter. Understatement of the year. He was going to tear the entire world apart. It would likely distract him from his operation with the Russians, which demanded all of his attention, and yet I couldn't handle this on my own. Or could I? It seemed straightforward. Bribery happened all the time in the underworld, and $150K wasn't even an unattainable amount of money. Enzo would give it to me in cash, no questions asked. All I needed was to pay the money and make the person shut up. Would they, though? My head began to spin. I sank down to the floor, burying my face in my hands. I needed a plan. And then I needed a plan B. But I wasn't going to lose them. Not the baby, and not my husband. I was going to fight with everything I had to keep them. Chapter 42. Leela. 3 days later, we visited the hearing specialist. Dr. Castile was a man in his 60s, with Santa Claus's white beard and eyebrows to match, rosy cheeks, and a sturdy figure. He took great care while checking my ears and going over my blood work and test results. Tiernan sat, man spread, looking every bit the scary mobster that he was, shooting questions like a firing squad, demanding to know when he could take me to the opera. This should have been one of the most monumental and happiest moments of my life, but my mind was a million miles away, with the letter I received, which was burning a hole in my bag, with the prospect of losing him, of failing to navigate the situation. In Vegas, where danger awaited my husband, my protector, my, well, love. I was in love with him. In love with his words and his thoughts and his warped sense of humor, with his violence and darkness that he wore like an impenetrable armor, an armor only I got to peek under. I was in love with his veiny hands brought back, neck kisses, Latin tattoos, hugs from behind, and that one green eye with the golden flecks that missed nothing and rarely blinked. And I'd never been closer to losing him, to the bratva, to our secret, to this baby in my womb. My lack of hearing didn't make me incomplete. I was still a whole, round, three-dimensional human, with talents and weaknesses and likes and dislikes. But the possibility of losing Tiernan? That would finish me.
Well, Mrs. Callahan, I'm pleased to inform you that you're an excellent candidate for a cochlear implant.
The doctor concluded, gathering papers on his desk.
You have sensory neural hearing loss and an excellent grasp of speech understanding. Your MRI also suggests your ear anatomy is compatible with cochlear implantation. Does this mean she'll be able to hear?
Tiernan spun his pinky ring.
There is no guarantee to anything in this life, but all signs are extremely positive.
Just like that? I asked verbally. Dr. Castile offered a kind smile.
Just like that, I suppose.
All this time I could have had a hearing aid, and my mother didn't even present me with the option. Shockingly, I was too exhausted to muster fresh rage. What more could be said about a woman who cut ties with her daughter the minute I decided to show the world who I truly was?
Of course, this will have to wait until after the arrival of your baby. Of course.
Tiernan's mouth twisted in a crooked, dark grin devoid of joy.
The baby comes first.
Nothing had changed. He still didn't want this baby. I had no guarantee his disdain for him wouldn't outweigh his fondness of me once the baby was born. I was going to get what I thought I wanted. To hear music, bask in laughter, bathe in all the sounds I always wondered about. Birds singing, church bells ringing, waves crashing on the shore. But I might lose the one thing I didn't even know I needed. Still, I was going to tell him about the letter after Vegas, when his mind was clear. Even if it meant losing him, I couldn't lie to him. He deserved more. When we exited the clinic, my husband put his hand on the small of my back. He opened the door for me.
I thought you'd be happy.
He wore an odd expression.
This is your dream, Leela, to dance to music.
My dream had changed. The current one was to live happily ever after with my husband and son. Bonus points if they tolerated each other. When are you leaving? I changed the subject. He ran his tongue over his teeth.
Plane takes off tomorrow evening.
I closed my eyes and gulped in a breath that didn't reach the bottom of my lungs.
You're going to waltz, Leela. Often and well. You'll be the belle of every ball. I'll make sure of it.
I smiled a sad smile. What good will waltzing do me if I have no husband to dance with?
Chapter 43. Tiernan. 132 days to self-destruction. The morning I flew to Vegas with Achilles and Luca, I stopped at my sister's apartment to ask her to take care of Leela. I issued similar requests to Don Fenton. Not that my father was capable of taking care of a goldfish, but at least he'd feel included. Camorra and Irish soldiers were already in Vegas preparing ammo and transportation. I didn't want to go. I didn't have a choice either. Alex had every reason to kill me, which was ironic because for the first time I actually found a reason to live. My little exploration project proved to be successful. Fenton was right. I found a reason to live. I just hoped I didn't die doing something stupid. I showed myself into Tierney's apartment as always. I heard the shower running and waited in the living room until my sister was done. Her place was too frou-frou for my taste. Compensation for the time we spent sleeping in piss-soaked cots, I suppose. I gave myself a leisurely tour, checking out the new art she purchased. Something on the credenza under a genuine Amelia Spencer painting made me stop. A piece of mangled paper peeking from under a vase. It had a phone number and a name. Tom Rothwell. My nostrils flared. That idiot. That goddamn fool.
Hey.
Tyranny materialized from the corridor draped in a silk black bathrobe. She used a towel to dry the red strings of her hair.
What's up?
Whirling toward her, I held a piece of paper between my index and middle finger. You tell me. Her pink cheeks paled, her lips pressing into a hard line.
Wow, a piece of paper.
She rolled her eyes with a laugh, recovering.
Call the press.
Tom Rothwell is a federal agent. I made it a point to know everything that happened at 26 Federal Plaza. I had surveillance of everyone coming and going into the building around the clock. There were 2 governmental agencies any prolific criminal worked hard to avoid. The FBI and the IRS. Tyranny willingly keeping a Fed's number could only mean one thing.
There's more than one Tom Rothwell in the world.
She folded her arms defensively.
Maybe even in New York.
Cut the shit, Tyranny. I pinched the bridge of my nose. What the fuck are you doing talking to the feds? Are you really that far gone? We were both screwed up, but I always held myself together. It worried me that I was putting my trust in this woman to protect my wife while I was gone, when she did a shit job protecting her own ass.
Fine.
Tyranny shrugged.
So what if I'm talking to him? It's got nothing to do with our work.
Everything's to do with our work.
He doesn't care about the Irish. We're small fry. It's the Camorra he is after. If I could help him...
You couldn't. The Ferrantes will find out before you make a move, if they haven't already. Bello had dirty feds working for him. He knew the FBI better than they knew themselves. I massaged my temples, using every ounce of my self-control not to strangle her. She was going to rat out the people I was going to board a plane with tonight to take down the Brodfa. My sister was batshit.
Relax. We only had a coffee once. He knows nothing, and I don't intend on giving him anything until you settle things in Vegas.
Now that I thought about it, she'd been sulking a whole fucking lot recently. My sister could never be accused of being happy, but recently, she was downright miserable. I was too drunk in my wife's cunt to pay attention. What's your angle? Her cheeks were ablaze.
You wouldn't understand.
Try me.
I'm tired of this life, Tiernan. Tired of capitalizing on people's weaknesses and addictions. Tired of the parties and pretending to be something I'm not. A social butterfly. An it girl. I want to retire somewhere nice. Coastal European. I want dirty martinis and a clean conscience, good books, and maybe a gently reared husband to cook for every evening. It's not much.
She stared hard at her toes, painted in shiny black.
But it's enough for me.
You can have all those things without throwing everyone you know under the bus.
No, I can't.
She looked like the little girl in Siberia, flustered, scared, and unsure.
You don't have Achilles breathing down your neck, holding your future in his palm, dangling it in front of you.
What are you talking about? I stared at her in disbelief. I married the Don's daughter.
Come on, Tiernan.
She shook off my hand, which I hadn't realized was clutching her wrist. She glided toward the kitchen.
You wanted Leela from the get-go. Fell for her before you even put a ring on it. You spared her life. You've never shied away from killing someone.
I'm not in love with her. We learn to get along as you will with whoever Achilles chooses for you.
That you'd let him choose anyone for me shows how little you care about me. The power the Ferrantes have given you has corrupted you.
She wrenched an open wine bottle from the fridge, taking a swig from it. There was nothing left to corrupt. I parked my elbows on the breakfast nook between us. Besides, the Ferrantes ruled the East Coast. Refusing Achilles meant war. I needed to bide my time, see how shit unfolded. This was a bold-ass lie. I never tried to free her of the arrangement. I didn't think it was necessarily a bad thing for Tyranny to settle down with someone who wasn't scared of her antics. If Achilles chose well, which he'd promised me he would, my sister could finally be at peace. Tyranny put the wine on the counter and splayed her fingers, staring at her burgundy nails.
I'm going to ruin this bastard Tiernan. If it's the last thing I do in this life, I promise you, none of the heat is going to circle back to us. We'll get immunity.
Jesus fucking Christ. I ran a hand over my hair. Listen to yourself. If the Ferrantes catch you, I won't be able to help you. Nor will any of your fancy artists and politician friends. And if this somehow touches Leela. I raise a finger between us in warning, struggling to control my anger. It's not just the Ferrantes you'll have to worry about. I will personally put a bullet in your head.
Why?
Her eyes zinged victoriously.
Thought you said you didn't love her.
I don't. But I vowed to protect her. She's my wife.
If you really want to protect her, strike an immunity deal with...
Don't finish that sentence. My sister off to realizing she wasn't going to win this one.
Anyway, what did you come here for?
My wife, actually. I turned my back to her, pretending to examine a painting on her wall to avoid her shit-eating smirk. I stuffed my hands into my pockets. I need you to keep an eye on her while I'm in Vegas.
Of course. Unlike you, I don't mind admitting I love Leela.
She's going to have around-the-clock security. I ignored the dig. Plus, I hired Ransom Lockwood's company to do patrols around the neighborhood. So all I need is for you to keep her company and take her to her OBGYN appointment.
Gotcha.
I'll see what I can do about Achilles. I turned around, scanning her face. She looked exhausted, but also tough as nails.
Okay.
But I mean it, Tyranny. Don't fuck with the feds if you do. I won't be able to save you. Not this time. A sad smile touched her lips.
I know.
My next stop was a sex shop. I was only going to be gone for a couple days, but Leela needed to sleep and she couldn't do that without at least 2 orgasms. I put her to bed every night for the past few months after pleasuring her with my tongue and cock. She was dependent on it. It was a habit we'd need to break at some point. But that point was going to come after I killed the Rasputins and found her rapist. Besides, I'd met worse chores. At the store, I purchased a suction vibrator and a wand massager. I steered clear of mammoth-sized dildos. The mere thought of something else inside her made my eye twitch. I could barely come to terms with the fact that baby was going to come out of her cunt. The baby. Now that we were a few weeks shy of his arrival, all sorts of thoughts crept into my head. We did not think this arrangement through. What if we were another race? Half Asian, black, Pacific Islander. A dead giveaway I wasn't the father. My entire suspect list was Caucasian, but there was a vast difference between Italian Caucasian and Irish Caucasian. What if she'd pour all her love and attention on the baby and forget about me? Yes, I was jealous of an unborn baby. No, I wasn't above such notions. I all but stomped my way back home, clutching my discreet sex shop bag in a chokehold. When I walked in, I spotted Emma in the kitchen, making pasta and singing out of tune in Italian. Emma, take the evening off. She looked up from the boiling tomato sauce, startled.
Where would I go?
Do I look like a fucking tour guide? I gestured to my face. Have my driver take you to the movies, or drive you up and down the street in circles, I don't care. She gave me a disgruntled glare, but didn't argue. I found Leela in her bedroom drawing. She looked up from her sketchbook when I entered, set her pencil down and flipped the sketchbook over on her nightstand.
When are you leaving?
I could hear her disapproving tone through her hand gestures alone. The only other person I knew so thoroughly, so completely, was Tyranny. About an hour. Plane engine is already running. I was keeping her brothers waiting, but I didn't care. I found myself increasingly caring less and less about what happened outside my bed and the woman inside it. Pushing off the wall, I advanced toward her.
What's in the bag?
Something to hold you over until I come back. I took a seat on the edge of the bed, seizing her chin and tilting her face up. And I will come back, Leela. That's a promise. She tore her gaze from mine, seized the bag and rummaged through it. Leela rinsed the vibrator out, frowning and examining the box from all angles like it contained ancient ruins. I won't be here to help you fall asleep. What the fuck was stuck in my throat, and why couldn't I swallow it? So I brought this to keep you company. By my wife's expression, she was ready to hurl the vibrator at my head. I waited for her shock to subside, then asked, "Do you want me to show you how to use it?" She didn't say anything for a long while, then finally she signed.
I'm an 18-year-old girl with access to the internet, Tiernan. I know how to use a vibrator. I've probably watched more porn than a millennial watched Friends in their lifetime.
I gave her a blank stare. Then, incredibly, I started laughing. And I mean really laughing, the kind of laughter that bubbled from the pit of your stomach and utilized every muscle in your body. I never laughed. Barely even smiled before Leela came along. She watched me with a proud grin, taking pleasure in her conquest.
Besides, all these times, I didn't fall asleep because of the orgasms.
She shook her head.
I fell asleep because I was in your arms and finally felt safe.
Her words struck a place I didn't know existed inside me, so I decided to change the subject. Does this mean your online shopping includes sex toys? And I bought this in vain. I gestured to the vibrator between us. She shook her head.
I don't have any toys. You're always available when I...
She stopped, considering how to put it.
Want to go to sleep?
Feel free to use me for power naps, too.
I'll let you know how your gift measures up in comparison to you.
Then I better remind you how good I am. My mouth came crashing down on hers, my tongue plunging between her lips, and I could taste her misery, the sadness born from my leaving, maybe for good. It only made me more fucking feral for her. I tugged at the front of her pink frock, unbuttoning the silvery buttons until the dress spilled and pooled around her waist like a puddle, without breaking our kiss. After unclasping her bra, I let it fall across her arms, cupping her tits. I reached down to taste one of her nipples. It dampened with warm milk. A shock of primal pleasure made every single hair on my body stand on end. I pressed my hand to her spine, her back slim, every vertebra pronounced, bringing her closer, twisting my tongue around her nipple, using my teeth to tug at it teasingly. She tipped her head back and moaned, fist in my hair. Her breathing quickened. I trailed my tongue along the blue veins of her tits, sucked the other nipple. Another burst of sweet, warm milk on my tongue. My hand snaked down her waist, moving between her legs, brushing her panties to one side. I found her core, spread her arousal along her lips and her clit, and rubbed it in a circular motion, using 2 fingers to spread it open. Leela's mouth latched to my throat, sucking hungrily, leaving a mark. She sank her teeth into it, then moved her lips along my pulse soundlessly, thinking I wouldn't understand what she was saying.
You're destroying me, and I'm too far gone to care.
I pulled her in and kissed her cheek to keep myself in check. She tasted like my sweet ruin, my absolute downfall, and still I gulped her up, maniacally aching for more. I was on the brink of doing something I couldn't fucking afford. Staying. I wanted to stay. I'd never veered off target. Starting now was a dangerous precedent. I playfully stuck my tongue in her ear and gave it to lick before nipping on the lobe of her ear. She giggled and squirmed.
Tiernan.
I pushed 2 fingers into her, curling them to tickle that spot that always made her go wild. I pressed my thumb to her clit, kissing my way down her body. Collarbone, breasts, ribcage, waist. I pushed her legs open, holding her by the back of her knees, and got to work, flattening my tongue against her pussy with her panties still yanked to one side, my fingers still inside her.
God.
No, even he doesn't get to touch my wife. I licked and teased and sucked until she had her first orgasm before pushing up and kissing her, using one hand to jerk my cock free. Hold on to me, sweetheart, I murmured into her mouth, sliding inch by inch into her. She arched and moaned, her sweet breath skating over my face. Her muscles clenched around me, the familiar rush of heat coating my cock. I couldn't even tell if I was enjoying myself or not. I was so laser-focused on making her come a second time. She needed to sleep well tonight. That's all that mattered. I pounded into her the way she loved being taken, with long, controlled, deep strokes at first. Then, when I felt her trembling, gasping for air again, I picked up the pace. It was only after she fell apart inside my arms that I quickened my pumps, fusing our mouths in a dirty, tongue-filled kiss, hitting the magical spot deep inside her that was already making her quake again. My balls tightened and an explosion of heat sizzled down my spine. I came so hard I saw stars. I collapsed next to her on the mattress. Leela was still breathless, blinking at me with that sweet, innocent expression of hers. This thing between us had no business being this fucking good. It was ruining my focus, priorities, and fucking life.
What are you thinking?
She spoke rather than signed. She only did that when she felt extremely comfortable and placated. I reached between her legs, curling my index into her drenched pussy, and with our mixed cum wrote one word on her upper thigh. Mine. I popped my finger into my mouth, rubbing the residual nectar of her cunt on my gums like it was high-end coke. I'd never sampled the shit I sold. Our drugs were a red line, but there was no point in denying it. I was a junkie, addicted to my wife. There wasn't a low too low for me to stoop to in order to get my next hit. We both stared at the possessive word for a long moment before she spoke again.
If I weren't pregnant, I'd tattoo over your handwriting to keep it there forever.
If I wasn't made too jealous by the prospect of a tattoo artist laying their hands on you, I'd let you. I considered hopping into the shower for exactly 1 second before remembering that A, smelling like the Ferrante's baby sister's cunt was exactly the kind of punishment her brothers deserved, and B, I, myself, took strange comfort in smelling Leela on my skin. I have to head out in the next 10 minutes. Just texted my driver to round up the car. I strode over to my walk-in closet, tugged a fresh shirt from a hanger, and buttoned it on my way back to the bedroom. Leela covered herself up with her dress and sat on the bed, staring at me through tear-coated eyes. I'd rarely seen her cry. She was braver than all of my soldiers combined. I didn't miss my other eye often, but when I did, it was because it took me twice as long to watch every atom of my wife's existence every night. To count each of her 33 beauty spots, yes, including the one behind her ear. Her 14 freckles, all of them peppered across her celestial nose. All the 20 shades of yellow and silver in her hair.
There is something I want to give you before you go.
She reached for a nightstand and took her sketchbook, tearing a page and handing it to me. I tugged it from between her fingers and flipped it. It was me. A portrait of me, to be exact. Much like the one she drew of Tate, but somehow better, sharper. I looked more alive in the drawing than I did in real life. It looked like I was forged through marble and flames, and it was the first time I stared back at myself and liked what I saw. I swallowed hard, loathing how vulnerable this made me feel. I leveled my gaze at her. Cheers. God, did my voice just break? Good thing she couldn't hear it. Only I didn't mind her knowing. She shrugged, downplaying it.
You were so touchy about the Tate portrait. I couldn't send you off without letting you know how I feel.
Dangerous now. There was a difference between playing out and fucking one's delectable wife, and actually falling for her. And how do you feel? I asked anyway. I wasn't normally a reckless cunt. She brought that side out of me.
I think I love you.
Our gazes clashed. There were 2 instances when I never believed someone's words. When they had a gun pressed to their head, or when they just had an orgasm. Leela just had 3. She stared at me wildly, searching my face, her eyes so big, so blue, so heavily lashed, my heart skipped a beat. How easily this unassuming creature had undone me.
Please, don't go.
I said nothing.
No, I won't let you leave.
She tried another method, punching the bed. I was going because I wanted to return. And I wanted to return because I wanted to be with her. The only way out was through. I could never live with myself if I let her stay by my side without settling the score with the Rasputins. The code of honor cemented that women and children were beyond the scope of retaliation, but my entire existence attested otherwise. I'd broken the code myself several times. I wasn't putting my trust in anyone else when it came to her. Rolling my nightstand drawer open, I produced the cross pendant Leela had gifted me, securing it around my neck. She stared at me through tear-curtained eyes, and it hurt so fucking much I actually contemplated closing my eyes so I wouldn't have to see it. I leaned down, cupped her cheeks, kissed her forehead, and stared into her eyes. Don't follow me. The drive to the private airport was silent. The journey from the car to the airplane on the tarmac a haze. The sketch burned a hole in my front pocket, and all I wanted was to stare at it until my eye bled, because she drew it. I was met with stoic Luca and pissed off Achilles on the plane. The rest of the soldiers were already in Vegas. Luca plucked a red grape from a charcuterie platter, going over the blueprints of the warehouse we were going to raid. Achilles sprawled across from him in a recliner, thumbing through his phone with a frown. Luca was the first to look up and acknowledge me. Jesus fuck, were you mauled by a pack of wolves on your way here? He referred to the scratches, love bites, and sex air. I plopped on the seat opposite him and lit myself a joint. I didn't usually smoke. I did now. I needed to take the edge off. Who tried to kill you? Achilles asked. He looked somber, probably pissed that the assassination attempt failed. Your sister? Smoke skulked out of my mouth, crawling in the air, invading his space. Fox like a chomp. Thanks for making me spell it out for you. Their smug smiles melted away. The rest of the journey was blissfully quiet. Time to paint Las Vegas red. Chapter 44. Tyranny. And there he was. The motherfucker. The spawn of the man who'd taken my childhood, my innocence, my memories. Alex Rasputin was a red dot slowly moving on my screen. Each of the Bratva's 4 Mercedes vans that drove from Vegas to Indian Springs had a tracker installed. Achilles and I huddled in front of the screen in our own van, watching the red dots moving toward us. Do we know which van Alex is in? I asked Sam through our radio. He was back in Switzerland playing house with his wife. Sam did legwork and hacking, but he no longer engaged in actual combat or exposed himself to heat. Too many fucking children to take care of. And I'm not selfless enough to allow my wife to remarry if I kick the bucket, he once explained. Third one, he provided from the other end of the line. And they're heading your way. Should be there in the next 10 minutes or so. It was a 1-lane road in the middle of the Nevada desert with nothing but golden dunes on either side of it. Our vans were parked behind a large knoll concealing a curve in the road. On top of that knoll, Luca and 3 other snipers were laying low with M16s angled at the road. Alex and his crew were headed to their weapon warehouse. Little did they know, we were going to tag along and do some shopping ourselves. Do you have everything you need? Sam asked through the static humming of the encrypted radio. Achilles peered around the mountains of semi-automatic firearms and grenades we were sitting in. Got enough ammo to blow up the entire strip. He turned to me, wrinkling his nose. Ever heard of taking a shower, Callahan? Sure have. I pulled my balaclava down my face, shoving a loaded magazine into my AK-74. I favored it over the M16, because it was the rifle I was taught to use in the camp. And I'm not washing her scissor juices off me till I'm back in New York where she can rub them right back. My sisters. Achilles tapered his eyes, snarling. Now you're just begging for me to stick a grenade launcher up your ass. Since when do you care? I double-tapped the mic connected to my Bluetooth to cut the sound off for Sam. Last I checked, You were eager to hand her off to your unfriendly neighborhood psychopath when you tracked me down. Achilles scratched at the tattooed side of his neck pensively. I knew. Knew what? That she was deaf, not mentally challenged. What? He shrugged. Found out when I caught her reading War and Peace when she was 12. I came to see her and my mother and Isha. Wanted to surprise them. When I caught her reading, I turned back and walked away. Why? Figured if she wanted me to know she could read, she'd have told me herself. I couldn't fault the logic, but I could fault the asshole for doing jack shit about it. I stared at him, dumbfounded. Why the fuck didn't you help her escape your mother's claws? I did. He cracked his knuckles. I supported your marriage. It was the perfect way out for her. She and my mother aren't good together. Kira projects all her trauma on Leela. It was the most profound shit he'd ever said to me. Yet I wanted to punch all his teeth out of his mouth. He sat around and waited for Leela to suffer in order to help her. What kind of a brother was he? Besides, he flipped his firearm cloth open, revealing his own rifle. Once I heard you didn't kill her on that fountain the night I scooped your eye out, I knew she had you in her pocket. That sealed the deal for me. She's your exception. My exception? He nodded. Your Achilles' heel. Everyone has one. I'd ask him what his was, but I suffered from an acute case of not giving a fuck. Speaking of sisters, I struck the bottom of the magazine to ensure it was locked in, giving it a tug. Mine wants you to get off her back. And I want James Dean's face. We all want the unattainable. He grabbed his M16, making sure that it was cocked before pulling his balaclava down his face. What else is new under the sun? Cut the crap, Ferrante. I'll give up Harlem if you let her go. I said, knowing damn well I was willing to forfeit a lot more than that for my sister's happiness. She wants out of the game. To go away. Start fresh. The underworld is not a McJob. You can't hand in your 2-week notice. Achilles zipped his protective vest up to his neck. Tyranny knows too much about the Kimura for us to let her walk away. I'll give you a shirt. This conversation is over. She's non-negotiable where I'm concerned. If it makes you feel any better, I'll make sure she's happy. Happier than anyone else could make her. The conversation was far from over. If push came to shove, I'd slit Achilles' throat myself. However, now was decidedly not the time to deal with it. The red dots on the screen shone brighter, nearer. I tapped the side of my Bluetooth to connect Sam back into the line. Well, boys, it's showtime, Sam announced into our earpieces. Knock 'em dead. And don't forget to bring me a souvenir. On cue, 2 bulletproof vans jam-packed with Kimura soldiers revved up their engines, flooring it from behind the dune and onto the road, blocking the path for Alex's truck. Our van followed last, parking behind the 2 trucks, as another layer of barricade the Russians couldn't plow through. I slid the door open, watching as 4 Bratva soldiers poured out of the first van, firing a round of bullets at our vehicles. Kimura snipers on the dune took them down like soda cans. Pop, 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 pop. They jerked comically as the bullets hit them, falling to the ground. Another set of soldiers hopped out of the Bratva's vans. The last van on the line backed quickly, wheels screeching, but Luca put 2 bullets in each of his front wheels, making it sag onto the concrete road with a thump. Springing out of the van with my firearm cocked, I jerked my head toward the 3rd van. Achilles followed me. Chaos erupted with swaths of Bratva soldiers pouring out of their vans, shooting indiscriminately. They emptied most of their clips within 2, maybe 3 minutes. I watched as 2 Kimura soldiers fell from the dune like a mouton in a guillotine. I thought I saw Luca duck away before they got him, but I had no time to check. The 3rd van stood still and stayed locked. Nobody came in, nobody went out. Jackpot. We both headed toward Alex's van. Achilles fired around with his M16, spraying the Russian soldiers and taking a bullet that landed in his body armor. Vafamuk. He spat on the ground. You hurt? Nah, I took a bet with Enzo they wouldn't even touch me. He flicked gunpowder off his shoulder nonchalantly. I put bullets in 2 Bratva soldiers' heads on my way to the van when they tried to jump me from behind. The 3rd soldier was too close for a decent aim, so I hit him with the back of my rifle, caving his skull. When I reached the desired vehicle, I produced a prick punch from my pocket and set it between the gap of the sliding door. There was no point trying to shoot my way into the truck. It was bulletproof, windows included. "Cover for me," I ordered Achilles, since I had my back to the commotion. He pressed his back to mine, shooting at everything that moved toward us while I pried the sliding door open. It clicked, gliding just enough for me to take a grenade out of my pocket, pull the pin, toss it inside, and slam the door. I grabbed Achilles by the collar and dragged him behind a dune on the side of the road to avoid the shrapnel. Halfway through, he roared, "Doc!" And before I had the time to process the word, grabbed the back of my head and shoved me to my stomach. A bullet flew a millimeter from my head. A second later, Achilles rose from beneath the dune, aimed at a Bratva sniper who had assumed his place on a dune, and shot him clean between the eyes. Fuck. That was close. Spared you. Surprisingly. Nah, you make my sister happy. He yawned. Too happy sometimes, unfortunately. The grenade exploded, shaking the van behind us. Black smoke curled from the gaps in the doors and windows. The unmistakable scent of burned flesh wafted through the air. It was weird to think of Alex as dead. Weirder still to think that I killed him myself. For a few moments I just stood there, staring at the van. The hubbub around us died, along with 24 Bratva soldiers who were splayed on the road. A few Irish and Camorra soldiers also lay lifeless at our feet. Okay, lover boy, let's see your handiwork. Achilles advanced toward Alex's van. He slid the door open and popped his head inside, ripped the balaclava from his face to inspect the massacre. He said, tone flat. I studied his back, oddly uneager to step forward and see for myself. Interesting. Don't fuck with me. What's the damage? He turned around, casually waltzing over to a mostly dead Bratva soldier on the road. The wounded mobster was still groaning into the asphalt, desperately trying to stop the blood spritzing through a gash in his neck. Achilles lit himself a cigarette, unzipping his combat pants. He took a piss on the Russian's face. Why don't you take a look while I go make sure my brother isn't bleeding out all over the side of the road? Achilles asked around his cigarette, the Bratva soldier gagging and choking on his urine. I stuck my upper body into the van, tore the balaclava from my face, propping it against my sweaty forehead. Carnage. Blood everywhere. Body parts scattered. The driver and the guy next to him took the biggest hit, with their limbs tossed about like doll parts. Flesh melting into metal. Charred, unrecognizable faces. Blood, internal organs, piss, shit. And then there was Alex, lying under a pile of bodies to shield him, his gun cocked and pointed at me. Alive, well, and royally pissed. He didn't come out of it completely unscathed. His brow was busted, and he had some cuts on his cheeks, and his left arm was at a weird angle, suggesting he might have broken it. We stared at each other, motionless, for a few moments. He didn't shoot. Neither did I. Finally, I hopped inside, pressing the sole of my boot against his windpipe. Well, 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 I smirked. Fancy seeing you here, Leosha. Alex was the only one who came out of the ordeal alive from the Bratva's side. After shoving him into one of our vans, we did a body count to assess the damage on our side. 6 Camorra soldiers, 2 Irish. We loaded them into a different van, leaving the Bratva corpses to bake in the Nevadan heat. How long till we get to the warehouse? Luca plopped down on the seat next to Alex, bandaging his arm with precision. Alex was zip-tied, mouth taped and staring daggers at me. 20 more minutes, according to Waze, I said, ignored his ogling. And we're sure we won't find any surprises there? Luca squinted. Sam said Slava and Jeremy are there waiting for Alex. Achilles downed an entire bottle of water. Maybe a few soldiers manning up the entrance point, but that should be it. Do we kill his brothers when we find them? Luca turned to face me. Alex didn't flinch, but I knew better than to interpret that as indifference. Not before I say so. And the sister stayed home. I'll deal with her tomorrow. I had no issue killing women, especially a Rasputin woman. I took out Leela's sketch when no one was watching. Well, no one but Alex. but I could withstand that embarrassment, seeing as he had about another hour before I put a bullet in his head. The portrait was splattered in blood, probably bratwurst, and wrinkled as shit. I still pressed it to my nose and breathed it in, relishing the fact she held it not too long ago, thinking of me as she drew me. The rest of the journey was quiet. Luca was busy treating his broken limb. Achilles was staring out the window pensively, and I was messing with my phone, trying hard to look like my skin wasn't crawling with Alex's unrelenting gaze. Something was amiss. This felt easy. Too easy. The Russians were more capable than that. I knew because I trained with them for 14 years. How's Sophia doing? I penetrated the silence. Luca's head snapped up. He looked dazed. Oh? Your wife. She's pregnant. How's she doing? Okay, I guess. The fuck was wrong with him? I detected more emotions from a cum stain. You guess or you know? Luca shot me a cold glare. Get off your high horse, bastard. A few months ago I had to pay you not to rape my sister. You're no authority when it comes to marriage. That miserable, huh? Luca worked his jaw back and forth. You've no idea, man. Our vans arrived at the warehouse 20 minutes later. We went through the first and second lines of guards fairly quickly, seeing as I dragged a half-butchered Alex out of the vehicle, pointing a loaded gun to his head and threatening to blow it off if they didn't let us through. Once inside, Kimura and Irish soldiers started unpacking and sifting through brought-for weapons to see what we could take. They raided every corner of the 2 floors, top to bottom, peeling the floors and stripping the walls to ensure everything was inspected. Find the brothers and bring them to me, I ordered Luca and Achilles, pushing Alex up the metal stairway. Alive. They went on for Jeremy and Slava while I led Alex to his second-story office. He cooperated, cool and composed even as his broken arm began swelling and the gash in his forehead reopened. I sat him in a chair, tied him to it, and ripped the tape from his mouth. Happy to see me. I used the tip of my gun to tilt his chin up so our gazes locked. He smiled, a genuine smile, teeth bloodied, face busted. Always, Cochet.
Chapter 45. Leela. Thanks for coming to my OBGYN appointment. I reached to clasp Tierney's hand in the back seat of the Mercedes. We were driven by my driver with an Irish soldier in the passenger seat. Tierney squeezed my hand back. Of course, we're family now and I love you. Besides, Tiernan's not here. I figured you could use the support. Actually, he's only been to my first appointment, I confessed, feeling the tips of my ears pinking. His emblematic middle finger to me, since he didn't want me to keep the baby. What an asshole. Tierney frowned, surprised. Wait, so who did you go with up until now? I know you're not on speaking terms with your mom. I went by myself, mostly. Enzo managed to come twice and Luca once. Well, with my harem of bodyguards, it's fine, though. I had my Kindle. When you have your books, you're never really alone. But I felt alone since he'd left. Not to mention I couldn't sleep at all. I didn't even try his stupid vibrator. What made me fall asleep weren't the orgasms. It was him holding me after sex, knowing he was in the apartment with me, that he'd keep me safe even if it cost him his own life. You look worried. I am worried. Spill it, little moon. Tierney knew Tiernan called me Galach. For some reason that filled my chest with warm pride. I know you want to ask me something. Do you think he'll be okay? I grew up with Alex and Tiernan, and all I can say is that they're both unkillable. I also can't envision either of them pulling the trigger on the other. I mean, accidents happen, but I don't know. I think Tiernan will get out of it. We stopped at an intersection merging with a highway. Do you think he'll ever warm up to the idea of the baby? You know him better than I do. Is there hope for us? Tierney's eyes softened and a small smile tugged at her mouth. The light turned green and our vehicle slid into the intersection. I think our car jerked sideways suddenly. careening in circles and crashing into another vehicle. My body slammed against Tierney. Hot metal seared the side of my torso, and I arched, hugging my belly with a pained scream. We were hit. Another car sped into the intersection on a full red light, crashing into us. The airbags were activated, and I spotted my bodyguard sitting in the passenger seat, unbuckling himself and crawling toward the back seat. Tierney was covered in blood, warm, thick, coppery liquid all over her beautiful face. But she didn't even care. She was trying to unbuckle me first. My heart beat so fast and so hard, I could actually hear it between my ears. It was the first sound I ever heard, and one I already wanted to forget. I looked down and saw my abdomen crushed between my knees, squeezed in an unnatural angle. Everything was painted scarlet. Everything. My dress, my arms, my legs, my heart. The once white roses, the tiara of flowers. It was my attacker who did this. I knew it. I trembled, realizing I was losing blood, but I wasn't sure where I was bleeding from. Everything was numb, and I became lightheaded. My eyes rolled inside their sockets. Tierney grabbed my shoulders and shook me, her lips moving. She was screaming. I didn't hear a thing. Finally, Tierney stopped screaming and sagged beside me. My eyes fluttered shut. Behind them, I saw the red and blue swirls of police and ambulances approaching. The baby. The baby. My baby. Baby.
Chapter 46. Tiernan. If you're here to kill me, do it now, Cochet. Long speeches have never been our style. Alex spoke coldly and in Russian. I hadn't heard Russian in so long I almost convinced myself I forgot it. I set my gun down on his desk, pulling out a dull knife from my pocket, running the pad of my finger over the blade. You wound me, Lyosha. Thought you'd want to catch up. He licked the corner of his bleeding lip, staring at me with those arctic eyes that watched me being raped and tortured, starved to near death and dipped into ice water. I've kept tabs on you over the years. I know everything there is to know. I've no use to catch up with you. I know your life better than you do. One corner of my mouth tilted. Is that so? It is. He sprawled in his seat regally. I know, for instance, that you recently got married, that you married her for territorial alliance and to drag the Camorra into our war. His Pack-a-day voice was toneless. I know you weren't planning to fall in love, but that it happened. Anyway, she was already in your system that first night, when she put a bullet in your shoulder. My smirk didn't waver, but alarm bells began blaring in my ears. How the fuck did he know that? It was a very specific piece of information, one I hadn't shared with another soul. Alex continued cracking his neck. I know your father is barely functioning. He never forgave himself for what happened to you and your sister. He's letting you lead the operation, but you wish you had an equal, an advisor, someone to strategize with. Vinton is still struggling with alcohol and gambling. He's a decent guy, but useless. I know Tierney is chummy with SSA Tom Rothwell. You should take care of that. Once he sinks his teeth into something, it's impossible to shake him off. My pulse drummed against the side of my neck. The ocean knew things that could ruin us completely, and he just sat on this shit. Impossible. How did he get access to all of this information? There was a mole inside us. I needed to find it if it wasn't too late. I have friends in every snake pit, Tiernan. He studied my face with amusement. Yours included. Hungry dogs are never loyal. My soldiers are well rewarded. Monetarily, perhaps. He arched a golden thick brow. But there is darkness, deprivation only betrayal can feed. This is what I tap into when I find my spies. People who want to see the world burn. Instead of confirming or denying his words, I drawled. Seems like you've been busy writing my biography. I love meeting fans. It's not admiration if you know the person intimately. I loved you like a brother, Tiernan. Yeah, Well, you treated me like the family pet. I spat on the floor. No, my father did. Igor was never good at letting go of grudges. May I remind you, Sharon killed my own mother when I was a few weeks old. I was reminded of that every day for 14 years. Alex stared at me indifferently, as though I was a petulant child. Don't pretend to be so calm. I stepped toward him, aiming the blade of my knife at the center of his neck. I killed your father. Your pecan, I kept his skull as a souvenir. Neither of us is here to reminisce about the good old days. I'm aware you killed my father. I was the one to direct him straight into your path. He wasn't supposed to be at the gentleman's club you caught him in. I stopped rolling the tip of the blade over his skin, scowling. Liar. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out. Fenton's name flashed across the screen. I sent him to voicemail. Alex shook his head. Got a hot tip you were going to wait for him in the back alley of the club, where you knew he'd exit to avoid heat. But his version of things seemed as illogical as any. Igor wasn't supposed to be in New York that weekend. He had the feds crawling up his ass, breathing down his neck. I remembered my surprise when I realized I could off him that night instead of next year like I'd planned. I arched an eyebrow, and he just let it happen. Alex shrugged. Igor was my father, not my dad. And on top of that, he was also a shit pecan. Lethal combination. It was time I took his place. The Bratva was falling apart. I spent the last few months trying to undo decades of damage in Moscow. The gulag in Siberia is gone now, dismantled. I freed all the prisoners. Pause. Other than Olga, I killed that bitch myself, never liked her. A stone rolled off my heart at his words. I dreamed of going back there one day and doing it to myself. Igor betted on all the wrong people, formed alliances with toothless old dogs. He made us weak and vulnerable, and he didn't play nice with the feds, which landed us in a world of pain. That wasn't news to me. I just didn't think Alex was that much of a sick bastard to actually lead his father to slaughter. He brought reinforcements from Russia. I did, but not to take you out. I needed them to train my new soldiers. I wasn't going to come for you, Tiernan, he said, voice as even and calm as though we were discussing the weather. Not to kill you anyway. I wanted to clear things up and go our separate ways. Fenton was calling. Again. I killed the call. Again. Beyond the door, I heard Camorra and Irish soldiers discussing finding a stash of M16s and depth charges. Why would the Russians need depth charges? Eliminate cargo ships carrying drugs for competitors. Alex read my mind. I almost smiled. We used to read each other's minds all the time. You want to tell me you knew all this shit about my life, yet you had no idea I was coming for your ass today? I tucked the knife into my pocket. I wasn't going to draw out his death. He didn't do anything to me. It was his dad I had beef with. Oh, I knew. I just didn't think you'd be such a cunt that you'd throw a grenade into my van, especially after the betrayal at the gulag. He almost pouted. I'm a little hurt, all puns intended. He jerked his chin to his broken arm. You're telling me my slaughtering dozens of your men was your plan all along? One corner of my mouth kicked upward in amusement. You killed low-ranking men, new recruits, nobodies. Haven't you noticed they didn't give you much of a fight? He tilted his head. By the way, Jeremy and Slava have been waiting in the concealed underground bunker with some of our infantry fellas. They should be greeting your soldiers in... He tried flicking his gaze to his Rolex before remembering he was handcuffed. Now. A forceful blow sounded from downstairs. Shouts in Russian and Italian erupted. We got lit up by heavy machine guns by the sound of it. I heard the thuds of men falling to the floor. Achilles' curse in Italian. A hand grenade exploded. Alex chuckled. Never gets old. I shook my head. I always admired Alex's shrewdness. In another life, we'd still be friends. He could have killed me. He had every opportunity to do it today. He had the upper hand. Knew he was being ambushed. You let me kill 20 of your soldiers. I shook my head. Alex jerked his healthy shoulder. You needed to get it out of your system. And I knew I could take out you and those Italian fuckers if need be. Besides, a sly grin marred his face wickedly. I needed to get rid of Igor. And a Julius Caesar-style assassination would have made taking over incredibly difficult, as you can imagine. Motherfucking fucker. That was a level of sly I could only aspire to. Finally, I let myself grin, shaking my head. You're a bastard. Alex shrugged. Well, better than being a traitor. I didn't want to be, I offered honestly. It was either that or death. I would have died for you back then. You were the family I chose. I'd have done anything for you if you just asked. I clutched my jaw in my fist to stop myself from apologizing because I knew he was telling the truth, and still no part of me, past or present, was willing to run the risk of telling him my real plans. It was what it was. All rebirths required a death. My sacrifice was my friendship with the person I considered my brother. Still, I couldn't see myself taking Alex's life. In the same way I couldn't see myself doing it to Tyranny or Fenton. No matter how much time had passed, he was still my brother. Well, unzip me so we can sort this shit out. My arm's killing me. I pulled my knife out and rounded his chair, slicing the zip tie between his wrists. He stood up and staggered to his desk, where I grabbed his arm and helped relocate it. Alex tore his dress shirt off his chest, wrapping it around his shoulder to create a makeshift sling around his arm. He had an identical tattoo, the same as mine, on his shoulder. Odorant, doom, metuant. We got it together with Tyranny when we were 14, the night before she and I ran away. My phone buzzed. Fenton again. I looked up at Alex. We need to wrap it up quickly. He was busy tending to his arm. You blew up my vans, killed my soldiers, stole my ammo, and slaughtered my pecan. Give me your best offer, and I'll see if it's good enough to keep you alive. I have my own reputation to uphold. My best offer is not to put a bullet in your head. Your father stole our childhood, our innocence, our family, our mother. I'm not budging an inch. It's a matter of principle. Downstairs, there was a pause between shooting, the clinks and clanks of magazines changing, echoing through the hangar. Alex looked up. I am sorry, you know. Wasn't your fault. Doesn't make me any less sorry. We stepped outside and took the metal stairway down to the ground floor, where the Camorra and Irish barricaded themselves behind flipped tables while the Bratva advanced toward them in full field gear. I spotted Jeremy and Slava, each of them hulking at 6'3" with corded muscles. They must have taken after Igor's second wife because her hair was black, not blonde, and the blue in their eyes several shades darker than Leosha's. What the fuck is Alex doing on his feet? Achilles raged behind a table, firing a round of ammo despite his broken arm. Fixing this shit, Alex barked in English. Cease fire, now. Both sides put their weapons down. Luca and Achilles slid from behind the tables, foreheads creased in confusion. We've reached an agreement, I announced. That's not for you to determine. Luca pulled out the magazine from his rifle, checking how many bullets he had left as he wiped his brow. You dragged us into a war that's already in motion. You're done calling the shots. We have no natural border with the Bratva, and they're willing to give concessions. For one thing, we're taking all the ammo we found here today, even though they one-upped and ambushed us. That's right. Alex's stare swung between the two Ferrante brothers in disdain. Let's all pretend what separates them from being great warriors is not enough bullets. The Camorra and Bratva were natural rivals. Their mutual hate spanned centuries down each bloodline. Dead people make great enemies, live ones not so much. Achilles spat on the floor, his gaze never wavering from Alex. He's a loose end, Callahan. I don't like those. We'll set some ground rules regarding New York. It's a better deal than offing these fuckers and waiting for someone to take over and avenge them, I replied tersely, turning to Alex. I trust your word. Well, I don't, Achilles said. I'm taking something, someone, as a guarantee. He looked between Jeremy and Slava. His eyes settled on Jeremy. He was busted up and bleeding, but looked proud as hell. A good soldier, one you wanted on your side in a war. This one. I always wanted a tank. Te pahosh na litsoso shamrom. Jeremy said with a smile. The fuck did he say? Achilles narrowed his eyes. He said it'd be his pleasure. Actually, what he said was, you look like Scarface. But I had enough bloodbaths for one day. Take him and do what with him exactly? Alex asked through a clenched jaw. Why, find him a nice Italian girl to marry. This is how alliances are made. Achilles patted the side of his tactical black pants, fishing out a cigarette. Alex gave him a flat stare. An Italian girl won't do. And why the shit is that? He's prone to headaches and has a limit on his credit card. Every Bratva soldier in the room laughed. Achilles grinned serenely. His smile promised pain. Sounds like a real pussy. Don't worry, we'll make a man out of him. My phone rang again. Jesus fuck, Fenton needed to familiarize himself with the concept of working hours. I pulled it out. Only this time I saw a different name on the screen. Leela. My wife never called me for obvious reasons. She texted. I slid a finger over the screen and then pressed the phone to my ear. Didn't speak. The meaning of it slammed into me all at once. If someone kidnapped her. Tyranny. I heard Fenton on the other end of the line. He sounded choked up, panting like he ran from New York to Vegas. It's Leela and Tyranny. There's been an accident, he wheezed. Leela's in a bad way. All the blood drained from my face. I squeezed my phone to the point where it almost burst into fucking pieces. Where is she? In the hospital now. Tyranny, too. Which hospital? I swiveled to signal Luca to call for the airplane. Luca turned around and made the call. Achilles curved a questioning brow. I'd always been a cold-blooded creature, but right now, I felt like ripping away every inch of my flesh. I was burning so hot. The only reason I wasn't on my knees, a bleeding fucking mess, was because I needed to fix whatever happened to her, make sure that she was okay before I could let myself fall apart. St. Andrew's on 5th. Someone T-boned him. They say the baby's in danger. Fenton's voice was thick and scratchy with panic. The bleeding. Is she conscious? No. I closed my eyes. The room spun anyway. A black hole sucking me into darkness. I couldn't fucking breathe. Worse still, I didn't see the point in doing so. Leela, I forgot what to do, what to ask, out of function. Are you there now? Yeah. Put her doctor on the phone. I heard shuffling and awkward explaining in the back and forth between Fenton and a male doctor. Dr. Delgado here. Are you Mrs. Callahan's husband? I am. I understand that you're out of town, Vegas. I'll be there in 2 hours. How do you... Just fucking come out with it. Tell me what's happening. I was already rushing toward the door, leaving an active warfare between 2 Mafia organizations behind. It all seemed so tedious, all of a sudden. The Rasputins, the Bratva honor, my own boo-hoo childhood trauma. More money, more territory, more weapons, more drugs, more, when none of it mattered. None of it made me happier. Only she ever did. Mrs. Callahan's spleen was ruptured during the car accident. The vehicle slammed into her side of the car. We are now managing her blood loss. She also suffers from multiple lacerations and a concussion. Will she be okay? The Ferrante brothers tried catching up with my pace as I made my way to our van. She suffered some blood loss, and we're monitoring the concussion closely, but we have every reason to think she'll pull through. And the baby. Silence stretched on the other side of the line. It was only then that I realized I didn't want this baby to die. Or rather, not to live. Leela was attached to it. She glowed when she caressed her belly. And if she could love something that symbolized the fucked up shit that happened to her, then by God, so could my Sorias. Dr. Delgado cleared his throat. Your wife's survival was our first priority, Mr. Callahan. Now that we managed to stabilize her and stop the internal bleeding, we're going to run some tests. A world-renowned obstetrician is seeing her as we speak. I'm heading there now. Keep me posted. I killed the call. When I turned around, Luca and Achilles stared back at me, faces etched with worry. Jeremy was held by the collar of his blood-soaked shirt by Achilles. Fill us in, Luca demanded. Leela and Tyranny were in a car accident. It was bad, they're in the hospital. Are they okay? Luca rubbed his knuckles over his chest. Leela's stable. They don't know about the baby yet. Plane's ready. Luca jerked his chin at the van. Let's hit the road. We clambered into the van, leaving our driver and about a dozen soldiers behind to fend for themselves. Luca insisted he'd drive. And Tyranny? Achilles asked after a long stretch of silence, as Luca floored his way out of the warehouse and onto the open road on his way to the private airport. Golden clouds of sand swirled behind us. I turned toward him, dazed. What? Tyranny, he repeated, nostrils flaring. Your fucking sister, Tiernan. You didn't even ask about her, did you? Fuck, what was wrong with me? I pulled my phone out and texted Fenton. He answered after less than 1 second. Stable, conscious, in the room next to Leela. The fuck is wrong with you? Achilles twisted his mouth, snarling at me from across the back seat. She's your sister. My phone lit up with a text. Fenton, I'm not going to leave their side until you get here. Don't worry, lad. Tiernan, make sure there are 2 soldiers outside Leela's room at all times. You stay inside until I get there. No one comes in or out other than medical staff. Fenton, understood. I thumped my head against the seat back. What the fuck was happening to me? From infancy, I'd been carved to control myself, trained to recognize a seed of emotion and promptly poison it before it could grow. I spent 3 decades perfecting the art of knowing my own limits, both mental and physical, and testing, stretching them, moving the goalpost to become as deadly as a weapon of mass destruction. I never felt. Feelings were foreign to me. I sensed when it was time to strike, to hit, to run. And yet the thought of my wife being endangered brought me to my knees. What hit me the hardest was the regret, the guilt of never acknowledging her pregnancy while it was still there. How could I hate something she loved so much? I couldn't. That was the truth of it. If she loved this child, then I would learn to love him too. He wasn't only the rapist. He was also ours. 50% of him was pure gold. She wanted me to be the father. And I failed her. If she lost the baby, I'd never forgive myself. Alex was right. I was Koshchei, the deathless. Just like the Russian folklore villain, I, too, hid my death inside something to protect it. That something was Leela. She was tangled into my being, her messy, coarse vines, gripping every fiber of my soul. She had the power to destroy me. And I would let her. I'd gladly burn for this woman, just so she could feel the warmth of my flame. The more I tried to unlove her, the deeper she burrowed into my skin. I was done fighting. She was now a part of the fabric of my God-forsaken soul. And it was time she knew that. Chapter 47. Tiernan. The fuck you think you're doing? Luca's voice impaled my rage-fueled brain from behind my back. I didn't bother turning to face him. What does it look like I'm doing? Buying yourself a one-way ticket to prison, 5 to 7 years, I believe. Pointing a gun to the pilot's head and telling him to go faster like it's a roundabout ride at a zoo? Achilles sighed. Can't move, even by your standards. I looked down to see the pilot trembling, his forehead slick with sweat. His crotch had a dark piss stain. Fucking amateur. I tucked my gun into my holster and kicked the pilot off his seat with the tip of my boot, taking his place. Achilles dropped his head into the cockpit. What the shit are you doing now? He's too slow. We're not constrained by operational logistics of commercial airplanes. I don't care if I burn through the fuel. We're going at 700 miles an hour. The limit is 600 miles per hour, Luca pointed out. If the fucking Sky Police finds us, I'll foot the bill. My hand flew to the overhead switch panel, increased the power and gradually lowered the pitch attitude to maintain the altitude. Tell me you know what you're doing. Luca scrubbed his face tiredly. I know what I'm doing. Do you mean it? No. I took an aviation course, but never put in the flight time. My memory was a bit rusty on the ins and outs of it, but hey, we were still in the air, weren't we? Are you going to kill all of us? Achilles inquired indifferently. If so, I'll go ream the flight attendant's ass so at least I can die doing something I love. Here. I stood up and grabbed the pilot by the collar, dumping him back into his seat. That's better. Now that we're at maximum speed, how about I'll dig my gun into your temple to make sure you don't decrease it, and you won't bitch and moan to me about health and safety. He nodded, gulping. When we arrived at the private airport, I rushed into the Fronte's Escalade and leaped out as soon as we hit the Manhattan traffic. I stalked my way between the vehicles waiting at a red light to the front of the line and yanked a biker off his Ducati. I wasn't going to wank around sitting at a standstill while Leela's life was hanging by a thread. I floored it to the hospital. As I pulled into a double park, a GMC truck zipped past, grazing my left side and slamming me against a lamppost. My right knee smashed into the concrete. I limped my way into the hospital, dragging the leg as I did, ignoring horrified looks and good Samaritans wanting to help. I pushed a few nurses out of the lobby elevator to make room, both for myself and my psychotic meltdown. By the time the elevator pinged open, my knee was the size of a fucking basketball. I crawled the length of the corridor the rest of the way, bypassing Enzo and his little minions. He was standing outside her door, yelling in Italian into his phone and ignoring his slithering, bleeding brother-in-law. Was it my best look? No. Did I give a shit? Also no. 2 of my soldiers were waiting by her door. I swung myself upright and stumbled inside. Beep. 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 And there was Leela. My Leela. So beautiful. So pale. So angelic I sometimes second-guess she belonged to this ugly world. Her eyes were closed, her face was bruised, her stomach was intact. I knew jack shit about pregnancies. The baby still seemed to be in there, but that didn't mean he had a heartbeat or that he survived. The sound of a toilet flushing came from an adjacent toilet and Fenton got out, zipping his trousers. Brother. We collapsed into a hug. It took everything inside me not to sob like a little bitch. Fenton was the first to disconnect. I'll go call the doctor, yeah? He said he's got some news. I nodded, advancing to Leela's bed and taking her hand in mine. Cold, frail, hooked to so many tubes and strings. I needed to find out who did this to her, who drove the truck that hit them. I was going to kill that person in a way so painful it had yet to be invented. Darling, I crouched down, pressing her hand to my lips. This is the last time I'm leaving you for more than 10 minutes. Whose stupid idea was that? The door swung open again. Fenton lumbered in with Dr. Delga whatever, an overweight, bald man with the grace and poise of an elderly water buffalo. Mr. Callahan, how do you do? Take a wild fucking guess, Einstein. I held my wife's hand in mine like it was a grenade I didn't want popping. You've got news for me. She came to earlier. She's asleep now. We ran some cognitive tests and she seems alert and coherent. The operation, as you know, was successful. And the baby. He cleared his throat, taking a step back just to be on the safe side. He's well. Strong heartbeat. We're monitoring both of them. There wasn't a word in the English dictionary for how I felt in that moment. Relief. Joy, unimaginable peace. Escaping Igor's hell was just another Tuesday in comparison to this. That's good. We want everyone in this room to make it out of this ordeal alive. Fenton shot me an alarmed glare. Yes, I did, in fact, just threaten a doctor in uniform. Of course. Please let me know if you have any further questions. Will she be up soon? She fell asleep an hour ago, so I think you have some time. I'll go see my sister then. She's awake in the next room. Fenton said, his smile a little wobbly.
Your priorities have changed.
Tyranny croaked. She looked like shit. Face swollen, lip busted, every inch of her flesh painted purple and blue. I sat next to her bed holding her hand. I didn't deny it. I came to Leela first. And I would do it all over again if I had to. She smiled sadly at my silent admission.
I heard the baby will be fine.
Physically, yes. I'm going to be his father, so not too much hope for him in the other department.
Will you?
She asked sleepily, her eyelids fluttering like keeping them open took a Herculean effort.
Be his father, I mean. The plan was to... What were your exact words? Unhand her as soon as she gave birth?
Plans change. Apparently, so do fucking I. Tierney nodded silently, a tear escaping her black eye. What is it? I leaned forward, thumbing the tear away. You need more morphine? Food? Something to drink? She shook her head, her lower lip trembling.
Leela is your number one now. Not me.
I didn't say anything, because her assessment was correct. She waited for the denial, and when one didn't come, she continued.
As she should be. But I need someone to put me first.
I'm sure you'll find.
That someone is myself.
For the longest time, I protected Tierney like she was my own daughter. Now, I had a wife to think of. A son on the way, and if Tierney went to the feds, if she put Leela at risk, and made me choose between them, I knew where I'd land. So did she. Tear. I pressed her hand to the steady thrum of my heart. It's not too late to turn this ship around. Stop fighting. Settle down, marry a powerful man. Let him take care of you, darling. You fought your whole life, isn't it time you let go? I would let Achilles marry her. I could count on one hand the number of men who were able to handle this banshee, and he was one of them. He'd take good care of her, keep her safe. And in time she might even show him all the broken pieces in her. They could put them back together, like a fucking 5,000-piece puzzle. She shook her head.
I'm tired of unaccidental car crashes, of the smell of gunpowder and the taste of blood, of striking alliances based on who can help me survive, not who I truly care for. Let me fight my way out of this world the way I see fit. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself.
Survive. I detested the word. It implied luck and a degree of victimhood. You survived nothing, sweetheart. Everything you faced, you fought and overcame. You'll brave this storm too.
I can't.
Tears streamed down her face, fast and steady now.
I have no more fight in me. I'm exhausted.
Tierney.
Please. Trust that I'll keep you, Leela, and my nephew safe. Because I always will. I love you all to death. Let me sacrifice the Ferrantes to save myself. That's all I ask.
I squeezed her hand in mine. A silent yes. Then I let her go. Chapter 48. Tiernan. 130 days to self-destruction crossed out. I wanted to live. I found my purpose. The spectacular thing worth living with my past and nightmares. Her.
Chapter 49. Leela. The first thing I saw when I woke up again was my husband sitting next to me, his head hung between his massive shoulders. He was staring at his folded fingers, looking comically giant on the flimsy plastic chair. A rush of warmth spread across my chest. He was here. He survived. And so did I. I reached to touch his hand to alert him that I was awake. His head snapped up. His eye was a pool of misery and concern. The sadness in it tore me to shreds, worse than the accident did.
How are you doing?
I mustered a weak smile. It was just a scratch. Me and the baby are okay. Not that he wanted to hear about the baby. Tell me you didn't kill Alex, Tiernan.
Who cares?
I put my palm up to stop him. I do. I don't want you to dwell on what happened to me, at least not yet. Distract me. Tell me what happened in Vegas. My husband never took orders from anyone, let alone a 106-pound teenager. Still, he humored me. His jaw flexed and he ran his tongue along his straight upper teeth.
He's alive. We struck a deal with the Bratva. Achilles took a souvenir in the form of his brother Jeremy. It's all settled.
I smiled, even though it hurt my face. Good.
Are you in pain?
No, I lied. The doctors prescribed me with the minimum dose of morphine, but I opted out of it for the sake of the baby. Every breath made me feel dizzy with pain. Did you get hurt?
No.
Do you know who slammed into us? I knew better than to believe it was an accident, especially when the other vehicle managed to escape.
Working on it.
Is Tierney okay?
She's fine.
When he realized how snappy he sounded, he added,
Awake and pissed off, which means she's back to normal.
We stared at each other, the silence in my ears louder than ever before. What's with you? I cocked my head, frowning. Did he want the baby to die? Was he disappointed that he pulled through?
I have something to say.
Oh no, that didn't sound good. I waited. When he said nothing, I nervously joked. Are we waiting for each other's permission to speak now? Because you know I'm defiant. Tiernan didn't smile. He was very still as usual, sculpture-like. Ice ran in his veins. I looked down, following his line of vision. His hands were trembling. And then the man who never blinked did, in fact, blink. A rare moment of letting himself go, of forgetting his indestructible self-possession at the door.
I love you.
And for the first time in my life, I was crushed that I couldn't hear, because his words, these words, I wanted them in my ears, in my heart, in my veins.
I love you with a force that could destroy planets and universes, Leela.
His face twisted in self-loathing. My expression must have given my glee away because he sighed.
You shouldn't bask in it, Gillick. You should be very, very afraid. I have no red lines when it comes to you, no logic. I will love this baby as my own because anything born of you is bound to be perfection. He will be mine, and I would kill for him, die for him.
The words rushed over my skin, heating it with pleasure even my orgasms couldn't give me, nourishing me back to life.
But make no mistake, I will always love you more than him, than me, than this world. My love for you is not pretty or flowery or romantic, but it's real and it's everlasting.
My eyes filled with tears. I pressed my fist to my mouth, trying to control the sob that wrestled out of it. So you don't want to send me away?
Darling, I barely even let you go to the restroom by yourself before we had sex.
He shook his head incredulously, leaning forward in his seat.
I want you next to me forever.
And my baby? He looped his fingers around my wrists, stopping me.
Our baby.
Our baby? How do you know you'll love him?
Because he is a part of you, and I love all the parts that make you.
Surely not all of me. I pouted, knowing he would indulge me. He always met me where I was, and he never made me feel less than because of my disability.
All.
He took my hand, peppering kisses all over my palm so as not to touch the needle-poked side of it.
Even at your worst, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me.
A single tear slipped from his eye. He touched his cheek, startled, then squinted up at the ceiling, checking for leaks. I'm afraid you just cried your first tear, hubby.
Impossible.
He scowled.
My calm is probably leaking from other holes in my body, seeing as I haven't been in you for over 35 hours.
I barked out a delighted laugh, which I immediately regretted, seeing as my collarbone was shattered. Yes, someone tried to kill me a few hours ago, and yes, my rapist was somewhere out there still threatening me. Maybe the two things were connected. But we had each other. For real now. And that felt more powerful than any obstacle thrown in our way.
Galak,
Tiernan brought me back to reality.
your mom is outside. She wants to speak to you. I told her to saw it off in 5 different languages, but she is still here. With cannoli.
Really? 5? I elevated an eyebrow, impressed.
English, Irish, Russian, Italian, Neapolitan.
He counted them.
I can add ASL into the mix, though.
He frowned, absent-mindedly dropping more kisses over my palm.
Drive the point home.
I grinned. It's fine. Let her in.
You sure?
He didn't look too enthusiastic.
Stress is not good for you and the baby.
The fact that he now cared about the baby made me feel like I was walking on clouds. I'm sure. You need to take care of that knee. I gestured toward his leg. His knee was the size of a football, and he was bleeding through his slacks.
I can stay in the room.
I can handle her. This conversation is long overdue. Send her in. He placed my hand next to my body gently and stood up, but didn't immediately leave. What? I blinked up at him.
Nothing.
Tiernan?
You didn't tell me you love me back.
I pressed my lips together on the verge of giggling. I hadn't felt this light and happy since the day I was born. I was positively drunk on it. I already told you I loved you.
After I gave you 3 orgasms. That doesn't count.
I'm waiting for the perfect moment. Don't rush me. He offered me one of his villainous expressions, cold, dead, unimpressed, but a hint of pink gathered at the top of his cheekbones. He was blushing, and if I wasn't in so much pain, I'd kick my feet.
Fine, I'm leaving. But I reserve the right to barge in here and give your mam a piece of my mind, and fist if she misbehaves.
Wow, you got it bad for me.
Thought I made that clear 3 times a night for the past few months.
Grinning, I signed, "Go. Don't worry. We'll figure everything out when I get discharged."
It's you and me against the world.
He leaned to brush his lips over my forehead.
But I like our odds, darling.
A few moments later, the door to my hospital room slid open and Mama poked her head inside. "Can I come in?" I nodded, watching as she sashayed in, tossing the door shut with the back of her designer heel as she balanced a silver tray full of cannoli. She wasn't wearing one of her prim dresses, and her hair wasn't done for once. She looked worn out, humbled, and 20 years older. She slid the tray on the stand next to my hospital bed and took a seat next to me, ran her palms up and down her thighs to get rid of the sweat. She didn't make eye contact with me when her lips moved. "Tiernan told me that you and the baby are okay." "Yes." I wasn't going to make it easy for her. "I'm so glad, bambina mia." I simply stared. "Thank you for agreeing to give me the time of day. God knows I don't deserve it." I didn't have it in me to be compassionate to her. I shrugged. "I've been a horrible mother to you, haven't I? Not just through the length of your pregnancy. Since you were born." I licked my lips. I had nothing to say to that, since I wholeheartedly agreed. In retrospect, she robbed me of so much, and these past few months... "You're not Velos." I slammed my brows together, staring at her. A sense of déjà vu washed over me. I couldn't say I was surprised exactly. I had to be a perfect idiot not to see how different I looked from the rest of my family. But growing up, my mother always insisted nothing was amiss, that I took after a mysterious French great-grandmother who was very fair. "I never wanted to marry a father." She shook her head. "Actually, that's putting it mildly. Back in Secondo Iliano, my mother was married to the Don. They had no boys, just me, So it was up to me to marry someone to take over the business. My father made me break up with my boyfriend to marry Velo, his right-hand man. She tore her gaze from me, staring at the floor. And your mama said nothing about it? My mother laughed humorlessly, eyes sparkling with tears. It was hard for her to fight him, seeing as she was dead. There was a pause. My mother killed herself, slashed her own wrists in her bed after years of my father's abuse. He hit her a lot, and when he didn't hit her, he cheated on her. She was still stupid enough to love him anyway. He broke her heart every single day. I was the one who found her. I could see where this was going. My mother had never seen a Mafia marriage maturing into something other than a complete disaster, so she didn't think the option existed. I'll get to who your father is in a second. She plucked a tissue from her purse, dabbing her sunken eyes. Anyway, my father made me marry Velo. I did not like him at all. Wasn't attracted to him either. He was 12 years older and very rude. Neither he nor my papa cared one bit about what I wanted. On the night we got married, Luca was conceived. Her mouth pressed into a grim line. He raped me. And when I tried to fight him, he slapped me. The first 4 years of his life, every single time I looked at Luca, all I saw was that night I wished to forget. Something cracked inside my chest, and a flood of sympathy rushed forth. I grabbed her hand, squeezing it. That didn't take away all the mistakes she made with me, but I was starting to see that in her warped, twisted logic, living a life of social deprivation was better than marrying a man like Papa. Achilles' conception was the same story. There was pain and there was blood. Velo had spared me for a while after Luca. He didn't like my body after the pregnancy anyway, so he took a mistress. He raped you every time you had a child? Bile slithered up my throat. Even at our worst times, and God knew we started on the wrong foot, Tiernan never took me against my will. I couldn't fathom the thought of sharing a roof, a table, a bedroom with the beast that raped me the night of Luca's wedding. No, not all of them. Enzo was a spontaneous event. We were both drunk and merry for a change one summer in Ischia. And believe it or not, but sometimes I think this is why Enzo ended up the way he is. So warm and loving. Nothing like his brothers, who are rough around the edges. Velo cheated on you throughout your marriage? I didn't know at what point in the conversation I stopped thinking of him as Papa and started thinking of him as Velo, but I knew once I crossed that mental barrier, there was no going back. Mama burst into a bitter fit of laughter, blowing her nose. Of course. He had a string of mistresses. Soon after I birthed Luca, he had a baby with one of them, too. He still sees his son often. I never met him. Don't want to either. Apparently he truly loved the mother, though. I never felt so much disdain for Velo. I was actually relieved he wasn't my father. After Enzo, I slipped into depression. I didn't eat or sleep. Finally, a friend signed me up to an art class at our country club. Nude model painting. It was thrilling. I loved everything about it. The smell of paint, the blank canvases, the artists, the models. She trailed off, biting her lower lip. The teacher. Mama had an affair? I wanted to throw up and fist pump the air simultaneously, though I had a feeling I wasn't going to love where this was going. Hugo was a Swedish painter. He didn't have a dime to his name, but he was everything I looked for in a man. Quiet, kind, loving. I knew conducting an affair could get us both killed, but please understand, Leela. I'd never done anything selfish in my life at this point. Always lived for other people. So when Hugo and I found out we were pregnant with you 5 months into our affair, I wanted to up and leave. Take Luca, Achilles, Enzo, and you, and save you all from the awful life in the Camorra. Of course, once your father found out, he had other plans. Oh, I bet he gave her hell. Reasoning with him was out of the question. He'd never let me take his 3 healthy, strong boys. They were his future, his legacy. Instead, I planned to escape. I was going to smuggle your brothers out of the country. But one of his soldiers found out, sent word to him. One night when I snuck out to meet Hugo at his apartment, I found him stabbed to death in his own bed. She drew a shaky breath. Velo didn't even close his eyes after he killed him. My father was dead. My real father was good and kind and caring and artistic, and Velo killed him. I was reeling with so many emotions I didn't know what to do with myself. Velo let me keep you, but he never took to you. It didn't matter because I did. I clung to you like you were my last hope in this life, a proof that once upon a time I was happy, even if for a short time. God was good to me in that sense. He sculpted you to be the spitting image of Hugo. You look so much like him, Leela. Same fair hair, same blue eyes. These past 18 years, the only thing keeping me from falling apart was you. I realize now how unfair it was to you, but you are my fondest memory of my lover. Truly a gift. She burst into tears. You were the perfect baby, happy and low maintenance, and when we found out you were deaf, I almost thought it was kismet, my way to keep you close and next to me. Mama, you disowned me because I chose to show the world who I really am. But my expression was soft. I couldn't muster any rage against a woman who suffered so thoroughly. I was so terrified for you. She buried her face into the crinkled tissue, coming up for air only so I could read her lips. Tiernan Callahan's name is synonymous with death and chaos. I didn't want you to end up like me and my mother, raped, abused, cheated on. It took almost losing you in a car crash for me to tell you all that's been weighing on my chest for the past 30 years. You could have told me all of this earlier. You weren't ready. I kept you younger than your years on purpose. It was only during my birthday dinner that I realized you weren't my sweet, obedient girl anymore, that you somehow bloomed into a woman in a few months, and I wasn't even there to witness it. She sniffled, patting her nose with the crumpled tissue. Does he make you happy? Yes, Mama. Very. Has he ever forced himself on you? I shook my head. Even on our wedding night, he didn't touch me. That's because your brothers bribed him not to. I considered her words. Tiernan is not strapped for cash. If he wanted to rape me, money wouldn't stand in his way. She stared at me in wonder. Does he cheat on you? My mind immediately swerved to Becky. But could I really call it cheating? It was before we were together, before we kissed, before I revealed to him that I was who I was. No. She visibly sagged with relief. But my feelings for him scare me. I would die for him, and that doesn't feel right. This man has a lot of blood on his hands, and I look past all that. When does a monster stop being a monster, Mama? Oh, Bambina. When you love it. I smiled miserably. Falling in love with my husband was a terrible inconvenience. I'm happy for you, Leela. I am. I was a terrible mother for the longest time. I thought if I got the point across that I don't support your marriage, you'd come back to me, that we could raise this baby together, maybe in Italy, and leave this place. I am sorry for trying to take yet another decision out of your hands. I now see you chose right, and I respect that. She looked uncertain all of a sudden, almost shy. If ever you find it in your heart to forgive me, I promise to make it up to you. I forgive you. I'm not moving past everything that happened right now because that is a lot to ask, but I definitely want to try to restore our relationship. I lowered my hands, mulling it over. And I want to hear more about my late father. See some of your paintings and his. I always thought it was odd I was the only one in our family who loved drawing. I will tell you all about him. I will make it up to you. And I'm going to start right now. Chapter 50. Leela. 3 days later, I was discharged from the hospital. Tiernan was insufferable. Whatever precautious measures he took to keep me safe before the accident were nothing in comparison to what I had to endure now.
Un's point's on lockdown. No one comes in, no one comes out.
He announced to his soldiers before I'd been discharged. When we pulled up at Fermanus, the neighborhood was barricaded. When the media started asking questions, Tiernan's friends at the NYPD called it a drug raid. I was always with Tiernan, and we were always surrounded with enough soldiers. Worse still, we now had to drive with a 4-vehicle entourage. He was resigned to wrap me in a bubble until we found whoever caused the accident.
It's all connected,
Sam announced the day I returned from the hospital. We were all in the tiny living room of our apartment, Achilles, Luca, and Finton included.
Whoever is responsible for the car accident is likely the person who sent Leela that letter.
The first thing I did when Tiernan and I came back from the hospital was show him the letter I'd received. Hence why we were having this meetup. I'd never been one of the boys, so to speak, had never been included in an important meeting. Now, I was sitting in my husband's lap, privy to everything that was said.
You think it's the guy who attacked her?
Achilles folded his arms over his chest.
Yeah, and I think he's freaking the fuck out.
Sam provided.
That letter reeks of sloppiness.
It was weird, having the men discuss something so traumatic that happened to me so openly. Then again, they were all trying to help. And Tiernan had his arms around me, which made me feel invincible.
Why now?
Luca frowned.
Baby's almost here.
Finton took a pull of his pint.
Now is the time to try to blackmail you for money. He tried to kill her.
Tiernan bared his teeth.
Or he tried to warn her.
Finton volleyed back.
That list.
Sam tapped his chin.
We sure managed to cross a hell of a lot of names from it. Anyone outside it isn't possible. It was a private event on a private island. People can't just sneak inside. We narrowed it down to just a few potential attackers and Blackthorn's off the list, so...
He hung his expectant gaze on Tiernan.
Don't look at me. I told you from the get-go I think it's Angelo. He had a motive. Chiara was nasty to him. He was seen asking Leela to dance earlier that night. She made him feel like he was not good enough for her stepdaughter. And at her wedding, he was acting suspicious, disappearing for big chunks of time from the room and coming back looking like he fought a bear.
Luca and Achilles exchanged glances. Something unspoken passed between them. Luca nodded.
Weren't you supposed to come back with some proof about Angelo?
Luca asked.
Couldn't find any.
Tiernan said.
So you just dropped it.
Achilles cocked his head, frowning.
Doesn't sound like you. Unless you didn't really want to find the fucker.
Luca mused.
Why'd you stop looking? I didn't.
Tiernan hissed through gritted teeth.
I checked all the other fuckers on the list, but now that you mention it, the fact that your mother wanted to marry my wife off to Angelo if he raped her wasn't a great incentive.
Was this why there were no new developments regarding the identity of my attacker for months? Because all this time, Tiernan wanted to keep me.
Yeah, well, no one's trying to take her away from you anymore.
Luca assured him.
I'm well aware no one's stupid enough to try.
Tiernan's arms tightened around me.
Riddle me this, though.
Achilles turned to Tiernan.
Why would Angelo, who is rich and successful, poke around in this swarming beehive and send Leela a letter? He doesn't need the money. He has a point.
Sam shrugged.
If Angelo did it, he'd try to put as much distance between you and him as possible. Unless we have the angle all wrong.
Finton cocked an eyebrow.
Meaning?
Tiernan asked.
Meaning the two incidents aren't connected, and he has nothing to do with the car crash. Maybe he wants to meet Leela to straighten things out. Make sure she doesn't talk. I mean, we know she doesn't remember his face. He doesn't. He wants to get her alone so he can scare her into silence. He has too much to lose. And the accident?
Achilles asked. Finton shrugged.
Could be any of our enemies, and there are too many to choose from. Maybe they thought it was Tiernan in the car. Saw 2 women inside, freaked out, and fled. Either way,
Sam twisted his wedding band.
all roads lead to Angelo Bandini.
Lucas sucked his teeth.
Fenton's math is mathing.
Achilles shrugged.
Fuck it. We have no other leads. Whoever it is, he wants her to come alone, judging by the letter. I say either you beat Angelo to it and kill him,
Fenton said.
or trust the process, let her go and see what he wants. That's a no.
Tiernan drawled, and though I couldn't hear him, even I knew his tone was deadly.
She's not going anywhere unprotected.
Sam's gaze skated between my husband and my brothers.
Didn't know you had such a hard-on for Tiernan to get Harlem. It's not about Harlem anymore.
Tiernan tightened his hold on me.
This entire city can burn to the ground and I wouldn't even blink. It's about my wife, and about justice, and about making sure she is safe. I tear the world to shreds for her and they know it.
Lucas snapped his fingers.
Bring in my brother-in-law. We have a bone to pick with him.
Tiernan was restless for the rest of the evening. He fawned over me like I was about to shatter into minuscule pieces at any minute.
More iced tea.
He stomped into our bedroom with a pitcher and some cookies. Emma was sent to my parents' house. He became so unbearably paranoid, he didn't want anyone around me. He even closed down the pub. No, thank you. I stared at the pitcher, horrified. The baby is pressing against my bladder. I want to pee, just looking at it.
What about the cookies?
Heartburn.
Italian soup. There's leftover from Emma's.
For the love of God, sit down. I rolled my eyes. I'm pregnant, not dying, and I don't want to eat or drink. I just want to spend some time with you. I patted the space next to me on the mattress to make a point. He still looked unconvinced. Rolling my eyes, I fell forward on my palms and crawled across the bed until my face was flush with his groin. I touched his stomach through his black dress shirt. His sinewy abs immediately contracted beneath my fingertips. He said something. I didn't bother reading his lips. Suddenly, all I wanted was his cock in my mouth. It was unfathomable to me that it hadn't happened before. I loved his body, every inch of it. I felt his groan as I tugged on the zipper of his slacks. I looked up, and his face seemed almost pained, his lips slightly parted. I knew it was on the tip of his tongue to tell me I didn't have to do it. I also knew he wasn't chivalrous enough to speak those words. Even in love, my husband wasn't a hero in anyone's story. He was a villain, and I wouldn't want him any other way. Freeing him from his pants and boxers, his shaft sprang free, slapping his stomach, leaving a tear of pre-cum on his prominent abs. My breath skated across the crown of his cock. A ragged sigh escaped him, his breath quickening. I wrapped my hand around the base, surprised with how hot and velvety it felt. I dipped my head, giving the tip an experimental lick, screwing the tip of my tongue to the place where another pearl of liquid awaited. It was salty, earthy, and delicious. Palming the underside of his cock, I let its weight sit on my tongue. As soon as I fastened my mouth around it, the last shreds of his self-control evaporated, along with all that fake gentleness that grated on my nerves. He fisted the back of my hair, tight enough to hurt, but not to make me flinch, and pushed my face farther down his length, making me take 2 more inches. A muscle in the back of my throat jumped, triggering my gag reflex. He guided my face up, not letting me pull away from his penis as our gaze struck. His lips moved very slowly.
I'm going to fuck your pretty mouth now, darling, hard and fast if it gets too much. Tap the side of my thigh, yeah?
I nodded, and he let go completely. His hips snapped, and he thrust all the way into me. Nausea bubbled up my mouth, but I managed to swallow it down. His tip touched the back of my throat, and I loved the rush of excitement it gave me, having my mouth so full of him. I was on all fours, sucking him off while he controlled the pace and rhythm by holding the back of my head, sliding in and out of my mouth. Each time he pressed home, I took a deep, greedy suck, trying to keep him there. flicking my tongue over the bottom of his cock, breathing through my nose. He reached to cup one of my veiny breasts, tugging at the nipple roughly. Wetness pooled between my thighs, and I knew I was drenched, desperate for his cock to fill me. I ground against the bed, using one hand to work his cock and the other to massage his thigh as he plowed deeper and jerkier into me. I wondered if he was going to come inside my mouth when he pulled out of me all of a sudden, guiding me down the bed gently so as not to touch my collarbone. I gasped, catching his hungry gaze as his thick cock bounced between us, pushing my knees apart and stroking the wet part of my panties, driving me even wilder. Moaning, I arched my back in offering. He tugged my panties down my legs impatiently, stuffing it in the pocket of the slacks bunched at his knees. Ripples of pleasure crashed inside me, cluing me in on an orgasm before he even touched me.
Time to fuck you nice and good, wifey.
My round belly stood between us, so all I could see was his face and shoulders. Recently, it had gotten harder to have sex unless I was on top of him. He pushed 2 fingers into me, sinking into my wetness, and pulled them out, sucking them clean.
Ready?
He hitched me up by the waist and turned me over so I was on all fours facing the headboard. His knees sank to the mattress behind me. Tiernan slammed into me all at once, and I cried out, throwing my head back with a moan. He'd never taken me like this before, always watching out for my delicate soul and trauma. I wished he hadn't. There was something so exhilarating about this position, about the fact I couldn't see his face, read his lips, sign to him. I was completely at his mercy as he drove into me, riding me from behind. Picking up the pace, he leaned over, his six-pack colliding with my back, and tilted my head sideways, awarding me with a filthy, bruising kiss. With each slam of his hips, I groaned into his mouth, our juices dripping down my inner thighs. A mouth-watering rush of heat found itself in my core. Every muscle in my body burned and tensed. I was a marionette on tight strings. When I arched my back and felt my climax taking over me, the invisible strings cut off. I collapsed on the bed limply. My husband caught my waist from behind, both to protect my pregnant belly and to steady me. He pumped into me a few more times before I felt the heat of his cum spreading inside me, then pulled out. When I turned around, he already looked perfectly composed, tucking his shirt back into his slacks and zipping himself up. Not a hair on his head was out of place. Tiernan picked his phone up from the nightstand, checked his messages, arched a brow.
Angelo's en route to your family's basement. Turns out he was in the area.
He leaned to kiss the top of my head. Every inch of my skin still hummed with post-orgasmic shivers.
Get dressed. You're leaving.
My eyebrows pinched together. I'm coming?
You just did. But yes, you're coming with me to your parents.
It's 9:30.
Yeah.
And there are about 40 Irish soldiers roaming this building.
Yeah?
Most likely the only person who wants to hurt me, Angelo, will be in the same basement with you. Chagrined amusement touched his frown.
Is there a point somewhere in your little speech, Galak?
I shook my head, more confused than ever. Why do you need me there?
Because I love you.
He stared at me incredulously.
Isn't that enough?
A little earthquake in my chest, its ripples making my entire body tremble. I don't want to see him.
You won't. You'll be upstairs with your mom and Emma. He'll be downstairs playing catch with his internal organs.
I slipped out of my dress and wobbled into the walk-in closet to pick out a fresh one and a pair of new panties. When I opened my underwear drawer, a strong, manly hand reached from behind my shoulder to close it back shut.
No.
His lips moved on the shell of my ear.
I want you to walk around leaking my cum.
His hands slid down from my shoulders to my breasts, cupping them, thumbs caressing my tight, dark nipples. I tilted my head against his chest, moaning. His hands traveled lower, to my stomach. I froze. For the first time since we got married, Tiernan touched my stomach. Tears gathered behind my eyes and nose, grateful, happy tears, and a rush of joy coursed through me. Splaying his fingers over the round, hard belly, he moved his lips along the crook of my shoulder.
Sorry about the mess, little guy.
I snorted, feeling more cum dripping out of me as my abdominals contracted. I turned to him, draping my arms on his shoulders. Tiernan, I spoke.
Wifey?
He encircled my waist, drawing me close. I have something to say.
I'm all ears.
I love you. This wiped the cocky smile off his face.
Is this your orgasm speaking again? Or is it you?
Both? I scrunched my nose.
Wrong answer, rascal.
He tapped my nose. I laughed. Just me.
Say that again.
His eye darkened, his starvation for affection gleaming from it. I love you. He closed his eye, inhaling the words into his body.
Now sign it.
Dropping my arms from his shoulders, I signed, I love you.
Now kiss it.
Reaching on my tiptoes, I sealed his mouth with mine, telling him with my body how I felt, and the ferocity with which I felt it. It was tender and slow and romantic, devoid of our usual carnal hunger. His forehead dropped to mine. We were both breathing hard. And for the first time in my life, an elusive, power-drunk feeling washed over me. I was untouchable.
Chapter 51. Tiernan. Enzo hauled Angelo by the hair, yanking him up from the bucket of water his face was pushed into. Hi, me again. My brother-in-law flashed a lazy smile. Sorry, the polygraph wasn't working and we had to resort to good old fucking your face up. Angelo's frostbitten blue face glared at him. His dark blonde hair dripped ice water. Apology not accepted. You broke the machine right in front of me when we got here. It was an honest mistake. Enzo grinned. You shot the fucking thing. Enzo shrugged. I have bad aim. Ask anyone. He's shit. Achilles confirmed. And so were you. I already told you I didn't do it. Angelo spat out the words. I'll ask again. Achilles strolled around the chair Angelo was bound to. He was tied in front of a desk with a bucket of water. Where were you between 10:33 and 11:04 on that night, Bandini? To make it less awkward, Luca had extracted himself from the situation. It was bad manners to slaughter your brother-in-law when your wife was expecting your baby. Even if you felt more strongly about turtlenecks than about said wife. Not with her, Angelo hissed out in pain. Enzo rolled his eyes exasperatedly, shoving Angelo's head back into the bucket. Gurgles and bubbles resurfaced on the water. I glanced at my watch, leaning against the wall, cross-legged. By the time this was over, it was going to be closer to 2 a.m. Leela could sleep in until the late afternoon if she wished to. But I still didn't like the idea of my wife having to stay late because of this gobshite. Enzo pulled Angelo's face from the water again. 14 minutes in and we still got a whole lot of nothing from him. No surprises there. Outfit members didn't break easily. So, 10:33 to 11:04. Enzo swirled the ring on his pinky. I was at the mansion. I vote we start cutting off his body parts. I uncrossed my arms and pushed off the wall, losing patience. Begin with the fingers and work our way up. He obviously needs to be incentivized. Trust me when I tell you my motivation is sky-fucking-high. I told you the truth. I was inside the mansion. I don't know what else you want me to say. How about the truth? Achilles suggested. We checked the CCTV footage. You slipped out of the ballroom during that time frame. Yes, Angelo's teeth chattered, framed by blue, numb lips. I said I was inside the mansion, not in the ballroom. Where were you inside the mansion? Achilles asked, producing his phone out of his pocket. We have footage access to all of the grand rooms. Angelo pressed his lips, tipping his head back with a heavy sigh. He looked about ready to shoot his own head and be done with it. You won't find the footage. His voice cracked. Oh? Achilles feigned surprise. And why's that? Because I slipped into one of the bedrooms. Partied so hard you needed to take a nap. Enzo made a mock sad face. Something like that. Angelo sneered, cutting his gaze to me. Look, man, I'm sincerely sorry for whatever happened to warrant this kind of interrogation of me. Whatever happened to your woman, to my wife, to your wife, must be pretty bad. But I'm telling you, you're barking up the wrong tree here. Achilles and I exchanged looks. I nodded once. Achilles pulled his gun out and shot Angelo's splayed fingers on the table, blowing up his pinky. Fuck! Angelo kicked back, squirming in the seat he had his legs tied to, howling in pain. Anyway, Achilles said nonchalantly, holstering his gun. You were saying you were in a bedroom. Angelo panted hard, nodding violently. Yes. What were you doing there? I was there with someone. Lucky you. Achilles' mouth twisted with a smirk. Care to tell us who it was? Just so we could give them a call and confirm your alibi. I can't tell you. Why not? Because it'd ruin her life. And it'd ruin mine too. Enzo beamed, the picture of sunshine and teddy bears. She's married? No. Betrothed. Angelo stopped to think about it, then shook his head. Then it's not that big of a deal if you tell us her name. Achilles concluded. I mean, there's the humiliation of having to admit to fucking you, but we'll keep her secret. So, I pressed my knuckles to the desk on the other side of Angelo, studying him from above. Who's the lucky lady? He closed his eyes, looked away, shook his head. Achilles sighed, pulled out his gun again, and shot his ring finger. Angelo kicked the desk and fell backward to the floor, screaming, God damn it! Stop protecting her. I rolled my sleeves up to my elbows, ready to get this shit over with. Your only chance of coming out of this basement in less than 60 pieces and reunite with Lover Girl is if you cooperate. And since you're the only viable name on our list of suspects, it's on you to convince us you are accounted for within this time frame. I rounded the desk, stopped in front of him, and pressed the sole of my army boot to his groin. Now before I destroy the crown jewels, it's your sister. The confession ripped from his mouth. Behind me, I heard Achilles' gun drop to the floor. I glanced back. Asshole looked like a kid who just witnessed a tooth fairy being gang-raped by Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. His expression was demonic. What? I asked. You heard me. Angelo groaned as I pulled him back into a sitting position. I was with Tyranny. That's why I didn't want to tell you, because you're her brother and because... He trailed off, his gaze gating to Achilles. I followed his line of vision, just in time to catch Achilles pouncing on Angelo, dropping him back on the floor with a roar. He straddled him, grabbing his head and bashing it against the cobbled ground. Enzo and I jumped on him, each of us seizing one of his arms and dragging him off Angelo before he killed Luca's brother-in-law. My sister was single, an adult, and could shag whoever she fancied. Move before I kill both your sorry asses as collateral damage, Achilles growled. He fought us, trying to break free. He almost managed to escape twice, before we heaved him up the stairs and hauled his ass outside. We locked the dungeon, then returned to Angelo and straightened him up. Enzo lit a cigarette and massaged his temples. I poured myself a whiskey. You said you were with Tyranny. I drawled, my back to him. Yeah, Angelo coughed, gurgling on his blood before spitting it. I didn't actually care who my sister was screwing. It was her prerogative to carry on an affair with Angelo Bandini. What did bother me was that if Angela was telling the truth, and he had no reason to lie seeing as I was going to ask her in exactly 2 minutes, that meant that the rapist's identity was still a mystery. You were with her the whole time. Yeah. Angelo was now openly weeping. He was a pretty boy, but I couldn't see what made him so fuckable. The entire time. You can ask her. I remembered Tyranny split from us sometime during the night. In fact, I had spent most of it in Velo's card room, cleaning everyone's wallets out in a game of craps. I picked up my phone and called my sister. She answered on the first ring. Were you fucking Angelo the night of Luca's wedding?
Good evening to you too, brother. I'm doing well, and yourself?
Answer the fucking question, sis. A pulse of hesitation. She didn't want to get him in trouble with Achilles. This was why she tried to stir us from the idea of him being the attacker whenever we discussed the list together.
What is he saying?
He is claiming he was with you during the time Leela went missing. Another pause.
If I answer truthfully, you can't let Achilles kill him.
I won't.
Then, yes, I can confirm his alibi. He was with me the entire night.
I killed the call, set my phone down. Enzo wiped a hand over his mouth. Fuck me. But Matilo is telling the truth. Which meant we were back to square one, only without any promising leads. Angelo wasn't the rapist. I couldn't let this go, not because of my pride or even Leela's, but because whoever it was, he was coming after her and our baby. My only consolation was that now that the issue with the Bratva was solved, I could throw myself into finding this bastard. I was going to kill this cunt if I had to personally assassinate every single person on that guest list. Untie the motherfucker, I told Enzo, turning my back on Angelo and going up the stairs. Back to the drawing board we go. After I took Leela into bed and informed her that Angelo wasn't the attacker, I met Tyranny and Finton downstairs for a pint.
We were going at it like rabbits in Achilles' room.
Tyranny played with the stem of her chilled white wine, sitting cross-legged across from me.
He is surprisingly agile and feral, for a pretty boy.
Christ, like I didn't need intense therapy as it is. I mumbled into my Guinness. Is it still going on between you two? Finton asked her.
No. He broke it off when he realized how serious Achilles is about protecting my non-existent virtue.
She pouted.
Speaking of, I do hope Achilles was there when Angelo spilled the beans.
He was. I confirmed, letting her bask in his misery. And he lost his ever-loving shit.
Really? Now?
Her eyes sparkled excitedly. I nodded. Enzo and I almost tore his arms off trying to unpeel him from the poor bastard. He's got it hard for you, sis. Finton lifted his pint in a cheers motion.
I know.
Tyranny swirled her wine, a faraway look on her face. Her bruises were meticulously covered in makeup.
I cannot wait to destroy his life.
He took two of Angelo's fingers. I goaded. She winced before remembering she was a cold bitch who wasn't supposed to care.
Shame.
She slouched against the vinyl bench.
He has talented fingers. I shall always remember them fondly.
Oi. I tossed a crisp at her. She caught it in her mouth and wiggled her brows, chewing.
Add that to your list of things to talk about with your non-existent therapist.
She laughed. We fell silent, each of the siblings sipping their respective drink. I was running several options of who the attacker might be in my head.
How's Da doing?
Tyranny broke the quiet. Grand, yeah. Fenton stroked his chin. His depression seems to be under control. The new meds are working wonders. It was the best-kept secret of the underworld that my father was down for the count his entire career. Battling depression. I took over his work when I was 15 and never looked back. It was as though he'd waited for Tyranny and me to come along so he could finally collapse into the breakdown he had when Mom was murdered. I remembered not understanding him one bit. His despair and inability to move on, push forward, rejoin society. Now it was crystal clear to me, though. I too couldn't think of myself without Leela. That he made it so far without killing himself was a heroic act in itself. So what are you going to do? Vinton turned to face me. Now that Angelo provided a sufficient alibi. For the first time in my life, I wasn't forthcoming with my siblings. I didn't tell them the truth. I just told them what I wanted the world to think. I couldn't trust anybody anymore. I'm going to send her off to meet him, if he ever contacts her again. And then I'm going to give him what he wants to make sure he pisses off. If it's money he wants, he is welcome to it. Vinton nodded. Can't say I blame you. Tierney stared at me in disbelief.
What if he harms her?
Why would he? He had 8 months to do it. He got as far as our apartment. Could have finished her off while she was under him if he wanted. They both gave me disturbed looks. I rapped my knuckles on the table. Another round. Chapter 52. Tiernan. 3 days later, Leela's attacker came forth. I had a feeling he was biding his time, watching us, trying to see how the Angelo Bentini angle was going to unfold. Now that Angelo was out and about, walking on his 2 useless feet, albeit missing a couple fingers, it was obvious we crossed him off the list of suspects. Now that Angelo was out and about, walking on his 2 useless feet, albeit missing a couple fingers, it was obvious we crossed him off the list of suspects. And even though other unchecked candidates were extremely unlikely, I wasn't going to rule any of them out.
This time he sent me a message straight to my phone.
Leela handed me said phone.
I wonder why.
The message read, "If you want to stay alive, meet me tonight at 11 p.m. at Fort Market Port. Come alone, shake off your husband/security detail. Bring $150,000 in cash." The reason as to the why was simple. He could no longer risk slipping mail into the building without going unnoticed. The place was more secure than the White House now. I grabbed the phone number and sent it for Sam to analyze, even though I knew the fucker 100% used a burner. "Confirm you'll be there." I handed her back the phone. "I'll go see him myself." Her head shot up and she glared at me.
I'm coming too.
"You're not."
Tiernan, I want to confront the man who did this to me.
"Why? Are you expecting any insightful input as to why he brutally raped you? Because you won't find a plausible excuse."
I want him to hurt.
"He will hurt. I will make it slow and gory and unbearable. He will regret the day he was born."
I need this for closure.
She glared at me. "You're not coming, and that's that." I slipped into my peacoat. I had $150,000 to liquidate in a few hours. Hardly a fucking problem for me, but a big hurdle for a sheltered teenager like Leela. This whole operation felt botched. Amateur. This wasn't necessarily a good thing. Stupid people made the most dangerous enemies. They couldn't tell a terrible idea if it hit them in the face with a shovel.
Think about it.
Leela jumped to her feet, chasing me across the too small apartment. I hated that she didn't have a sprawling mansion, a proper nursery, and a walk-in closet she could get lost in. Not that she'd ever complained about it, despite her plush upbringing.
He threatened he'd tell the world our secret. Reveal that you are not the real father if I don't come there on my own.
First of all, he wouldn't be alive to do that. I slipped into my smart shoes. Second, even if he did tell, it wouldn't change a thing. I'd still be married to you, and the baby would still be mine. That seemed to placate her, as she stopped by the door, placing her hands on my shoulders.
Promise?
I stared at her, aghast. Just fucking try to get rid of me, Leela. That earned me a precious smile from my favorite girl.
Thank you.
She said. I love you.
Good for you.
She was still mad. I yanked her close, kissing the tip of her nose. Hey, say it back.
Fine. I love you too. That being said, I want to be there, please.
I leaned down, catching her lips in mine in a sweet kiss. She'd be pissed when she found out I directed all of her incoming messages and calls to my phone. Never fucking happening. Have a good day, Gallic.
Chapter 53. Leela. The clock struck 10:30 when I put my sketchbook down and rose from the couch. I couldn't sit around twiddling my thumbs while my husband was having a showdown with my rapist. Fury and exasperation swirled in my gut. I knew Tiernan wanted to keep me safe, and I appreciated his protectiveness. But I was my own person, and I wanted to confront my attacker. I deserved to give him a piece of my mind. I even fantasized about telling him everything verbally, watching his shock as he realized I could speak. Tiernan made me promise I'd never follow him, never put myself in harm's way, but we'd never discussed this rule in the case that I knew his life was in danger. He was underestimating the man who raped me. Sure, his actions so far were a little chaotic, but ultimately, he had managed to sneak under everyone's radar undetected this many months into the pregnancy. Obviously, he was doing something right. I was going to break my promise to my husband, just this one time. I grabbed my pink gun and tucked it in the satin ribbon holding together my pink maternity dress. It was easily concealed between the rich fabrics of my frock. I slid my phone into my purse and took the stairs down to the pub. Finton and Tierney weren't there, and it was still closed to the public. An ocean of scary-looking Irish soldiers looked up from their pints and game of cards. I shot them a glare and punched my phone's keyboards, using a text-to-speech app. I want to go to 7-Eleven to get some chocolate. They looked between them, hesitant. I wasn't one for rash decisions and didn't have a sweet tooth, and I never asked my bodyguards to take me anywhere. In fact, I usually pretended they didn't exist. A bulky guy named Flynn stood up.
Give us a list, will you? I'll grab whatever you fancy.
Shaking my head, I typed on my phone, transferring my text into words. I don't know what I want. I need to go there and see.
It's late.
I tossed a shoulder up.
And cold?
Someone else said. I rolled my eyes.
Tiernan said not to let you out of our sight.
A third soldier chimed, his throat bobbing with the swallow. I couldn't believe the man put 50 soldiers in charge of protecting one tiny woman who never left the house. This was overkill, even for my husband. Good thing you are coming with me, then. My phone sing-songed my words. Heaving out a sigh, the largest soldier pushed off his seat, draining the last of his Guinness.
Be back in a few. I'll come with.
A second soldier stood up. Then a third, and to my horror, a fourth. God, I couldn't take them all down. I'm not getting into the car with all of you, my phone declared robotically.
Boss says 4 soldiers is the minimum for your security.
Mammoth soldier replied. I don't feel comfortable being in a confined space with a bunch of big men. Do you know what happens to men who make me feel uncomfortable? I arched an eyebrow. Another round of frustrated scowls ping-ponged in the room.
Oh, shite.
The mammoth soldier, who was also the highest-ranking one, tore his jacket from the back of his booth and stomped to the door.
Make it quick.
I followed him, waiting while he pulled the car from the garage and rounded it to the front of the pub. I slid into the back, right behind the driver's seat. He started driving down the street, taking a turn right into an intersection. Heart thrumming, I pulled my gun out of my waistband and pressed it to the back of his closely shaved head. He froze. I cocked the gun. Pushing my phone screen into his face with my other hand from behind, I pointed at the address the attacker had sent me earlier in the day. Floor it, I said vocally. He gulped, nodding once. 10 minutes that felt like 2 hours later, I hopped out of the car before he even made a full stop, still aiming the pistol at him. There wasn't much he could do to chase me. He was armed to his teeth, but he knew moving a hair on my head would land him in all of Dante's circles of hell. I moved quietly in the night. The port was an abandoned cluster of warehouses sitting in a deserted harbor. The stench of stale weed, piss, and human decay hung in the air. Whoever had invited me here knew Hunts Point well enough to choose this strategic location. The buildings were all flat-roofed, two-storied, arranged in a U shape. If you stood at the center of that U, you were a plain target. My husband knew that, which was why I spotted him almost immediately, moving sleekly close to the walls of the buildings, disappearing into crooks, checking his surroundings calmly. It was possible my attacker was not going to show himself to Tiernan, but it was extremely unlikely said attacker was going to slip under Tiernan's radar this time. I scanned my surroundings for a hideout the way my husband had taught me, and settled behind a broken-down car that slumped on the side of the port. It was rusty and loaded with old shopping bags inside. I had a good view of Tiernan, though, and that was what mattered. My husband stopped in an alcove, pulled out his phone to check it. Smart boy. I needed him alive. The baby kicked inside me, demonstrating his disapproval at my quick heart rate. I wasn't stupid. I figured Tiernan forwarded my messages to himself to communicate with the attacker. They were likely texting now. I noticed the duffel with the money my attacker asked for sitting in the center of the U. A shadow danced across the roof above Tiernan's head. My eyes snapped to it. A person, dressed all in black, wearing a balaclava. He was army crawling across the roof, a rifle in his hands. Because he wasn't standing up, Tiernan couldn't see him. But I could. The person aimed their firearm at Tiernan, but he had a terrible angle. My husband knew better than to make himself vulnerable. Still, if this was a seasoned sniper, it was game over. If it were Tiernan on the roof, he'd take the shot and kill him in a heartbeat. This is your attacker, Leela. The man who took the most precious thing you owned. Your innocence. The person on the roof scratched at their balaclava, frustrated, scooting forward, trying to get a better angle on my husband. I choked on my breath, jerking my own pistol and aiming it at the person on the roof. He was closer to me than he was to Tiernan, but it was still going to be a hard shot. In the pitch dark, with a moving target lying flat a few dozen feet above me. But one shot was all I had, especially if this guy knew what he was doing. My heart pounded so hard I was nauseous. I ran through all of Tiernan's instructions in my head.
Steady hand. Wide stance. Use your dominant eye. Squeeze when you exhale. Your money shot is when your lungs are empty. Study the wind. Shoot dirty.
I took a deep breath. The person on the roof scooted forward, cocking his rifle. Tiernan's head shot up at the sound. I exhaled all the oxygen from my lungs. Then I took my shot. The pink gun fired, the bullet spinning in the air for a nanosecond before landing clean in the attacker's head. He fell from the roof, landing on the ground. Tiernan whipped his head in my direction. I raised my hands in truce. He stepped from the shadows, brows creased in confusion, gun aimed toward me. He looked pissed. That's when I realized he didn't recognize me. Had no idea who I was. My attacker didn't come out of this alive. But neither would I.
Chapter 54. Tiernan. I pulled the trigger a fraction of a second before I spotted the flash of a pink dress. Everything turned black. Jerking my pistol sideways, every fiber of my body hoped it was enough to skew the bullet far enough from my aim. I never missed, but I needed to miss now. The tiny figure ducked behind the broken window of the piece of junk car. The sound of my shot ricocheting through the air, the scent of sulfur in my nose, on my tongue. The entire world hung, suspended on a string. And I knew I wouldn't give myself time to mourn the loss of my wife if I killed her. I'd kill myself on impact. I shot so fast in her direction, I nearly outran the bullet. My heart in my fucking throat. Leela, Leela, Leela. My wife sidestepped the rusty car, and I saw she was unscathed. All the air left my lungs, my knees buckled. I fell down on all fours, fucking heaving from terror. She could have died. I could have killed her. A few seconds later, I felt her dainty fingers on my shoulders. She kneeled down in front of me, gathering me into her arms. I pushed her away, standing up swiftly, livid. What in the ever-loving fuck? My roar reverberated through the air, snatching her shoulders. I shook her roughly. What are you doing here? How did you get here? I was losing my shit, mind and control. The thought that someone could have hurt her. That I could have been that someone. Her big blue eyes clung to my face wildly, my grip on her tightened, becoming more punishing. I'm going to disembowel every gobshite who's been assigned to watch you.
I threatened one of your soldiers at gunpoint.
Of course she did. Falling in love with a normal girl was too big an ask. I had to go for the deranged Camorra Principessa, who looked like an angel and recreationally licked blood and shot people. I told you to never go anywhere where you're unsafe. She pushed up to her feet, patting down her dusty knees.
You could have died.
It was a chance I was willing to take. You dying wasn't.
Well, as it happens, you dying is a chance I wasn't willing to take.
Her expression was thunderous.
By the way, this is a very weird way to say thank you for saving your life.
What Leela didn't understand was that I choose to be mutilated to death and resurrected twice a day until the planet exploded before seeing her endure a minor paper cut. Did she save my life? No. I saw the dipshit on the roof and had my gun aimed at him. I'd been hoping to extract information from him before killing him. That wasn't the point, though. The point was that she cared. Cared enough to risk her life. Cared enough to go to the trouble. I'd been the responsible adult in every relationship I'd ever had. With my father, brother, sister, Alex, the entire Irish operation. I made the calls and decided who lived and who died. And though I still wanted to strangle her for giving me a heart attack, I couldn't pretend it didn't affect me that she risked her own life just to save my ass. Are you hurt? I was sulking. Another side effect of being in love. Jesus Christ. It was like being plagued with an incurable disease. She arched an eyebrow, folding her arms over her chest.
Are you done with your tantrum?
Almost. I grabbed her cheeks in my palms. Need to do this first. I leaned down and kissed the living shite out of her. A kiss that put to shame every other kiss in the history of kisses, with tongue and teeth and moans and groans, with adrenaline-soaked urgency, only being reminded of what your own mortality could cause. I took a step back, putting on a ruefully unbothered face. That's your official thank you. Having said that, never do it again. We both turned and walked toward the lifeless figure that laid beneath the warehouse roof. It was splayed on the concrete, a river of dark blood oozing from the balaclava, a clear shot to the head. My chest nearly burst with pride. She was a good student. I kneeled down in front of him, turning to her when I spoke. You want to see his face? She nodded.
I'm glad I was the one to kill him. He killed a part of me all those months ago. He deserved it.
I ripped the balaclava from his face and squinted at the sight in front of me. It was a fucking nobody. Not anyone I recognize, and certainly no one from the Irish Camorra or the outfit. I was confused, to say the least. Leela tugged on my sleeve from behind, and I turned to look at her.
I know him.
She breathed out, eyes wide.
Roger. He worked on Crimson Key for at least a decade, at my parents' country club, and sometimes in the mansion, when there were big events. I bet he was a member of the staff during Luca's wedding.
I said nothing.
I'm happy it's done.
She fell into my arms while I was still crouching.
I'm tired, Tiernan. Tired of poking this wound that keeps opening, gushing out. Tired of the violence and misery finding this bastard brought with it. I want to forget he ever existed. And move on.
Stroking her back absent-mindedly, I sent her to wait in the car for me while I cleaned any potential evidence from the crime scene. I followed her alertly with my gaze until she climbed in and locked herself inside the Mercedes. After she was gone, I yanked his wallet from his pants, which I knew I'd find, because whoever sent this asshole here wanted me to find it, and called Sam. I wasn't convinced by what I was seeing. "Brennan," he answered. "Roger Carsoto. Run his name on your system." I held his driver's license using the tips of my fingernails. I never left evidence behind, and I wasn't going to start now only because his case was personal to me. Forget about it. Sam confirmed my suspicion. Family man, veteran, kids, wife, pets, a steady job. Landed on Crimson Key because his daughter has a rare lung disease and the humidity is good for her. I'm sending you his full bio. I killed the call and skimmed over the file Sam popped in my encrypted chat app. Roger Carsado didn't fit the profile. He was well into his 50s, slim and relatively short. More importantly, he had a wife and 4 children at home. Frail enough not to attack a girl so viciously and violently. Old enough not to be hard and ready in the seconds it took him to push her skirt up and violate her. Yeah, he was a waiter at the wedding, but he had worked on Crimson Key for years. He was known as a devout Catholic and a family man. It seemed the real attacker greased Cardoso's palm, paid him to take the fall, kill or get killed. Roger took it, likely because the overdue medical bills kept piling up. He sacrificed himself for the greater good of his family. But even poor people like Roger didn't do this kind of shit for a few bucks. He needed to make sure his family was taken care of, which meant whoever attacked Leela had money. Fucking loads of it. Leela was terrified and exhausted from this ordeal. I wasn't going to share all of this with her. As far as she was concerned, this shit was over, done. She killed her rapist and was happy about it. This was her truth, though, not mine. I was going to find that sneaky asshole, even if it was the last thing I did.
Chapter 55. Leela. What will you do with Harlem, now that it's yours? I asked as we drove to my baby shower at my parents' house. It was a last-minute gathering, but Mama insisted we should make up for some lost time. She'd been the picture of a perfect mother since our talk at the hospital, dropping by with food and clothes, sometimes accompanying Tiernan and me to our weekly checkups at the doctor's office. I was excited to spend time with Tierney and Sophia. Really, I was excited to see everyone, other than Velo. I was relieved to find out he wasn't my biological father, and unlike with Mama, I saw no reason to try to patch things up with him. It wasn't my fault I wasn't his, and it certainly wasn't my job to make him love me. If he wanted us to be strangers, that was exactly what we'd be.
Nothing.
Tiernan clipped out, his gaze unwavering from the road. You mean, you're going to keep things as is?
I'm not getting Harlem.
Rearing my head back, I frowned. Velo refused to fulfill his side of the bargain? It wouldn't surprise me, the man was a menace.
He tried giving it to me. I declined it.
Why?
Because finding that asshole had stopped being about territory and prestige a long time ago.
His veiny, big hand tapped the wheel impatiently.
And I don't want you to ever doubt why I'm here. Besides, I've no interest in Harlem anymore. Alex and I have bigger plans. The Midwest is wide open waiting to be claimed. Fewer feds' eyes on it, too.
You should have taken what's yours. But even as I said this, I couldn't deny the pleasure it gave me to know he gave up Harlem to show me his devotion. I already know that you love me.
I've claimed what's mine.
He ran his palm over my stomach, up my torso, thumbing my chin.
She's sitting next to me, and I'm never letting her go.
30 minutes later, we parked in front of my parents' house. The front lawn was decorated with arches of balloons in blue, white, and gold. The cobbled pathway leading to the doors was lined up with little stork signs that exclaimed, "It's a boy!" My heart pitter-pattered. Not only did Tiernan accept the baby, but Mama did too. The two most important people in my life. Tiernan rounded the car and opened the passenger door for me. He offered me a hand, keeping my palm in his as we made our way inside. We were greeted by my family. Tierney was there too, looking especially beautiful in a risque black Balmain dress that clung to her killer body, black lacy gloves, and a pearl choker. She was never going to get Achilles off her back if she continued baiting him, looking like she did. A part of me suspected she didn't want him to stop. You look so beautiful, bambina mia. Mama kissed my cheeks with glittering eyes. Glowing. Thank you. I held her wrists, kissing her back. And you're wearing pink. Tierney's grin was conspiratorial. To a blue-themed party. That's so you. Luca, Achilles, and Enzo hugged me too. Sophia and I rubbed each other's bumps, giggling. It was the first time I saw a genuine smile on her face. I knew better than to think that smile was because Luca and she were doing better. She still lived in Chicago, and he still lived in New York. Velo wasn't in attendance. Mama said he was feeling unwell, and I didn't push. Frankly, I felt more relaxed without him being around. There was food, cupcakes, virgin cocktails, laughter, and a game of trivia. Mama brought out the big guns at some point. Thick, dusty photo albums of me as a baby. I held my breath the entire time Tiernan and Tierney examined them, knowing their infancy did not include baby pictures, smash cakes, colorful bikes, and Barbie-themed Band-Aids. At some point, I had to excuse myself to go to the bathroom. Peeing every 10 minutes was the unfortunate byproduct of having a 6-pound human using your bladder as a pillow. I slipped into the restroom, did my business, and washed my hands. When I got out, I saw Achilles and Tierney huddled in a darkened corner of the hallway. I froze. She was pressed against the wall, him crowding her, his arms on either side of her shoulders. It was the first time he paid her attention all evening. He'd refused to look her way the entire evening. I suspected it had something to do with the revelation she'd been sleeping with Angelo. It was hard to think of Achilles as heartbroken. Then again, his behavior had always been so weird around her. Stepping back behind the door, I studied them, waiting to see if Tierney needed any help. I loved my brother, but I was fully prepared to jump to my sister-in-law's defense and protect her.
Did you touch my mistress?
Achilles' face gave away nothing. Tierney yawned in his face provocatively. Which one?
Don't fuck with me, Tierney.
Honey, don't you worry your ugly head about that. I'll never fuck you. I pressed my lips to suppress a giggle.
I only have one, Tessa.
The corded muscles in his tanned arms flexed. He looked like he was trying his best not to touch her and losing his control rapidly. Every hair on my body stood on end. I really didn't want to smash something on his head, but could see it happening if things went south.
She says her legs were broken with a baseball bat.
You mean she can't open them for you anymore? Tierney clutched her choker in mock horror. She laughed, patting his shoulder good-naturedly. Oh, come, Achilles. I'm harmless enough. The only thing I've ever killed is a sourdough starter. Achilles obviously wasn't buying it.
Did you do it yourself or send someone else?
I'm a hard-working gal. She flipped her hair to one shoulder. If I want to get something done, I always do it myself.
Thought you said you never hurt another woman.
That woman has a rap sheet a mile long. Have you read it?
No.
She's not exactly a symbol of feminism. Child abandonment, child neglect, solicitation, statutory rape of a 17-year-old boy. She listed the colorful past of my brother's mistress. Honestly, she's lucky I stopped at her legs. That neck was so squeezable. Achilles' mask slipped, and a flash of surprise crossed his face, a rarity in itself.
Didn't know all that.
Even if you did, it wouldn't have made any difference to you. She shrugged. He didn't deny it.
This was your payback for Angelo.
If I can't get some, Ferrante, then neither can you.
Listen carefully, piccola flamma.
He snatched her jaw, making her meet his eyes.
You're making one fatal mistake after another. Don't push my limits. That self-destruction button of yours will get you killed one day, sweetheart, and I just might do the honor.
Unable to stomach any more of this, I stepped out of the bathroom and cleared my throat, making myself known. Both their gazes fluttered to me. Achilles stepped back, sneering at Tierney like she was garbage.
Your little friend saved the day.
He rearranged the choker around her neck gently, without touching her skin.
I'm watching you, Tierney.
Keep looking, asshole. She smiled serenely. Because that's all you'll do when it comes to me. You okay? I asked verbally, putting a hand on her shoulder. She nodded, putting on a brave smile. But the light in her eyes was gone. Me? Oh, grand. Don't worry about me at all. What about you? Having fun? I nodded. Great. That's all I needed to know. When we got to the gift portion of the event, worry began nibbling at the corners of my gut. Emma gifted me the most beautiful changing table, powder blue and carved lavishly. But it was ginormous and would never fit into our bedroom unless we removed a few pieces of furniture. Mama bought the baby a snoo. Luca and Sophia gifted us a bougie designer stroller, a baby tub, and a car seat. Achilles and Enzo contributed a bunch of toys and the rocker I'd put on my registry. Tyranny, an entire wardrobe of designer onesies and extravagant Burberry and Gucci baby blankets. While I appreciated everything, we simply didn't have space for all these things. I already knew I'd have to send Emma back to live with my parents, since there weren't enough bedrooms in the apartment. I suppose I didn't really need my vanity, or my walk-in closet. My clothes could fit into some drawers, and I could convert the closet into a space for the baby's changing table and clothes. An hour later, Tiernan and I got into the car and made our way to the apartment. I continued trying to shift things around in my head to accommodate our growing family. Maybe we could keep the stroller in the communal hallway. I was sure Tierney wouldn't mind. But the truth was, squeezing things into our apartment was the least of my worries. We lived above a crowded pub. Surely the constant hustle and bustle would wake the baby. And how was I to take him for strolls when we needed fresh air? We lived in an unsafe neighborhood.
I'm sorry I didn't give you anything for your baby shower.
Tiernan snatched me out of my own thoughts. Please don't be. I shook my head. We've both had so much on our minds lately.
I did get you something small.
He reached across the central console, took my hand and pressed my knuckles to his lips.
I hope you like it.
He murmured into my skin. I'm sure I will.
Mind if we make a pit stop to see it? It's just around the corner.
Not at all. I'm all yours. In every single way possible. We drove from Massapequa to Huntington in silence. I drummed my fingers on my thigh, feeling the baby readjusting inside my tummy. It had become unbearably uncomfortable for both of us lately. Tiernan killed the engine in front of a stunning gray-stoned colonial with black shutters and floor-to-ceiling doors and windows. It was a jaw-dropping mansion with 2 white columns on either way of the entrance, a grand balcony above it, 4 chimneys, and 2 wings spurting from each side of it. There must be at least 9 bedrooms in this place, I thought, as I took in the manicured bright green bushes bracketing the serpentine pathway to the house. Tiernan stared at the manor. Grimly, he turned to me, rummaging in his pocket and depositing a small set of keys in my hand.
Here's something small I got you.
You got me a key? I blinked, confused.
Not just any key.
He gestured at the mansion.
One that opens the door to this house.
I stared at him, processing the meaning of his words.
Is this big enough for us?
He searched my face, something urgent flicking behind his eyes. I'm sorry? My pulse hammered against the side of my neck, my heart expanding like a sponge.
Is the house big enough? For you, me, Emma, the baby, and the other 2 or 3 you'll want in the future, since unlike me, you don't detest people.
Stunned, I stared at him, looking for the right words. He bought this? For me. For us.
It's a little shy of 12,000 square feet, 10 bedrooms, way too many baths, a pool, a tennis court. I think I'll convert it to a stable, though. I know you like horses.
He scratched his jaw absent-mindedly.
The kitchen is huge. There are 2 of them, actually. Emma will be happy. And the nurseries are good-sized.
I seized his jawline, making him stop talking. I shook my head. He looked dejected, like he lost somehow, and I knew why. Thank you. I appreciate it. But if you're doing this just to appease me, please don't. We'll find a way to fit everything in our apartment. I don't even need half the things we were gifted. I'll happily donate them. And Emma can stay with my parents. I'll be okay. All I care about is being with you.
I'm not letting you and the baby live in Aunt's Point.
He stared at me like I was insane.
Living above a pub is no place for a new mother and a child.
But you love Hunts Point.
There are things I love more. One of them happens to sit right in front of me.
You don't have to choose.
I do, and I am. I'll be in New York daily for work. You'll be close to your parents and have all the assistance you need.
I was going to argue, but it seemed his mind was set. I started signing something, but he ignored me, slipping out of the driver's seat and opening the door for me. Hesitantly, I stepped out and allowed myself a good look at the house. It wasn't as grand and flashy as my parents', but 10 times prettier. It looked like something out of the historical books I read about England, where soirees took place and people fell in love. I got a little choked up as the soles of our shoes slapped the bricked trail toward the dramatic black door.
Don't you dare cry, Gallic.
Tiernan squeezed my hand in his expression stone cold and oddly focused, like he was in the middle of an important mission.
We haven't even reached the best part yet.
The best part? What could be better than gifting me an entire freaking house for my baby shower? We walked into the foyer, and the scent hit me immediately. Fresh paint. This must have been in the works for a while now. A small tremor danced behind my sternum. Dark hardwood floors and crown moldings greeted us. The hallway was vast and newly remodeled. The house was empty, but still felt somehow full of promise and character and memories just waiting to be created between these walls. My husband tugged me toward the kitchen. The island and woodwork were painted navy, the backsplash a creme, veiny marble accented in blue. The parquet flooring still emitted the pleasant scent of freshly sawed wood. Tiernan turned to spear me with a look.
I can already see Emma standing here, yelling at me not to leave crumbs in her kitchen.
A giddy giggle escaped me. We went up the wide-set stairway and onto the second floor. First, we checked the residential wing of the house. The master was luxuriously sparse, with separate bathrooms for both of us, and a walk-in closet I could easily get lost in. The nursery was painted baby blue, one wall already wallpapered with teddy bears hanging from balloons. It was big enough to fit everything we were gifted and more. Tiernan, I choked out, breathless.
Shh, there are 2 more surprises.
He yanked me to the other wing of the house. This feeling of unrestrained happiness was foreign to me. I felt like I could burst any minute with all the glee brimming inside me. Tiernan stopped in front of a closed door, only a few feet away from a set of double doors down the hallway. He opened the door. It was an art room, with huge windows to let the place air, a heavy wooden easel, a desktop, and a portable drawers with supplies. There were canvases and brushes and pencils and paints, inspiration boards and palettes and different shade lamps. Tiernan knew nothing about art, and yet he took the time and the effort. He did this for me. He did all of this for me. I cupped my mouth, overcome with emotions. This is perfect. Is it okay to cry now? I signed, because I'm dangerously close.
Almost.
He put his finger in the air, motioning for me to hold.
Give me about...
He scowled at his watch.
8 more minutes.
I couldn't imagine anything better than what he'd already shown me, but I nodded my agreement, letting him lead me back into the hallway and in front of the double doors. He stopped, turning to me fully. He shoved his hand into his front pocket, producing something small in his hand. What's this?
I know that Tate Blackthorne gave you a first dance. I can't take that away from him. Truth be told, I'm not sure I want to. It's your fondest memory, and as much as I hate him, I love that you have something that pleased you so much.
My heart accelerated. My breath hitched. Tiernan's fierce gaze bore into me, scorching through all of my protective layers. He was wrong. It wasn't my fondest memory at all. Every single moment with him was better than my first dance. Even the bad times, when we fought and drove each other to the brink of madness, because we still did it together.
But I wanted you to know that next to me, you'll dance every night until your feet hurt. You will hear music and enjoy it.
He raised his hands, unveiling a small hearing aid in his palm. It was a clear small tube, attached to something that looked like a USB.
Your doctor told me you won't be able to hear the nuance of the music, but you can follow the sound waves.
And then I knew what it felt like to have your heart burst. Because mine did, and warmth poured into my chest. Tiernan reached for my ears and put the small device in each of them. He flipped the back of one of the devices. A static screech filled my ears, making my head hurt. I stumbled back, wincing. He reached to grab my hands and steady me. I stared at him, shocked. Was I going to hear now?
I love you.
My heart skipped a beat. I heard him. His voice was rough, husky, beautiful.
I wanted it to be the first thing you'll ever hear. So I'll say it again. I love you.
I wanted to fall down on my knees and scream in triumph, listen to my own voice, bask in my laughter. But before I could do any of that, Tiernan pushed the doors open, and in front of me stood a lush, huge ballroom. A live orchestra sat on a stage, musicians poised and swathed in formal wear. Violinists, cellists, clarinet and flute players, trombones and trumpets, bass and snare drums.
May I humbly ask for the pleasure of a dance with you, Leela?
He bowed his head, and I realized I heard him because he spoke, not because I could read his lips. That voice, this man, God help me. Tiernan offered me his open palm. I took it. We stepped inside. The band began to play on cue. The music filled my ears. The harmony, the sound, the emotions it stirred in me. I couldn't breathe. I was so overwhelmed. It was pleasant and happy, but I got choked up on my own emotions. I started shaking in his arms as he swept me elegantly across the dance floor in a waltz. Tears leaked from my eyes, and this time I let them fall. I didn't feel weak. On the contrary, I'd never felt more powerful in my life. You waltz? I heard my voice. It sounded slurred in comparison to my husband's, but it was pretty. I liked it. It was kind.
For you, I do. We're not talking about the dance classes I took last week, though.
I listened to the edge of his voice, to the playful lilt of his sarcasm, to that low, soothing, manly baritone that I always fantasized about. Whoa. What are they playing? I doubted whatever version of this song entered my ears was the complete product, but it was enough.
The Blue Danube Waltz by Johann Strauss.
He smiled down at me, happy because I was.
We're going to go through all of the classics, darling. And then we're going to attend every ball in Greater New York and flaunt your moves.
He continued, just as I stomped on his foot, my huge belly poking between us.
Well, we have a few months to practice.
I tried to laugh, but the thrill of it all finally took its toll on my body. I fell to my knees in the middle of the ballroom and started sobbing uncontrollably. Music, sound, love. This man had given me so many things, and we almost never happened. It took a terrorizing tragedy to put us in each other's paths. Tiernan sank down to the floor, wrapping his arms around me. His fingers disappeared in my hair. He kissed my tears while I hiccuped, clutching him desperately, never wanting to let go. Was it terrible that I was glad I had been raped and brutalized? I marveled at the stunning realization that my rape the lowest point of my life, of my existence, carved my path to this beautiful life I had today. If it hadn't, I wouldn't have ended up here, with this man who had given me all I'd ever wanted, and things I didn't even know I could dream of having. I'd always dreamed about a dashing prince, heavily lashed with pouty lips and big, beautiful eyes. As it turned out, I fell in love with the complete opposite of it, with a Nephilim, a fallen giant, hands scarred from murder. No, he wasn't just my lover. He was my god. It was only when the music died, when the final note was struck by the orchestra, that I took in the room I was standing in fully. Beforehand, I was too overwhelmed to examine it. It was filled with roses, in every color and shape, every corner, every crook, the heavy scent of them in my nose sweet and pleasant. White, yellow, lavender, peach, green, orange, red. He made me face my fear of roses in a safe space, erasing my last memory of the flower and replacing it with something I never wanted to forget. Tiernan cupped my cheeks, staring down at me.
Hey, Moon.
Hey, son. I put my hands on his, keeping them on my face. I leaned into his palm.
Thank you for this dance.
I closed my eyes, breathing him in. Thank you for this life.
Chapter 56. Tiernan. 68 days until cancelled self-destruction project. Leela went into labor at her new house, surrounded by enough medical staff to open a field hospital. There were 4 nurses, 1 doula, 2 OBGYNs, 1 pediatrician, and an ambulance on standby. Some would have called it deranged. I called it adequately cautious. Is she giving birth or being exercised? Enzo followed the trail of personnel when the staff filed inside. Ima and Chiara were with Leela in the next room, yelling hysterically at her to take deep, calming breaths. A lot of shit can go sideways during birth. It led us into my office. Not that I needed to explain myself to him. His biggest responsibility was not shitting his pants. Enzo gave me a whatever you say, little princess look, lighting a cigarette and flicking the match out my office window with a knowing smirk. Now you can't go anywhere near her for the next month. I pointed at the cigarette. Fuck off, she's my sister. That's unfortunate. I'm sure our kid will still be bright. No thanks to you, Carrot Top. Is that all you've got? You're right. He rubbed his chin absent-mindedly. I need to work on my material, now that you're about to become the most insufferable, overprotective dad that has ever disgraced this universe. You mean graced. He smiled breezily. I don't remember stuttering. I heard the crunch of gravel beneath my office window, signaling that a car was approaching. I glanced out the window. A catering truck parked across the street, so as not to block the way to the other vehicles. What's that? Enzo stuck his head next to mine, looking down. She missed prosciutto during the pregnancy. Let me guess. So you bought an entire drove of pigs? I wondered how mad she'd be if I relieved her brother of a few of his organs. No. I glowered at the idiot. But I did order 17 different types from Parma to make sure she has variety. Man, you're so whipped all you need is a cherry on your head. Keep running your mouth and the room will turn red. Enzo snorted. Stop seducing me, bro. I'm into chicks. The lies people told themselves were too much sometimes. Not that I gave enough shit to put a mirror in his face.
Tiernan.
My mother-in-law pushed the door open without knocking out of breath.
She's asking for you.
Her gaze flicked to her son.
Sfacciato! Put that cigarette down before I burn a hole through your forehead.
What cigarette, Mama? He asked with smoke skulking out of his mouth, tossing the thing out the window and smiling angelically. I sauntered to the next room, finding Leela sulking on a big bed in a very small baby doll dress and no underwear. She was covered in sweat head to toe and looked exhausted. Her water broke almost 2 hours ago. The first hour, she was her sweet, perky self. The last 30 minutes, though, I had to clear all the sharp objects from our bedroom. Gallic, did you change your mind about me being here? She had asked me to evacuate her bedside until the baby was out. Not because she felt uncomfortable with me witnessing the birth. Apparently, threatening the medical staff and trying to blackmail the baby while still in the womb to make his exit quickly and painlessly was considered unbecoming, or as Emma put it, scrianzato, unhinged.
No,
Leela signed.
I still don't think you have the stomach for it.
Ridiculous. I had killed hundreds of people with my bare hands. What's the issue then?
I need you to get rid of Mama and Emma.
I stared at her like she asked me to carve Wyoming out of the map and drag it into the Black Sea. Are they bothering you?
My mother already panic vomited twice, and Emma bursts into tears every time I have a contraction. The woman is a nurse. They've both completely lost it.
You are loved, darling. I leaned down to kiss her forehead.
Love is overrated.
She swatted me away.
Get rid of them.
I'll have them go down to the living room until this is over.
No.
Leela shook her head adamantly.
I don't want them in this zip code, Tiernan.
I shot her a flat stare. I'm a murderer, not a magician. I only know one way to extract people by force. A contraction shattered Leela's entire body, making her arch and spit out a string of words in Italian I was sure wasn't a love poem. In the hall beyond the closed door, I heard Emma breaking down in a sob. Chiara moaned like she was delivering the child.
Find a way.
My wife signed. I scurried my ass out before she made herself a widow and kicked the two women out. 4 hours later, my son ripped into the world like a lion. With a victorious roar, fist curled in anger, legs kicking and thrashing, protesting the invasion of his perfect bubble. Earlier, Leela allowed me to stay with her if I promised to be on my best behavior. I held my wife's hand and watched as he appeared between her legs in all his purple-white flesh glory. New and wrinkly, unfocused, his ribs tightening each time he took a greedy breath to resume his screaming. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about his scrunched, long-suffering face. It was full of white stuff. It was his head that confirmed the suspicion I'd had for the past few weeks, since Leela killed the wrong guy. More specifically, the shocking thick mane of hair covering his entire skull. The unmistakable, rare and familiar shade of dark red, burgundy, of the Callahans. Red. All I saw was red. Rage took over my entire fucking being. Fenton. Fenton was the rapist. It all made sense. His name was on Sam Brennan's list, in plain sight all along. It had never occurred to me to look into him as a suspect before the warehouse incident because you're a fucking gobshite who spent your entire life assuming the best about him. I'd ignored his name because he disappeared often to get drunk or make illegal bets. Him not being by my side on that night was nothing special. He had a girlfriend, but that meant very little to men of our trade. He had substance abuse issues, so it was likely he wasn't on his best behavior that night. And while Fenton was a scaredy cat, not accustomed to violence, he certainly possessed a mean streak. He'd taken one look at Raffaella, concluded she wasn't going to fight back, rat him out, or complicate his life, and decided to destroy hers. The writing was on the wall. How he protested the marriage from the get-go. How angry he was when it went ahead. How concerned he'd been when he first heard Leela was sentient. The last 9 months rushed into the forefront of my mind. He'd sent her a letter. Had likely slipped it under the door himself. Why? The answer was simple. He wanted her alone so he could kill her and get rid of both her and the baby. Bury his secret with them. He tried, twice. Once when he crashed into her in Tyranny in that intersection, after which he panicked and tried to pin it on Angelo, and a second time when he arranged a time to meet her at the deck, but I showed up instead. He was the one who sent that Roger prick to the port and ordered him to kill whoever showed up, Leela or me, because once I was gone there'd be no one to retaliate. He thought he could get away with it. Until the very last moment. The red flowers at Fermanus. My jaw locked. They were unevenly red. Old. He kept her blood-soaked tiara of roses, made her live under the same roof with it. My heart thrashed so hard it nearly cracked my fucking ribs. I couldn't make a stink about it, not here, not now, with the Leela writhing and aching as the doctor stitched up the sore place between her legs. A nurse dabbed her temples with a cloth and my wife's arms stretched open, waiting to be filled with the baby she just birthed. My baby. He was fucking mine. I would raise him as my own and he'd look exactly like me. No one would question his origin. Gallic, he is beautiful, I praised, pressing my lips to her sweat-soaked forehead. She shuddered under my lips. I pulled back and caressed the damp air away from her face. One of the nurses placed a much drier, slightly less sullen version of our newborn in her arms. His hair. I couldn't stop staring. Did Leela know? I couldn't stomach what it must do to her. She sniffled, looking up at me through glittering eyes, waiting for my words. She couldn't offer me any of her own, seeing as her hands were busy cradling our baby to her chest. You did so good. I'm proud of you. I kissed her mouth, then leaned down to kiss the crown of my son's head. I looked back at her so she could read my lips, speaking as slowly as I could. I love you, sweetheart. You fractured my soul and dug so deep into it. You are now ingrained in all that I am, and all that I ever will be. As for our son, I placed a hand on his tiny shoulder, smiling down at him. I already love him more than I do anyone else in the world. But you, she would always come first, before our son, before myself. I stayed for 20 more minutes, fussing and cooing over them, feeding her prosciutto and watching as she nursed the baby for the first time. Finally, when the baby was napping, she turned and told me,
You haven't had a second for yourself. Why don't you go take a shower and a nap?
It's fine, I said, even though every fiber of my body itched to go to Fenton. I'm happy to stay. He was probably halfway across the continent by now, not that it'd help him. She shook her head, smiling.
Mama and Emma should be here any minute in case I need anything. And now that he is napping, it's smart if I do the same. Please, go rest for me.
Does he have a name? I ran my thumb across her flushed cheek. She looked down at the pink scowling thing sleeping in the bassinet next to her.
Gennaro, I think.
A tender smile touched her pink lips.
He looks like a Gennaro, right?
He looked mostly like a Fenton to me. He also looks entirely too Irish to carry such a distinctively Italian name. Yes, I said nevertheless. Gennaro. Nero. Perfect. I loved her just a little more than anyone ought to be loved, for taking her tragic circumstances, accepting them, and shaping them into a triumph. Nero, stop hanging from the chandelier. I tested the name humorlessly. Nero, put that gun down. No firearms before you're 6. Yeah, got a nice ring to it. She grinned at me, aglow.
He'll be Nero to the world, but any to me. I'll protect him in all the ways my parents never protected me.
I believed her. She was going to be the mother she deserved.
Go now.
She reached to caress my jaw. I leaned into her touch instinctively. You sure?
Certain,
She verbalized. Nodding, I kissed her again and closed the door behind me. Sir, one of my errand boys appeared as soon as I stepped out into the hallway, catching my step. Do you need your drivers, soldiers? Should I fetch anyone? I shook my head. Get the car running. I'm leaving alone. I wasn't going to take a shower, a nap, or a piss. On my way out, I bumped into Emma, Chiara, and Tyranny making their way to Leela. They were carrying food platters, plush teddy bears, and hand-knitted blankets.
How's the bundle of joy?
Tyranny cried out with joy. See for yourself, I answered cryptically, not stopping to greet them as I advanced toward the door. 5 minutes later, I was in my car driving toward my father's place. Fenton's phone was still there. I knew because I had a tracker on it, as with everyone in my family. How did the saying go? If you love someone, let them go. Just make sure you know exactly where their ass is 24/7 because you have deep-rooted trust issues. You put him in charge of her. Forced her to spend time with him on a weekly basis. He was her keeper after our wedding at the hospital, the only man who was allowed to stay with her alone. I veered off the convoluted country path to the shoulder of the road, pushed the driver's door open and vomited the entire contents of my stomach onto my shoe. Wiping my mouth with the back of my sleeve, I took a few deep breaths, forcing myself to calm down. I'd never been this disoriented in my entire life. Repositioning myself in the car seat, I flicked the engine back to life and resumed my driving. 15 minutes into my drive, my Bluetooth rang with an incoming call. Fenton, the screen said. So, Tyranny met her new nephew. Figures. My sister's favourite cardio was running her mouth. I hit the green button. Why the fuck not? This is not what it looks like, my older brother said in a high-pitched voice. I allowed a beat of silence just to screw with his nerves before replying dully. If you want to prolong your death by making me do a paternity test before killing you, I'm not opposed to that. As long as you're aware, I'd be twice as pissed if I find out you lied on top of raping my wife. And let's just say I'm already not in a generous mood. I was never angry, it was a pointless emotion. And I was notoriously stingy with those. But right now I was sick with rage, poisoned with the clawing, unfamiliar feeling of helplessness. He hurt her, my own kin. She was going to look at our son's eyes and face and air each day for the rest of her life, knowing it was a Callahan who ripped her innocence from her. I didn't say... what I was gonna... He stumbled over his own words. I did it. I'm not denying it. Fenton broke into a sob, and I heard glass shattering on the other side of the line. But listen to me. Just listen. He was slurring. He was drunk, again. Usually that'd make me concerned. Now my only worry was that his liver wouldn't fail on his miserable ass before I had the chance to finish him off myself. I deserved the fucking honor. I heard a duffel bag being unzipped, clothes stuffed into it in a hurry. He didn't even have the foresight to make an escape plan. How did we share DNA? I'm not okay in the head, Tiernan. I'm not. I need help. Think about it. I watched Mom being carved open like a bleeding animal when Igor pulled you and Tierney out. I was just 3, a small boy. I was sitting in a pool of her blood when Da found me. Your sob story didn't give you the right to rape my wife. I choked back a roar, keeping my voice flat and even. We're all fucked up in the head. You're nothing special. A text message popped on the screen. Tierney.
I gave him a 30-minute head start. Where's the joy of the hunt if the prey just sits there waiting for slaughter?
Tyranny.
Cute baby, BTW. Heart emojis.
I didn't know she'd turn out to be your wife. Not to mention that you'd catch feelings for her. I thought it would be the first and last time I'd ever seen her. And you know what they said about her? That she was severely mentally delayed. Too dumb to know what was happening around her.
Keys jangled, dropped to the floor, being picked up again. I said nothing.
Please believe me when I said I never meant for anything to happen this way.
You had 7 months to come clean to me. Why didn't you? Silence. I was nearing Don Fenton's mansion.
I thought I could take care of it another way.
But you didn't. You should be halfway across the ocean by now. Why did you stay?
I kind of figured it could... That I would, if the baby wouldn't have come out with red hair, it could have come out blonde, or with brown hair, or I don't know.
Another pause.
It doesn't have to change anything between us. This all happened before you got together. I haven't touched her since and never, ever will. And she doesn't even remember.
He choked out that last word, breaking into a fresh bout of sobs.
I swear, Tiernan, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. It was just harmless fun, and I was plastered, completely drunk, and I known you were going to wed her. Fall in love with her? Christ, I never.
He sounded on the brink of vomiting.
You're my brother. I love you. You've always been my number one. Please, there's no need for anyone to know this. I certainly won't tell, and Leela, think about her and the baby. How crushed they'd be if they found out. We're getting along so nicely, she trusts me.
That she did. I thought about all the times I left her with him again.
I'd punch my own face if I wasn't driving. And I'll do whatever you want me to. Go to rehab. Move away if need be. A wet snort escaped him. I couldn't believe I carried the same DNA as this pile of shite. We can pretend it never happened. As far as the entire world knows, it never did. Only me, Tyranny, and you know. The accident in which she almost lost the baby, I said, leaving the rest of it hanging in the air. Fenton understood what I meant. I sent people to do it, but I told them not to kill her, just the baby. I swear it. Who? They were as good as dead now. The loan sharks I used to owe money to. Pause. I told them if they managed to kill the baby, I'd pay them $5 million. I stopped in front of the Tudor-style white-bricked mansion and killed the engine. Closed my eyes. He is your brother. He picked up your pieces when you found your way home. Taught you English. Saved you from offing yourself when you didn't think life was worth living. Taught you how to find joy in the life you have left. If it wasn't for him, you'd have killed yourself after killing Igor. You wouldn't have Leela or Nero. This life. Please, I heard him say again. I opened my eyes and looked out the window to the second floor, immediately finding him peering from behind the curtain of his bedroom. Tyranny, forgive me. I would have never touched a girlfriend of yours, let alone your wife. Anyone who's important to you. I'd never done anything like it before, not ever. I was feeling wild that night and drunk. So fucking drunk. I was livid with the Camorra for taking out your eye and having the audacity to invite us as guests. I knew the Ferrantes only issued the invitation to show off what they'd done to you. Like you were a circus monkey or something. This was likely true. I'd shown up anyway. Not too proud to give up on the chance to squash my beef with Tate Blackthorne. He'd been meddling in my legal business for months before that. It was my fuck you to them for what they did to my little brother. A one-off. An only off. You have to believe me. I didn't utter one damn word. You forgave Alex Rasputin for what his father's done. You spared his life. I'm sure you have it in your heart to forgive another brother. I'll get better. I'll get sober. I'll repent this sin. I swear to you I will. And I'll be the best damn uncle in the entire world. I believe you. I'm going to come inside now. You'll greet me unarmed. You'll have a duffel bag ready with your bare necessities. I'm going to drive you to a rehab center in Connecticut. And I'm not going to discharge your arse until you're as sober as a nun for one whole bleeding year. After which you're moving to Ireland. And I'm never seeing you again, am I clear? Yes, he spluttered, breaking into a sob. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. I won't let you down. I killed the call and got out of my car before waltzing toward the front door. Fenton's sports car was the only one parked in front. Shame he wouldn't have time to say goodbye to Da or Maggie. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. A few minutes later, Fenton took the stairs down, holding a duffel in his hand. He stopped when he reached the last step. We stood in front of each other, somber and subdued. He looked like hell, face splotchy and swollen, eyes bloodshot, hair a tangled mess. I forced myself to push aside the thought of him touching my wife, prying her sweet, delicate thighs open, pushing into her virginal cunt, snatching her virtue, spilling his seed inside her, hitting her, splitting her lip, her temples, her cheeks. My nostrils flared. You're alive because of him. Remember that. I opened my arms, palms up, my expression tranquil, my posture casual. You are absolved. Come and get your forgiveness, brother. His breath picked up, the tension between us brewing like a cyclone that started in the very foyer we stood at. Just like that. You saved me when I wanted to kill myself. I'll spare your life this one time. There won't be a second. His entire posture deflated. His resolve broke and he hurried into my embrace, throwing his arms around me, weeping into my neck. Oh God, Tyranny. God, keeping this secret to myself all these months. It ate me alive. I couldn't bear it. His duffel fell to the floor. I held him for a moment, breathing in his familiar scent of alcohol and leather and his favorite cologne. Placed a soothing palm on the back of his head with my left hand. Pressed my lips to his ear. Used my right hand to draw my gun. You've always been a stupid cunt, Finn. But for you to think I'd let you get away with what you did to my wife, you've really outdone yourself. I put a bullet in his spine.
He dropped to his knees before me. I stepped back, watching him tremble and convulse, holding his back with shaky fingers as he stared in horror at the scarlet liquid pouring out of him. The surprise and disappointment in his face were exactly why I'd lied to him, why I gave him a futile, foolish hope.
Brother.
You're not my brother, Alex is. Always was, not you. I rounded his limp figure on the floor. Now I'll ask questions, and you'll answer them. I'll kill you anyway if you say the truth. I'll take minutes. If you lie, hours. Am I understood? He nodded quickly, hysterically. Why did you do it? Remember, the truth.
I swear I did it because of what they did to you.
He groaned, losing blood. I was lying. He was going to die in the next 15 minutes or so. I would still make it painful, though.
But also, she was so fucking beautiful, Tyranny. It was almost painful to watch.
Did you plan this all along? He shook his head.
Words, fucker.
I stopped my pacing to grab his ear and rip it from his head. He urged, howling in pain.
No,
he cried out, heaving.
There wasn't a plan. She was just there, gorgeous, all alone. Nobody paid attention to her, nobody but me.
You followed her into the woods. He gave me a hesitant look, probably knowing I was going to rip something else from him soon. He wasn't wrong about that. Answer me.
Yes. She went outside and I followed her. At first I thought I'd corner her in one of the rooms, cop a feel, nothing more.
But then she surprised me by leaving the property through the cellar and heading to the shore. Was she upset? I kneeled down and undid his trousers. Touching my own brother's knob was not on my to-do list in this lifetime. Poetic justice required it, though. Fenton winced, knowing where it was going.
She was beside herself.
Did she fight you? I took my dull knife out of my pocket. He stared at it in horror.
Did she?
Yes. She fought tooth and nail, managed to get in a few blows, cracked my rib. I grabbed his limp knob in my fist and slashed his balls off. Blood sprayed everywhere. His scream put another hole in the ozone layer. Fucking weakling.
I tried to finish her off in the hospital room when you were in Vegas.
Fenton spat out blood, staring at me with wild hatred in his eyes.
But your asshole brother-in-law, Enzo, had the foresight to loiter there. He wouldn't fucking leave. Even when he wasn't in the room, he was just beyond the door.
In the end, I did the right thing by keeping Enzo in New York. He saved my Leela. You're about to die in the next 3 minutes. The colour slowly drained from his face. Blood loss. There's no saving you now. One last question. He stared at me, pure hatred radiating from his eyes.
Go ahead.
He sounded surprisingly calm, having come to terms with his own demise.
One last answer before my forsaken soul ensures you join me in hell, lad.
I chuckled wryly. Don't need your letter of recommendation. I have a safe spot there. My question is, I stalled, bracing myself for the answer. Did she bleed?
Huh?
Did she bleed when you raped her? Oh, yes. A serene, psychotic smile spread across his lips. She did. From her face, from all the beatings, from her cunt, from ploughing into her while she was dry and virginal. It was a thing of beauty. For one moment in time, she was an ugly, terrible mess. I kissed the cross pendant on my neck. For Leela, not for me. Apologized to Mam in heaven, and shot my own brother in the face. Rolling him over with the tip of my loafer, I spat into the blood gushing hole at the center of his forehead. I punched in a number and glued my phone to my ear, not removing my gaze from the corpse. The line picked up before the connection sound started. Leosha, I need you to take the fall for something. His silence told me he immediately understood. I'd long suspected Fenton was Leosha's mole. Everything made sense. Fenton needed the money to keep gambling without getting into more debt. And Alex paid that money in exchange for information to keep his finger on my pulse. Fenton never gave up on alcohol and gambling. He simply sold all of my secrets and plans to the Bratva and used the money to pay for his addiction. This was how Alex knew about the most intimate details of my life, including when Leela shot me on our wedding night, how she stitched me back together, that I was falling for her. This also meant Fenton gave Alex the heads up before I came to Vegas to claim his life. If things were different, I'd be dead. But me being dead was Fenton's ideal outcome. He'd seize full control of the Irish operation, all the money and prestige, and there'd be no one to avenge Leela's rape. Fenton betrayed me in every single way possible. When and where? Alex asked. I'm texting you the address now. It needs some tidying up. I'll bring my cleaners, Koshay. I heard the curve of a smile on his mouth. In the end, he was more of a brother to me than Fenton ever was. Epilogue. Tiernan. 22 days post-failed self-destruction project. Fenton's body resurfaced in Lake Mead, Nevada 3 months later. It was in pristine condition due to being kept in a Bratva freezer for the duration of his mysterious disappearance. Minus, of course, the organs I chopped off him. The Bratva assumed responsibility for the death among the underground circles, claiming retaliation for Igor's death. Killing Chiron would have been redundant. He already died the day my father slaughtered his wife. Alex had explained to his soldiers, while they didn't know I was on the other line. Now Fenton, who Tiernan actually loved, I got him where it hurt. We're now even and ready to start doing business together. Now I waited for my beautiful wife in my car outside of the community college she was attending. She breezed out of the doors. Nero strapped to her chest in a baby Bjorn. Her flawless face broke into a grin when she spotted me. She quickly kissed her two friends goodbye, tossed her backpack across her shoulder, and speed-walked toward the Mercedes. A line of cars formed behind me, honking in protest of my double parking. I could wait. Weather forecast said there could be a drizzle, and I wasn't going to let my wife and son get wet. I got out of the car and helped her take Nero out of the baby Bjorn, strapping him into his car seat. He was fast asleep, his red, thick hair dancing in the wind. I gave Leela a long, sweet kiss on the mouth. That was class.
Great. My teacher wants to display your portrait in a gallery. He thinks the blood is acrylic paint and praised me on how realistic it looked.
Leela looked amused. Always happy to be of help. I opened the passenger door, helping her climb in. I slipped behind the wheel, kicking the car into drive.
Did you hear about Fenton?
It didn't feel great not telling her Fenton was her attacker. But she was on such a high after Gennaro was born. It felt cruel to poke in that wound one more time. As far as she was concerned, the matter was dealt with, and it was. I nodded. I did.
Why do you think Alex killed him? It sounded like you and he already buried the hatchet.
I allowed myself one lie to her. One white, tiny lie in the entire length of our marriage. And only to protect her and Gennaro. He needed to save face after what happened in Vegas, and Igor. He had my blessing.
Are you sad about it?
It is what it is. Comes with the job. When we got home, Leela put Nero in his crib and took the baby monitor with her before we left his room. Ema was in the kitchen preparing enough food for an army. Leela's mother and brothers were coming over for dinner, but we still had an hour to burn, and I knew exactly what we'd do with it. We walked silently side by side to the ballroom, opened the doors, and reached the center of the room. There was no need for music. I kept my promise to her from the day of our baby shower, and we danced every evening. We started moving to a soundless tune, our only music, our heartbeats thudding against one another. 6 weeks. She was going to get surgery for a cochlear implant. Everything was booked and ready to go. Are you excited? She nodded.
It'll be practical to hear, but I don't feel like I need it anymore.
It was your dream to listen to music. Leela often wore her hearing aids, but not always. She attended speech therapy twice a week and joined the National Association of the Deaf, where she volunteered and helped with donations. We swayed together, her arms tightening around my shoulders, her body pressing against mine, letting me know what she needed.
I think...
She licked her lips, her eyes heavy-lidded. That's always a good start. What are you thinking, Gallic?
that I would like another dance.
Yeah, I smirked.
A horizontal one?
I see.
Without any clothes on.
She bit down on her lower lip, grinning.
It'll help me find my muse for this next painting I'm working on.
Well, I pretended to weigh her request seriously. You're the artist. Who am I to question your process? And I dove in, kissing her hard, drowning in her perfection, never coming up for air.
Leela. 7 weeks later. My rose gold ball gown swished along the staircase of our mansion. I stepped over the hem, almost tripping forward. A rush of giggles bubbled out of my throat, and this time, I heard it. I plastered my palm over my mouth, shaking with laughter.
You're going to wake the dead.
My husband muttered next to me, before sweeping me into his arms, carrying me honeymoon style to the second floor. His voice was magnificent, low, gravelly, and deep. His accent also contributed to its sexiness. I could listen to him for hours. And you care because? I pouted.
I'm responsible for many of their deaths, and they'll come after my ass.
I giggled, flinging my head backward so I could get a better look at him. I no longer needed to read his lips, but it was a force of habit. The cochlear implant meant I could hear, but it was still muffled and in very low decibels. I didn't regret going through with the operation. Not that there was anything wrong with being deaf. My decision wasn't a product of shame or prejudice. I simply thought it would be practical. I didn't compose music anymore. My obsession and fascination with it diminished, now that I had a family and my art to focus on. But I still wrote my son one lullaby, to remind him of the resilience of the human spirit, and how obstacles were nothing but reminders you could overcome anything.
How was your first ball with music?
Tiernan grinned down at me. I circled my arms around his neck, knowing full well that attending balls was far from the realm of his regular hobbies. People openly stared at his eye patch, and not everybody was happy to see the Princess of the Comora and the King of the Irish Mafia at swanky New York parties. But I didn't care. I loved dancing. I loved dancing with my husband. And life was too short to give a damn about what anyone who didn't truly love you thought about you. Let them talk. About my age. About the wrongness of us. His mysterious past. My overbearing mother. We were happy. And that's what mattered. It was wonderful.
Good.
And I want to do it all over again tomorrow. I kicked my feet while cradled in his arms, and he rolled his eye exasperatedly, an indulgent smirk tugging at his lips. When we got to the second floor, Tiernan cautiously helped me back to my feet. I padded toward my son's room, peeking into his crib. He was sleeping soundly, but began stirring as soon as I opened the door and traces of the corridor's light seeped in. Yawning toothlessly, he tried stretching inside his swaddle, groaning when he realized his attempts were futile. My chest flooded with warmth.
You coming?
Tiernan kissed the back of my shoulder from behind, his erection pressing into my backside. Glancing up, I touched his cheek gently and pressed my lips to his. I think I'll nurse him before we get into bed. Wait for me. He grunted. Naked, I added. His disgruntled expression wiped off his face. He kissed the back of my head.
If you need anything, let me know. Sleep tight, bud.
He leaned to kiss Annie's head as I picked him up. After Tiernan was gone, I took Gennaro to the rocking chair, settled in, and popped one shoulder of my dress off. Annie's mouth found my nipple without opening his eyes, the scent of my milk calling to him. He latched hungrily, sucking and grunting his approval. We were going to baptize him in Naples next week, at the church where all of the Ferrante siblings had been baptized. This wasn't a gesture of goodwill from me to Vello. I couldn't care less what he wanted. But to Mama, who always searched for an excuse to return to Secundiliano. And while things were not perfect between us, probably never would be, I had assumed the big shoes of the nurturing adult in our relationship. Because I had managed to escape the prison that was the Ferrante family name, and all that it entailed, while she was still behind the gilded bars, watching as little by little her children slipped away from their father's abusive hold. I ran my fingers over his hair and smiled. Oh, Tiernan, my brilliant husband, who taught me how to shoot, how to dance, how to overcome my trauma, knew exactly how intelligent I was. And yet he foolishly thought I hadn't figured out what Finton's disappearance meant. I knew Gennaro was Finton's. The hair gave it away, of course. But there were other telltales. Those pale shamrock eyes, the fair skin that promised to burn before tanning, the slight cleft in his chin, another thing the siblings shared that was impossible to miss. I had noticed the impatience in Tiernan when he saw Annie for the first time. He'd wanted to go to Finton. At the time, I had hoped he would do the right thing by me. He did. Finton disappeared the same day I gave birth. Probably because of substance abuse, Maggie and Tierney speculated. Tiernan said nothing. He made no effort to appear surprised or worried about his brother. I was glad Alex took the blame for this, that Tiernan trusted him enough to ask him for it. It was a secret I'd take to my grave. The fact I knew it was Finton. To protect Tiernan, Annie, myself, and our marriage. In the meantime, I basked in my good luck. Gennaro was the spitting image of my husband. As for Tiernan, he'd never know that my memory returned to me sometime during the 32nd week of my pregnancy. I had been biding my time, waiting for him to find out about Finton on his own, and that if he hadn't finished him, I'd have done it myself.